Chapter 6:10. In Crimson Flame Country, inside the eerie and cold Imperial Sect's headquarters, Yi Hongyi stood humbly to the side. He could see Huan Luo and Diao Jiao standing in front of the giant python, waiting for Sikong Mu to appear. During this time, not only had Yi Hongyi colluded with Qi Chuan, he had also secretly contacted Gue Daozi's eldest disciple, Gue Wu, to secretly swap out all the spies that Qi Chuan had discovered. This time, it would be very difficult for Sikong Mu to find out what Qi Chuan was planning. At this moment, the giant python let out a creak, and its two dark emerald-embedded pupils suddenly lit up, making the headquarters look even more eerie and frightening. Huan Luo greets Sect Master. Diao Jiao greets Sect Master. When Diao Jiao and Huan Luo saw the black robe on the python's head, they bowed respectfully. You guys came back at the right time. A secret agent has reported that Yi Junqing has already gathered troops in Liangyuan Prefecture. In a few days, he'll be leading his troops out to sea in search of Crimson Flame Country. Huan Luo, this sect master orders you to command 30,000 Marines and bring the nine-tailed sea monster to hide in the Purple Sea. Teach him a lesson. My Crimson Flame Country hasn't even moved yet, but they've already moved out. They truly overestimate themselves. Yi Hongyi, stay with Huan Luo and listen to all of Huan Luo's commands, said Sikong Mu coldly. Huan Luo obeys. Huan Luo's heart relaxed slightly. She hadn't been able to kill Yi Junqing last time, so she hadn't expected him to deliver himself to her. That's fine too. Yao Moen, just watch how this saintess will bring Yi Junqing's head to you. You hurt me, so I'll make your heart hurt even more. Hongyi will definitely do his best. After hearing Sikong Mu's instructions, Yi Hongyi sighed inwardly. He had thought that his private actions had aroused Sikong Mu's suspicions, and that he had called the two saintesses back to investigate this matter. It seemed that he had been overthinking things. All right, you two can leave. Sikong Mu nodded slightly. Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi respectfully left the headquarters. The moment the copper door closed, Diao Jiao immediately looked up and called out intimately, Master, we'll talk about it when we get back. Sikong Mu's voice gradually softened. He turned around and disappeared on the python. Falling cherry blossoms fluttered before his eyes, and the petals swirled as they fell on a piece of white robe. The golden mask emitted a faint, soft light under the reflection of the sunlight. The sound of the zither was melodious like the sounds of nature, and the beautiful tone was like the murmur of a stream hitting against a blue stone, pleasing to the ear. Master, after leaving the Crimson Flame Nation for almost half a year, it would be a lie to say that he did not miss it. You also know that you have a master like me? Why didn't you send a message back? Sikong Mu's slender, jade-like fingers stroked the bouncing strings. He slightly raised his chin and looked at his most precious disciple. Then Diao Jiao will be busy. All right, Diao Jiao admitted in her heart that she was having too much fun. Busy liking Han Jini? Or is he busy worrying about Yao Moen? He knew everything that happened in Xinxiang and Shiwu Town like the back of his hand. Master, how do you know about Han Jini? When Diao Jiao heard these three words, her expression instinctively tensed up, and her eyes filled with unconcealable worry. If Master wants to know, then there's naturally a way. Diao Jiao, Master won't allow you to contact Han Jini again. You two aren't compatible. Sikong Mu's voice was very soft, but it carried an undeniable dignity. Master, Diao Jiao hadn't expected that Sikong Mu would be so resolute. Han Jini is someone from Eastern Continent in the end, and he has some friendship with Chu Mabe and Yi Junqing. In the future, when Crimson Flame Nation and Eastern Continent go to war, he will definitely stand on Yi Junqing's side. What will you do at that time? Sikong Mu voiced out his worries. He wouldn't meddle in other people's business, right? Diao Jiao couldn't help but circle her fingers in front of her chest as she muttered quietly. Diao Jiao, if it really comes down to the moment when Master and Han Jini face off, who will you choose? Sikong Mu asked meaningfully, boundless anticipation behind his golden mask. Master, can you not kill Han Jini? Diao Jiao's unintentional words caused Sikong Mu's heart to turn as cold as ice. Han Jini truly deserved to die. The disciple he had protected for so many years had his heart stolen away just like that. Master is tired. You should return. Remember, Without master's orders, you are not allowed to leave Crimson Flame Nation. Sikong Mu let out a long sigh, then started to play the zither again. Jiao wanted to speak again, but when she saw that Sikong Mu had no intention of stopping, she retreated. In the cold and gloomy tunnel, Huan Luo walked indifferently at the front, while Yi Hongyi followed closely behind. His eyes occasionally darted to the sides, but when he saw that both sides of the tunnel were crawling with snakes as thin as fingers, he instantly felt a chill in his heart. Lady Saintess, where are we going? Yi Hongyi hurriedly caught up to Huan Luo and asked. Just follow. Huan Luo clearly didn't have a good impression of Yi Hongyi, so her tone was naturally filled with disgust. I didn't think that Yi Junqing would dare to risk universal condemnation and send troops to Purple Sea. He's truly tired of living. Whenever he thought about how he would be able to meet Yi Junqing face to face, Yi Hongyi's lips immediately curved into an evil smile. Huan Luo glanced at Yi Hongyi with a trace of disdain in her eyes. Yi Hongyi shrugged and didn't say anything else, but a trace of viciousness appeared in his heart. Sooner or later, he would make everyone who looked down on him kneel at his feet and make them live a life worse than death. Suddenly, a frightening roar came from the end of the tunnel. Yi Hongyi instinctively froze, his eyes filled with alarm as he looked towards the faint blue light not far away. Scared? The disdain in Huan Luo's eyes became even more obvious. Hongyi's courage naturally can't compare to Saintess's. Yi Hongyi was certain that Huan Luo wouldn't dare to do anything to him, so he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. However, when he saw this enormous creature appear right in front of him, Yi Hongyi finally couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. He stood there, unable to move. The sea monster that was separated by the glass wall was several tens of times the size of the giant python. Its dark yellow eyes were even larger than his head, and its body was round like a ball covered in hard spikes. Its 9 tails were spread out on both sides, and a casual sweep of one of its tails was enough to shake the glass wall that was as thick as an arm. This is a 9-tailed sea monster? Yi Hongyi looked at the strange sight in front of him in astonishment and sighed. No wonder Crimson Flame Nation was so ambitious. It turned out they had this kind of treasure. With this kind of help, even if Yi Junqing had 30,000, 300,000, or even 3 million troops, it wouldn't matter. It's just one of the weaker sea monsters out there. Huan Luo snorted disdainfully when she saw Yi Hongyi's deathly pale face. Then she took out the jade flute at her waist and placed it to her lips. The sound of the flute flowed out from Huan Luo's dancing fingertips. The previously restless 9-tailed sea monster instantly calmed down and obediently lay at the bottom of the sea. Its dark yellow eyes seemed to look at Huan Luo affectionately, causing Yi Hongyi to be even more shocked. For a moment, Yi Hongyi felt that Huan Luo had some value. As long as he could control Huan Luo, he would be able to control these sea monsters. At Violet Sea Pier, 30 warships were lined up side by side. Each warship was equipped with the best equipment and had the most experienced sailors. At this time, Yi Junqing was on the main warship, dressed in armor and holding the tiger tally in his hand. Just as he was about to give an order, a sailor hurriedly ran over. Reporting to King Chu, Vanguard Ben Lei is below the ship and has something to report. When Yi Junqing heard this, his brows furrowed slightly before he quickly walked off the ship. If it wasn't an urgent matter, Ben Lei wouldn't have come at this time, Yi Junqing thought. When he saw Yao Moan, Qi Kanglin, and Meiji, Yi Junqing's heart trembled. Reporting to your majesty, these 3 people have been captured by the Crown Prince of Shu. The Crown Prince of Shu has specially ordered Yin Xiong to send these 3 people to Violet Sea as hostages. If they encounter Crimson Flame Nation's warship, your majesty will be able to delay for a few days and wait for reinforcements. Ben Lei reported truthfully. Originally, Ben Lei had wanted to go with Yi Junqing even if he had to die, but reinforcements were also very important, so Ben Lei had no choice but to stay and prepare to support Yi Junqing at any time. Hostages? Yi Junqing walked around Ben Lei and glanced towards Yao Moan. A trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. What? You don't care? Then let us go. When Yao Moan saw that the warship didn't raise any sails, she finally calmed down. She even thought that if she didn't make it in time, she would have to row the boat to chase after them. Yao Moen didn't know where this determination came from, but she knew that she had to do this. Wishful thinking. Come, bring the three of them to the ship. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with a cold snort, then ordered people to bring the three people over. Your Majesty, many of Qi Kanglin's acupoints have already been sealed by Yin Xiong and the others. There won't be any problems, added Ben Lei. Understood. Stay in Violet Sea and wait for Zhen's signal at any time. Yi Junqing didn't have complete confidence in this trip. After all, he hadn't gone out to sea many times, and he didn't know much about his opponents. However, no matter how difficult it was, he still had to make this trip. Ben Lei understands. The vast surface of the sea sparkled and waves crashed against the deck of the ship from time to time. Yi Junqing stood on the deck against the wind, his ink-black hair fluttering in the wind, giving off an air of desolation and vicissitudes of life after experiencing countless dangers. You'll be at a great disadvantage if you go out to battle aimlessly like this. Because they were important hostages, Yao Moen and the others stayed on the main warship. Since their acupoints were sealed, Yi Junqing didn't tie them up and allowed them to move about freely in a small area. Zhen doesn't want to talk to you right now. Yi Junqing didn't even look at Yao Moen as he spoke sternly. For Yao Moen's sake, you've really put in a lot of effort. Actually, I look the same as her, and we've gotten along pretty well in the past. How about you stop looking for her, and we go together? When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing's stern expression, she couldn't help but tease him. Please stay further away from Zhen. Yi Junqing glanced towards Yao Moen coldly and indicated for her to stand to the side. Yao Moen pursed her lips and shifted her feet slightly. A bit further. Yi Junqing's voice gradually deepened. Then how about Moen just jump down? This time, Yao Moen didn't do as Yi Junqing wished. She just stood there and turned to look into the distance. The boundless sea was the same color as the sky and sea. There wasn't a single obstacle in sight. Seeing that Yao Moen wasn't doing anything, Yi Junqing decided to just ignore her and sink into contemplation. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Yao Moen teased him a bit more, but Yi Junqing didn't respond. Yao Moen felt bored and retreated back into the cabin. At this time, Qi Kanglin was sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. Shopkeeper, do you really think that we were right to come? The moment they boarded the ship, Meiji regretted it. She hadn't followed Yao Moen to throw away her life. Perhaps there was a mistake, but do you think we can go down now? Yao Moen understood what Meiji meant. If it was just her and Meiji, their lives might not be worth Sikong Mu's leniency. However, Qi Kanglin's existence was different. Shopkeeper, you're really? Meiji knew that she'd boarded a pirate ship, but she could only endure it. Time on the sea wasn't like on land. It was dull and tedious. No matter how pleasing the sound of the waves was, after listening to it for too long, it would become noisy, especially at night, when the air temperature dropped and the sea was no longer magnificent. The deep and serene sea swirled with whirlpools that made people shiver from the bottom of their feet. Yi Junqing, who had stood guard outside for an entire night, finally returned to the cabin. At this time, soldiers had already prepared rations and placed them in front of Yao Moen and the others. Shopkeeper, are you all right? Asked Meiji suspiciously when she saw that Yao Moen's expression was strange. I'm fine. Yao Moen crossed her arms and leaned against the corner. Her face was deathly pale, and her forehead was burning hot. Perhaps it was because she wasn't wearing much, but Yao Moen felt cold all over. Chapter 6:11. Is there any fresh ginger on the ship? Qi Kanglin, who hadn't spoken for an entire day, finally couldn't bear to see Yao Moen suffer, so he looked towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing didn't want to respond at first. In the end, she wasn't Yao Moen, and she had teased him several times. No matter how good his temper was, he still held a grudge. Fortunately, Yi Junqing was a gentleman and only hesitated for a moment before ordering someone to boil some ginger soup and bring it over. Don't you really want me to die? Yao Moen drank the ginseng soup Yi Junqing brought over as she teased him. You can choose not to drink. Yi Junqing glanced coldly at Yao Moen before continuing to chew on his rations. I'm not an idiot. What reason do I have not to drink? Meiji, you don't want to drink? Yao Moen turned towards Meiji. Meiji shook her head, her heart filled with endless resentment. Yao Moen was even happier than before when her life and death was at stake. It really didn't make sense. At the side, Qi Kenglin saw all of this, and a trace of bitterness flashed through his heart. Did Yao Moen know of his true feelings? Crimson Flame Country is in this direction, right? Yi Junqing was silent for a long time before finally asking. This time, he had only gone out to investigate. He wasn't sure if he could find Crimson Flame Country. You're asking me? Yao Moen put down the porcelain bowl. Her body instantly warmed up and her spirit also perked up. If he had a choice, Yi Junqing really didn't want to say another word to Yao Moen. This woman's talent in angering people to death was definitely the same as the impression he had of Yao Moen back then. At this moment, he actually thought back to the time in Guan Osprey Palace. Seeing that Yi Junqing wasn't speaking, Yao Moen pursed her lips. If I said that you were going in the opposite direction, would you believe me? Yao Moen was telling the truth. Yi Junqing had only asked in an uncertain manner. If she really said it, who would believe her? At this moment, Yi Junqing regretted giving Yao Moen the ginger soup. If she really froze to death, then no one would be able to anger him anymore. As Yi Junqing led the fleet out of the Purple Sea, the two people on Penglai Island found it a bit hard to bear. We don't intend to ask for any questions, nor do we intend to ask for anything. As long as you return the Xiao Di to us, we will leave immediately without stopping. How about it? Yin Nansheng was extremely excited as he looked at the expressionless Yi. They had been on Penglai Island for 10 days. Ever since Shui Qianma took Qi Xiao Di away, they hadn't seen him again. Originally, Yin Nansheng and Han Jini were preparing to fight, only to find out that they had been drugged unknowingly, temporarily losing their martial arts for a month. We can go, but Xiao Di stays. Ye's words were concise and to the point, without any superfluous words. I want to see Shui Qianma. It's true that you're the overlords of the water, but you can't look down on us. Han Jini was also anxious. He had promised Diao Diao that he would ensure the safety of the flute repair. If something were to happen to the flute repair, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. The island lord doesn't have time. Yi refused. Don't let me go out, or I'll flatten your Penglai Island. Yin Nansheng was furious. He pointed at Yi and said viciously, if the island lord heard what you said, she really wouldn't let you go out. Yi was stating a fact. I just want to know how Xiao Di is doing. Han Jini tried his best to keep his tone calm and asked worriedly. Yes, Xiao Di has a hidden illness. If it happens, his life will be in danger. Yin Nansheng was quick-witted and added, Xiao Di has a hidden illness? What illness? Ye's expression clearly showed some reaction. It was no wonder. Ever since Xiao Di came to Penglai Island, the island lord almost never played with other children. She only stayed with Qi Xiao Di. Since there were children on Penglai Island, he had never seen the island lord like a child so much. It's a fatal hidden illness. If Shui Qianma doesn't come, we won't say anything. Seeing that this method was effective, Yin Nansheng immediately stated his condition. Yi didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, he suddenly disappeared. For 2 days, Shui Qianma didn't appear. This gradually destroyed Yin Nansheng and Han Jini's hope. Perhaps Shui Qianma didn't care about Xiao Di's life or death. After all, there were more than 100 children on Penglai Island. Just as Yin Nansheng and Han Jini were about to find another way, Shui Qianma suddenly appeared in front of them. What kind of illness does Xiao Di have? This was the first thing Shui Qianma said when she entered the room. Perhaps they didn't know that after Ye's report, she almost called all the doctors on the island to the main hall to check Xiao Di's pulse one by one. However, no one could tell the hidden illness of Xiao Di. Island Lord, you should return Xiao Di to us. We didn't come here to pay for Xiao Di. I don't know when Penglai Island has such a rule. Han Jini looked at Shui Qianma with anger in his eyes. I don't want to listen to this nonsense. Where is Xiao Di's hidden illness? Shui Qianma's voice was as cold as a blade. Her eyes were cold. If anything happens to Xiao Di, it's your fault. Yin Nansheng saw that Shui Qianma wasn't moved by force or persuasion. You. Just as Shui Qianma was about to fly into a rage, she suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Shortly after, Ziluo, who was playing with the children in Phoenix Palace, ran in. What happened? Shui Qianma couldn't help but get up. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as her heart sank. She was afraid that something had happened to Xiao Di. Replying to Island Lord, there's a water monster southwest of Penglai Island. 2 groups of ships have started fighting. As pirates, taking advantage of the situation was their method of survival. Water monster. Have someone prepare a ship. This Island Lord will personally take a look. Shui Qianma's heart slowly calmed down. As long as nothing happened to Xiao Di, she didn't care. When she saw Shui Qianma get up and leave, Han Jini immediately stepped forward. Take us with you. Based on the time, one of those groups was definitely Yi Juanqing's group. Oh? Supreme Lord Han is also interested in my island's business? When she saw Han Jini's serious expression, Shui Qianma's lips curved in a playful smile. As long as you take us there, I'll tell you where Xiao Di's unmentionable illness is. Lives were at stake, so Han Jini didn't dare gamble. It's a deal. Ziluo, take them onto the ship and keep an eye on them. A light flashed through Shui Qianma's eyes before she turned to leave the room. On the deck, Yi Junqing ordered the ships on his left and right to scatter and turn back. However, the 30 ships had already been surrounded by the enemy, and any ship that tried to escape was sunk by the enemy. It's coming again. It was unknown who shouted this, but the surface of the sea that had just calmed down suddenly began to surge. Suddenly, an extremely powerful pillar of water shot out from the bottom of the sea, shocking everyone present. The pillar of water shot into the sky, and when it landed, the enormous force of it caused the warship next to Yi Junqing to sink. Immediately after, the enormous creature surfaced once more. Its 9 tentacles swung wildly at the ship beside it. The enormous ship was reduced to wreckage by the water monster's tentacles. Hurry and go in. Yi Junqing, who was completely drenched, brandished the flame soul sword. When he saw Yao Moen run out of the ship, he shouted angrily, "Are you stupid? Turn the ship around. With us here, the enemy won't dare to open fire." The moment the water monster appeared, everyone was stunned by this enormous creature. No one noticed what the people on the ship were wearing. Yao Moen had thought that she really would die here, but if she could die with Yi Junqing, it would be one less regret. It wasn't until Yao Moen accidentally discovered that the soldiers on the ship were dressed somewhat similar to the people of Crimson Flame Country that she rushed out to warn Yi Junqing. You're saying that they're people of Crimson Flame Country? Yi Junqing was shocked. He ordered the few remaining ships to quickly turn around and head towards the enemy ship. If they fought the water monster, they would undoubtedly die. If they collided with the enemy ship, they might have a chance of survival. However, no matter how fast the ships moved, they couldn't compare to the water monster. When Yao Moen saw that the ships behind her were being destroyed one after another, she suddenly thought of Qi Kanglin. She staggered from the deck to the ship's hold. "Kanglin, what time is it already? You're still not willing to speak. Could it be that you really want us to die here?" Yao Moen rushed in front of Qi Kanglin and grabbed his arm with both hands as she shouted with all her might, "Do you regret it?" Qi Kanglin's eyes flashed with a complicated light. He pressed his lips together and asked softly. Yao Moen was slightly shaken when she heard this. She only hesitated for a moment before looking towards the man in front of her with a resolute gaze. "I don't regret it. I won't regret it even if I die. It's just that I'm sorry to you and Meiji." Yao Moen swallowed hard. For some reason, she no longer had the courage to ask Qi Kanglin for help. When Qi Kanglin saw that Yao Moen had resolutely walked out of the hold, a trace of bitterness flashed across his lips. He had endured until now and hadn't made a move, but this was the answer he got. "Although I don't remember you, it's good that I'm here with you." Yao Moen walked to Yi Juanqing's side in despair. The waves made by the water monster crashed over. Yao Moen's entire body was drenched, and the seawater blurred her vision. She could only see Yi Juanqing's figure doing his best to command the ship. Perhaps because he knew that he couldn't escape this calamity, Yi Juanqing finally let go of the flame soul sword in his hand. When he turned around, he met Yao Moen's tearful gaze. "We never thought about taking your lives. I'm sorry." Yi Juanqing looked towards Yao Moen with a bitter smile. There was an indescribable loneliness in his eyes. Actually, just as Yao Moen was about to tell Yi Juanqing the truth, the sound of a flute suddenly rang out. It was mellow and melodious, like the sounds of nature, like the sounds of Sanskrit. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound and saw Chi Kanglin standing at the top of the sail. His clothes were as white as snow, his silver hair flying domineeringly in the howling sea wind. Beneath his sharp brows, his eyes were as deep as an ancient well. At this moment, Chi Kanglin was like a deity that had descended to the mortal world, looking down on the common people with disdain. As the sound of the flute rang out, the water monster chasing after the ship gradually calmed down. It spread its 9 claws and leisurely floated on the water. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the size of the water monster and were even more subdued by Chi Kanglin's flute. Only the beautiful eyes of the person on the other ship were as cold as ice. Why did the great priest save Yi Junqing? Saintess, this matter is very strange. Also, Hong Yi seems to have seen Yao Moen there as well. TSK. Yao Moen's charm truly is boundless. She was actually able to make the great priest betray the cult master. The sudden killing move almost suffocated Yi Hongyi. Huan Luo's eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Yi Hongyi. Listen, the great priest didn't betray the cult master. He was only protecting himself. If you dare to go back and speak nonsense, this saintess can guarantee that heartless technique won't be able to save your life. Huan Luo spoke through clenched teeth. Yi Hongyi wasn't stupid enough to retaliate. He only nodded firmly. Huan Luo withdrew her fingers from Yi Hongyi's neck and looked back. She could clearly see Yao Moen standing on Yi Junqing's ship. Chi Kanglin had grown up in Crimson Flame country, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to stay in the water for an entire day and night. The 9-tailed water monster recognized its master, so there was no way it could harm him. If he wasn't playing the flute to save Yao Moen, what other reason could there be? Men, give the order not to open fire. Attack the ship. Huan Luo refused to let Chi Kanglin do as he wished. With a wave of her hand, 10 warships headed towards Yi Junqing's ship at full speed. When Chi Kanglin saw that the water monster had been subdued, he slowly descended onto the deck like a god and looked towards Yao Moen with a deep gaze. Chapter 6:12. Your acupoints were unsealed a long time ago? Yi Junqing looked towards Chi Kanglin, his eyes cold. Otherwise, would you still be standing here talking to this priest? Yi Junqing, you can disregard your life for Yao Moen, but there's no need for so many people to die with you. You know how powerful Crimson Flame country is. There are more than 100 of these water monsters, so you don't need to waste your energy. Warner, come back with this priest. Chi Kanglin's voice was cold as he reached out to pull Yao Moen, but Yao Moen moved past him. Great priest, Huan Luo and the others are going to attack the ship. Yao Moen instinctively moved towards Yi Junqing, causing Chi Kanglin's hand to freeze awkwardly in the air. Right at this moment, the sound of cannons broke the stalemate. Behind Huan Luo's fleet, several dozen pirate ships charged over at full speed. The cannons were concentrated and Huan Luo's fleet lost more than 10 ships. Lady Saintess, we can't keep fighting. Yi Hongyi also wanted to kill Yi Junqing, but the prerequisite was that he was still alive. This group of pirates was ferocious. If they kept fighting, both sides would suffer, especially since Huan Luo's attitude towards him wasn't friendly. Yi Hongyi couldn't guarantee that Huan Luo wouldn't kill him in the chaos. Retreat. Huan Luo clenched her teeth as she watched her ships get destroyed one by one. In the end, she gave up on attacking and turned back. On the ship, Yao Moen looked at the approaching pirate ships and knew that the situation was hopeless. Even Huan Luo was powerless against them, let alone Yi Junqing's ship that had already been destroyed by the water monsters. Great priest, you know how to swim, right? Let's go. Yao Moen smiled in despair. It was like a red spider lily blooming on the other shore, beautiful to the point of being illusory and beautiful to the point of being able to topple the world. His heart suddenly hurt, as if it was wrapped tightly by threads. Every tug made Chi Kanglin's heart wrench in pain. At the moment of life and death, she still stood by Yi Junqing's side and let him escape alone. Since your acupoints have been unsealed, you can all leave. Yi Junqing turned to stand at the bow of the ship and looked at the approaching pirate ships. Moen, Junqing really misses you. You're really not leaving? Chi Kanglin's voice was filled with disappointment. Yao Moen shook her head, not daring to look Chi Kanglin in the eye. Instead, she turned and walked towards Yi Junqing. So it turned out that Qi Kanglin's acupuncture point had been unsealed a long time ago. So it turned out that he had always had the chance to leave. He didn't even need to care about the water monster, but he didn't leave and even subdued the water monster. Yao Mo Wan's 7 apertures exquisite heart was instantly enlightened. Everything Qi Kanglin did was for her. She owed Qi Kanglin too much. If they continued to flirt, she would let this man down. Yi Junqing was stunned when he saw Yao Moen walking over. "What are you doing? I'll die with you." Yao Moen smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "You're crazy. From start to finish, the person we have loved has always been Yao Moen, not you, Sheng Waner. No matter what we said in Xinxiang, it was all because we thought you were Yao Moen. Since you weren't, then everything was fake. I even used you to kill Qi Kanglin. Have you forgotten all this? Why aren't you leaving yet?" Yi Junqing suddenly felt like there was something wrong with this woman's head. "But I still want to die with you." The smile on Yao Moen's face became even more brilliant and beautiful. Behind her, Qi Kanglin didn't understand where all this went wrong. The current Yao Moen had already forgotten the past, so why was she still so dead set on Yi Junqing? Then what about him? What did he not do well enough? When Yao Moen saw the pirate ship charging over like lightning, she slowly closed her eyes. In this moment of imminent peril, Qi Kanglin rushed forward and reached out to pull Yao Moen back. However, Yi Junqing, who was close to Yao Moen, succeeded first. Regardless of whether it was Yao Moen or not, Yi Junqing couldn't let a woman die in front of him. His hand once again missed. Qi Kanglin looked blankly at Yao Moen, who was hiding behind Yi Junqing. The unswerving determination and unyieldingness on that devastatingly beautiful face caused him to fall into the abyss. In this instant, his love for her deepened. However, what shocked everyone was that the pirate ship didn't charge over as expected. Instead, it stopped in front of Yi Junqing's warship. Right after, they saw a winding red dress descend from the sky like a blooming peony. "So dangerous. My good junior brother, I'm so happy to see that you're still alive." A gentle but not sinister voice suddenly rang out. When Yi Junqing looked over, his heart instantly relaxed. There had never been a moment where he felt that his senior brother was this cute. "Why are you up there?" Yi Junqing's voice was filled with unconcealable surprise. "It's hard to explain in a few words. Why are they here?" The moment Yan Nanxing saw Yao Moen and Qi Kanglin, he instinctively became more vigilant. "It's also hard to explain in a few words." Yi Junqing shook his head with a bitter smile. He was becoming more and more unable to understand the person behind him. "If you guys still don't come back, the ship will leave." On the pirate ship, Ziluo followed Shui Qianma's instructions and shouted loudly. Yan Nanxing shrugged and tilted his head towards Yi Junqing. "Together?" Yi Junqing turned to look towards Yao Moen. "What else? Do you want to leave us here to drown?" "Great. Great shaman. Together?" Yao Moen had seen the moment Qi Kanglin charged over, but what could she do? If she wasn't Yao Moen, perhaps Qi Kanglin would be a very good choice. But right now, besides saying sorry, what else could she say? It seemed like she couldn't even say sorry. And Qi Kanglin didn't refuse. Even though he knew that this path had deviated too much from his original path, he couldn't turn back. In the corner, Meiji immediately saw that red dress and felt a faint pain in her heart. All of her longing was gone. As lowly as she was, she would never be able to stand in front of Yan Nanxing again. After Yan Nanxing led Yi Junqing and the others onto the pirate ship, Shui Qianma raised the sails and several dozen ships sailed towards Penglai Island. When Yao Moen first entered Penglai Island, she was extremely envious. Such extravagance and grandeur really suited her taste. Just what kind of illness does Xiaodi have? This was the reason why Shui Qianma had saved Yi Junqing and the others. While Han Jini was hesitating, Yan Nanxing beat her to it. "This Qi Kanglin is Xiaodi's adoptive father. You'll know what kind of illness Xiaodi has if you ask him." Yan Nanxing very cleverly threw the question to Qi Kanglin. However, he didn't expect that in the next second, his collar would be abruptly grabbed by Shui Qianma. "You dare to deceive me?" A sinister light burst forth from her vicious eyes. Shui Qianma's current expression was extremely shocking. Xiao Di can't smell mustard, not even the slightest bit. Therefore, mustard can't be put in the food he eats. Although Qi Kanglin didn't know why Xiao Di was here, he knew that now wasn't the time to pursue the matter. What a coincidence! Just like Island Master, exclaimed Ziluo in astonishment. That's all? A brilliant light flashed through Shui Qianma's eyes. That's all. Qi Kanglin nodded. Ziluo, take these people down to rest. Shui Qianma didn't stop for a moment and headed straight for her own palace. When they got to her room, Yao Moen and the others finally found out the ins and outs of the matter from Han Jini. Everyone was especially worried when they heard about Shui Qianma's love for Xiao Di. Diao Diao, how could she be so willful? She actually let you take Xiao Di away. Qi Kanglin's brows were tightly furrowed, his voice filled with unconcealable blame. It's Genie's negligence. I never thought that Shui Qianma would have such a hobby. But don't worry, Genie will save Xiao Di even if I have to use up all my cultivation. Han Jini wasn't in the right regarding this matter. In the corner, Meiji stood silently, deep in thought. You're here too? Yin Nanxing glanced at Meiji and walked over out of goodwill. In, replied Meiji coldly. She didn't even lift her eyes. She no longer had any extravagant hopes. Seeing Meiji's cold attitude, Yin Nanxing felt that he was asking for a snub, so he turned around and walked back. When it was 10:00 in the evening, just as everyone was struggling to come up with a plan, Shui Qianma actually appeared with Xiao Di. Godfather? Uncle Genie. Uncle Yin. After not seeing him for more than 10 days, Xiao Di had actually gained a whole circle of weight. It was clear that he was living a very comfortable life. Xiao Di, did she bully you? #### you? When Yin Nanxing saw Xiao Di run over, he rushed up before Han Jini and grabbed Xiao Di. No, Mistress Shui is very good to Xiao Di, but Xiao Di misses you guys. Xiao Di had begged Shui Qianma for a long time and even went on a hunger strike. That was why Shui Qianma had no choice but to bring him over. Qi Kanglin, can I have a word with you? At the door, Shui Qianma looked at Qi Kanglin solemnly. Everyone's gazes turned towards Qi Kanglin, full of hope. After leaving the room, Qi Kanglin slowly followed behind Shui Qianma. Xiao Di said that you picked him up. Qianma wants to know where young Master Qi found this child? Shui Qianma looked at Qi Kanglin with a frosty expression. Island Lord wants to know this? The Crimson Flame country on the sea naturally knew of Shui Qianma, who was the overlord of the sea. In the past, the Crimson Flame country and Penglai Island did not interfere with each other's affairs and got along peacefully. However, after this battle, the hierarch would probably not let it go so easily. That's right. Shui Qianma's gaze was firm. Does Kanglin know the reason? Qi Kanglin was not a curious person, but he still wanted to know everything about Shui Qianma. After all, he might have a conflict with her in the future. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one emerge victorious. If young Master Qi wants to see that woman called Sheng Wan die, then you don't have to tell the truth. Shui Qianma was not a woman who was easily fooled. I picked him up on the sea. When Kanglin returned to the Crimson Flame country, he saw a small boat carrying Xiao Di on the way, so he picked him up. Qi Kanglin did not hide anything. It seems that young Master Qi really cares about that Sheng Wan on the sea. Did Xiao Di have any keepsake on him? Shui Qianma continued. No, even the brocade quilt wrapped around him was ordinary satin, Qi Kanglin recalled. That's his way of doing things. Thank you. Shui Qianma only said a few words of thanks and left alone, leaving Qi Kanglin confused. After dinner, Shui Qianma asked Ziluo to take Xiao Di away, but Xiao Di refused to leave. He grabbed Qi Kanglin and Yin Nanxing's hands and looked at Ziluo with tears in his eyes. Did you guys teach him this? Zigu looked at Qi Kanglin and the others with sullen anger, her voice gradually turning cold. Of course not. No matter how good Island Master is, he's still not family. Yao Mo Wan walked to Xiao Di and reminded him. You guys don't know what's good for you. Island Master saved your lives, but this is how you repay Island Master. If I had known earlier, I would have buried you at the bottom of the sea to feed the fishes. Ziluo glared at Yao Mo Wan. Xiao Di, this Aunt Ziluo is so bad. She actually wanted to throw your godfather and Uncle Yin into the sea to feed the fishes. Yao Mo Wan slowly squatted down next to Xiao Di and muttered, "If you dare throw my godfather, I'll fight you." Xiao Di was naturally on Qi Kanglin's side, so he immediately glared at Ziluo. At this moment, Ziluo gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Yao Mo Wan. "You're still saying you didn't teach him? I'm just repeating your words. That doesn't count." Yao Mo Wan shrugged and smiled innocently. "Just you wait." Ziluo pointed at Yao Mo Wan fiercely, then rushed out the door. Chapter 613. Are you sure Shui Qianma will meet you? Qi Kanglin looked at Yao Moan suspiciously. "We have to try even if there's a chance. It's better than sitting around and waiting for death." Yao Moan wasn't sure either. However, after listening to Qi Kanglin's story, it seemed that Shui Qianma cared a lot about Qi Shodi's background. Since she liked children so much, Yao Moan guessed that Shui Qianma had children before, but they weren't by her side. Yao Moan originally thought that she would have to go through a lot of trouble to see Shui Qianma. She didn't expect that Ziluo would bring Yao Moan out of the room around 5. When Yao Moan saw Shui Qianma again, she was playing with the children. When she saw the 100 or so children surrounding her, Yao Moan was slightly shocked. Shui Qianma's smile was like the spring breeze and rain, gentle and tranquil. It was completely different from her ice-cold appearance. "Island Lord, Shang Wan is here." Ziluo's attitude towards Yao Moan wasn't friendly. Yao Moan understood this very well. "Ziluo, play with the children." Shui Qianma stroked the little boy next to her. Then she got up and glanced at Yao Moan before walking out of the palace. Yao Moan naturally followed after her. Shui Qianma didn't make a sound along the way. She just walked to the back of the palace and stopped in front of a thatched hut that didn't match the magnificent Phoenix Palace. This is the place where Si was born. Although it's been 7 years, this island lord can't bear to tear it down. Shui Qianma's voice was filled with desolation and helplessness. Yao Moan looked at the thatched hut in front of her. This really shouldn't be a place where a new life was born. Back then, Qianma got pregnant out of wedlock and became the laughingstock of everyone on the island. My father was the overlord of the sea. He naturally couldn't keep his face when something like this happened to his daughter. Thus, Si became a life that shouldn't exist. Shui Qianma smiled bitterly as she walked into the thatched hut. Yao Moan felt an indescribable pain in her heart when she saw the figure that had fallen. The sudden pain almost made her fall. "Is something the matter?" Shui Qianma looked back and asked suspiciously. "No, I just feel that it's a very tragic story." Yao Moan smiled and followed Shui Qianma into the thatched hut. "From the moment I was pregnant with Si, father locked me up here. As long as I drank the abortion medicine, he would let me out at any time. However, right before I gave birth, I stubbornly insisted on giving birth to Si. At the time, only the wet nurse was with me. I can still vaguely remember the moment Si was about to give birth, that crisp cry." Yao Moan's chest tightened when she saw the tears in Shui Qianma's eyes. She could barely breathe. "Where's the child?" Yao Moan asked softly. "That's all. Due to overexertion, I fainted after giving birth to Si. When I woke up, the child was gone and the wet nurse was also gone. I went to father to ask for her, but he only told me that the child was dead and that he had sent the wet nurse to the eastern continent. Can you imagine the despair and anger I felt at the time?" Shui Qianma's sparkling eyes slowly turned towards Yao Moan.
Yes.
Yao Moan's reply was as firm as a blade. This surprised Shui Qianma a little. Perhaps. Yao Moan saw doubt in Shui Qianma's eyes, but Yao Moan could really feel the heart-wrenching pain Shui Qianma felt. It was as if this had happened to her before. "You adopted so many children because you wanted to cherish the memory of your Si. Yao Moan wanted to reach out to comfort Shui Qianma, but in the end, she put her hand down. This kind of bone-deep pain, no amount of comfort would be of any use. It's not cherishing, it's searching. Mother and son are connected by heart. I always felt that Si didn't die. After I replaced father as the master of Penglai Island, I searched everywhere for the wet nurse. I didn't care how many people I used. Fortunately, the heavens had eyes and let me find the wet nurse. It turns out that back then, father ordered the wet nurse to strangle the child after I gave birth. The wet nurse pitied me, so she secretly put the child on a boat and pushed it out of Penglai Island. If a passerby found the child, it meant that the child wasn't fated to die. After father found out, he thought that it was impossible for a child to survive on the sea alone, so he spared the wet nurse's life. Shui Qianma recounted the past in a voice as calm as a pool of stagnant water. All the pirates who had experienced the fight for the master back then were still shocked by Shui Qianma's domineering decisiveness when they recalled the past. So, you suspect that Xiao Di is your child? Yao Moen looked at Shui Qianma in disbelief. She didn't expect this at all. It's very possible, but I didn't dare to continue asking. I was afraid that the date Qi Kanglin mentioned would be too different from the date I gave birth to Ci. I was afraid that once all hope was extinguished, I wouldn't have the courage to continue living. The current Shui Qianma was so helpless that it made one's heart ache. Then what if it is? Have you ever thought about what kind of happiness that would be? Island Master, if you don't know how to verify it, Wan has a way. From a bystander's point of view, Yao Moen had 10,000 reasons to believe that Xiao Di was the child who had been pushed out of Penglai Island all those years ago. Of course, if it wasn't, then Shui Qianma would have to give up. It wouldn't be good to just let her keep Xiao Di on the island. There had to be an end to this. In the main hall of Phoenix Palace, Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, and the others stood on the left and right. Right now, there were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in front of Shui Qianma and Qi Kanglin. The two of them stood with their backs to each other. Everyone, write down the time. Yao Moen and Shui Qianma agreed that if the time Qi Kanglin wrote down was less than 10 days away from the time Shui Qianma wrote down, then they were willing to leave Xiao Di on Penglai Island until Shui Qianma found out the truth. If the time difference was more than a month, Shui Qianma would send Yao Moen and the others back to Eastern Continent and allow them to take Xiao Di with them. Everyone knew that a newborn baby drifting alone on a ship, no matter how lucky, wouldn't be able to live for more than 10 days. At this time, the main hall was silent. Everyone's gazes fell on Shui Qianma and Qi Kanglin. Meanwhile, Xiao Di was leaning in Han Geni's embrace, watching everything in a daze. No one had told him that this was the moment that would decide his fate. Qi Kanglin and Shui Qianma had already put down their brushes. Yao Moen walked in front of Shui Qianma first, picked up the paper, and walked to the center. On the other side, Ziluo also picked up the paper in front of Qi Kanglin. When the two pieces of paper appeared in front of everyone at the same time, the hall was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by the two times in front of them. They were actually exactly the same. How is it? Shui Qianma stood by the table apprehensively. When she saw everyone's expressions, she couldn't help but feel her throat tighten. Island Lord, it's the same. The two times are exactly the same. Xiao Di is your son. Your biological son. Ziluo's voice broke the silence in the hall. When she heard this result, Shui Qianma staggered to the two pieces of rice paper and saw that the time she had written was exactly the same as the time on Qi Kanglin's rice paper. Almost at the same time, Shui Qianma abruptly turned around and looked at Xiao Di with tears streaming down her face. Her body couldn't stop trembling. Xiao Di, she's your biological mother. Go. Han Genie reluctantly let go of Xiao Di, but she was very happy inside. Which child in the world didn't want to return to their mother's embrace? Mother. Xiao Di looked at his birthday written on the two pieces of paper and then looked at Shui Qianma's tear-stained eyes. He seemed to realize what had happened and involuntarily walked towards Shui Qianma. See, Mother missed you so much. It's been 7 years. Mother has been looking for you every day. Mother knows that you didn't die. That's great. Thank the heavens. Thank all of you. Shui Qianma rushed forward and hugged Xiao Di tightly in her arms. She let her tears flow freely. She was extremely happy. Mother? Are you really Xiao Di's mother? The mother that Xiao Di wanted to find even in his dreams? That's great. Xiao Di also has mother's love. Mother, don't lose Xiao Di again, all right? This scene was too emotional. Yao Moen felt a chill on her face, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Shui Qianma found her son, and Xiao Di found his mother. The happy result was that Shui Qianma agreed to send Yao Moen and the others back to Eastern Continent. That night, after Xiao Di fell asleep in Shui Qianma's bedroom, Yao Moen was brought to the side hall by Zi Luo. Many thanks. Shui Qianma was different after finding her son. Her eyes were filled with kindness. Island Lord is too kind. Wan didn't actually do anything. It's just that Xiao Di is a pitiful child. Island Lord must do your best to compensate him in the future. Yao Moen liked Xiao Di from the bottom of her heart. Now that Xiao Di had his own mother, he naturally wouldn't leave with them. This made Yao Moen feel somewhat regretful. Of course. Shui Qianma poured a cup of water and pushed it in front of Yao Moen. Her voice was gentle and tranquil. Actually, Wan'er has a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Yao Moen looked towards Shui Qianma hesitantly. Xiao Di's father? I don't know. 7 years ago, I snuck out of Penglai Island and went to Eastern Continent to play alone. However, in a deep forest, that man was probably poisoned by an aphrodisiac. I could feel that he was in pain, but he didn't want to hurt me too deeply. However, I was really scared back then. Shui Qianma pursed her lips bitterly. She could only blame her bad luck for encountering this kind of thing. You didn't see that person's face clearly? He didn't even leave a token behind? Yao Moen felt that this was unimaginable. With Shui Qianma's martial arts, she shouldn't have given in so easily. Yao Moen had no idea that 7 years ago, Shui Qianma's martial arts could only be described as flowery but impractical. No, that person was masked and there were people chasing after him. That's why he ran after detoxifying the poison. Ridiculous, right? However, there really was a token. It was a jade pendant that he dropped before he left. Even now, Shui Qianma felt like she was dreaming. You don't hate him? A trace of pity appeared in Yao Moen's eyes. I hated him at first, but it faded after a long time. Now that I've found Ci'er, I'll let the past go with the wind. Shui Qianma's heart was much broader than Yao Moen imagined. If it was Yao Moen, she wouldn't even be satisfied with tearing that despicable thief into pieces. After returning to her room, the more Yao Moen thought about it, the angrier she got. She felt like she had to do something for Shui Qianma. Thus, during breakfast the next day, Yao Moen roughly told everyone what happened to Shui Qianma 7 years ago. Cough cough. Aphrodisiac? The one who had the biggest reaction was Yin Nansheng. When he heard about the aphrodisiac, he even spat out everything in his mouth. The pitiful Yao Moen was sitting in front of Yin Nansheng. Why are you so agitated? Everyone was puzzled by Yin Nansheng's abnormal reaction. No, nothing. Yin Nansheng pretended to eat calmly and didn't say anything else after that. Originally, Yao Moen and Shui Qianma had agreed to leave Penglai Island in 3 days. But on the 3rd day, Shui Qianma hadn't prepared a ship to take them off the island. Not only that, one of them had also gone missing. Godfather, Uncle Genie, it's bad. Uncle Yin has been hung up by Mother. Just as everyone was looking for Yin Nansheng, Qi Xiaodi suddenly ran in and said something shocking. Hung up? Where? Yao Moen looked towards Qi Xiaodi with a frown. The expressions of Yi Junqing and the others changed. Could it be that Shui Qianma was going back on her word? He's right outside Feng Palace. Hurry and go. Mother is still saying that she wants to kill Uncle Yin. Qi Xiaodi anxiously pulled Qi Kanglin and the others out of the room. It was just as Qi Xiaodi had said. Outside Feng Palace, Yin Nansheng was currently tied up and hung on a copper pillar that was over 7 zhang tall. His red robes flapped in the sea breeze. Island Master Shui, what is the meaning of this? When Yi Junqing saw his senior brother hanging in the air, he took a step forward and asked solemnly. Chapter 6:14. Who are you to him? Shui Qianma's eyes were cold and emotionless. Junior brother, said Yi Junqing sternly. Come, tie him up and hang him up. As soon as Yi Junqing said this, the pirates behind Shui Qianma suddenly stepped forward. Just as both sides were about to fight, Yin Nansheng suddenly opened his mouth. Everything is Yin Nansheng's, fault. It has nothing to do with them. Nansheng can be hit and scolded by you. Even if I have to compensate you with my life, I won't have any regrets. I just beg you to let them go. Yin Nansheng's voice was slightly hoarse, perhaps because he was hanging. Island Master, could you explain clearly what wrong Yin Nansheng has committed? Yao Moen walked over to Yi Junqing and looked towards Shui Qianma in confusion. Ziluo, take Qi Xiudi out to play. Shui Qianma didn't say anything and just sent Qi Xiudi away. Only after Qi Xiudi left did Shui Qianma look towards Yao Moen. As Qi Xiudi's father, do you guys think he's in the wrong? Shui Qianma's voice was very soft, but it was like thunder. Just this one sentence was enough to shut everyone up. Yao Moen and the others froze in place. Han Jini was the first to break the stalemate. Beast! Han Jini strode to the front of the bronze pillar and raised his head to look at Yin Nansheng. Then, his eyes revealed a look of disdain as he gave Yin Nansheng these two words. Worse than a beast. Qi Kanglin felt that Han Jini's scolding was too light. Beast. Yao Moen never would have imagined that Yin Nansheng was Qi Xiudi's father. This result shocked her greatly. Junqing is ashamed to have a senior brother like this. Yi Junqing actually really pretended to wipe his sweat and leave. Only Mei Ji, who had been following them, silently retreated. When they returned to their rooms, everyone agreed that no matter how much Shui Qianma tormented Yin Nansheng, she wouldn't take his life. After all, Yin Nansheng was Qi Xiudi's father. Because of this, Yao Moen and the others immediately decided to sever all relations with Yin Nansheng and tell Shui Qianma that they didn't know him. What surprised Yao Moen was that Shui Qianma was also reasonable and said that she would still follow the original agreement and send them off Penglai Island. Thus, after lunch, Yao Moen and the others sat on the boat Shui Qianma had prepared for them and left Penglai Island. Although they knew that Yin Nansheng's future wouldn't be good, on the other hand, it was still gratifying that Qi Xiudi had finally found his parents. Ever since Huan Luo returned from the battle with Yi Junqing, she had blamed her defeat on the pirates. She had downplayed the matter of Qi Kanglin playing the flute. However, Huan Luo was unable to overcome this obstacle. She spent all her time drinking and getting drunk in the Holy Maiden's residence. Saintess, why do you have to do this? The high priest threw away the pearls and picked up the stones. That's because he was blind. You're as pure as ice and as clean as jade, and you're an outstanding beauty. There are countless men who admire you. Even without the high priest's favor, you're still the most beautiful woman in the Red Flame Nation. In the bedroom of the Holy Maiden's residence, Yi Hongyi was looking at Huan Luo attentively with a smile on his face. The word beast on his forehead was especially fitting for Yi Hongyi's current expression. There was a crisp slap. Yi Hongyi held his swollen cheek, but the smile on his face didn't change. If a few slaps can make Saintess feel better, then Hongyi doesn't mind if Saintess hits me a few more times. Yi Hongyi walked forward humbly and waved his sleeve, dodging the wine cup in Huan Luo's hand. Scram! You think you're worthy of comforting this Saintess? You're not even a man. Scram! Huan Luo looked at Yi Hongyi disdainfully, then abruptly raised her hand and drained the wine in one gulp. Since that's the case, Hongyi won't disturb Saintess's rest any longer. When Yi Hongyi saw Huan Luo drink the wine mixed with 5 minerals powder, his lips curved in a strange smile. After Yi Hongyi left the bedroom, a man dressed in black walked over quietly from outside the door. I think it's best if I go back. The man looked at Yi Hongyi, his entire body trembling. Go back? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If you don't grasp it, it'll be hard for you to get close to Huan Luo in the future. Didn't you like her for 10 years? 10 years isn't enough for you to take this step? Ghost Pestle, if I was still a man, you wouldn't have a chance to do something like this? As Yi Hongyi spoke coldly, the Ghost Pestle's figure had already darted into Huan Luo's room. Yi Hongyi's thin lips curved into a mischievous smile as he closed the door tightly. Huan Luo, Ghost Pestle, from now on, don't even think about escaping from me, Yi Hongyi, for the rest of your lives. Inside the room, Huan Luo raised the wine pot, but didn't pour out a single drop. Wine. Someone, bring the wine. Huan Luo abruptly flung the wine pot away and stood up unsteadily. When she looked up, she saw a familiar figure appear in front of her. Kanglin? Kanglin, you're back? You're finally back. Huan Luo's eyes were blurry from drunkenness, and her cheeks were flushed red. She looked like a seductive fairy. Ghost Pestle, who was wearing Qi Kanglin's mask, was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Huan Luo. Ghost Pestle tried his best to imitate Qi Kanglin's voice. He swallowed hard as he approached the beauty that he had been thinking about day and night. Kanglin, you love me? don't you? Yao Moen is just a lowly commoner. She doesn't deserve your love. The 5 minerals powder gradually took effect. Huan Luo couldn't suppress the desire in her heart anymore and threw herself into Ghost Pestil's arms. I love you. I've always loved you. Ghost Pestil's body instantly stiffened when he touched Huan Luo's delicate and graceful figure. A certain part of his body rapidly swelled up, causing him unbearable pain. Huan Luo knows that you love me. Kanglin, everything I have is yours. Don't leave me again. Okay? Huan Luo's arm slowly climbed up the Ghost Pestil's neck, and her red lips brushed past the Ghost Pestil's ear. All right, I'll never leave you. Ghost Pestil could no longer control his remaining rationality. He carried Huan Luo and strode to the soft bed. On the bed, Huan Luo's enchanting body was twisting like a snake. She looked at Ghost Pestil with her charming eyes. Ghost Pestil could not resist such temptation. He immediately took off his pants and tore off Huan Luo's clothes. Ghost Pestil gulped hard when he saw Huan Luo's fair skin being exposed to the air. He placed both of his hands on Huan Luo's ample breasts and started massaging them forcefully. Kanglin, be gentle. Perhaps Ghost Pestil was using too much force. Huan Luo still felt the pain even though she was poisoned by the 5 minerals powder. Ghost Pestil was no longer in the mood to indulge in lust. He jumped onto Huan Luo's body and started moving rhythmically without any warning. Huan Luo had been chaste for more than 20 years for Qi Kanglin's sake. Now, she was being mercilessly possessed by Ghost Pestil. I'm sorry. Huan Luo, I'm sorry. I was too anxious. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt soon. Ghost Pestil was not satisfied after venting his anger. He slowed down and placed his lips on Huan Luo's earlobe. He licked and kissed it, slowly relieving Huan Luo's discomfort. Huan Luo's expression gradually relaxed. Her consciousness was completely occupied by the 5 minerals powder. 2 bodies were entangled on the bed, each taking what they needed. After some time, Huan Luo felt a sharp pain on her forehead. She slowly opened her eyes when she raised her hand. It hurts. Just when Huan Luo was about to get up, she suddenly felt as if her legs were filled with lead. A tearing pain came from somewhere. Huan Luo subconsciously pulled the quilt away. Her heart suddenly turned cold. Chapter 6:15. When Huan Luo saw her naked body covered in bruises, she immediately understood what had happened. This was especially so when she saw the pool of blood beneath her. Her mind went blank. How could this be? Huan Luo got up in terror and hurriedly pulled on her clothes. When she saw the marks on the bed, she gritted her teeth. Just who was it? When the ship reached the shore, Yao Moen immediately noticed something and grabbed the person at the helm. This is Eastern Continent? Who said this was Eastern Continent? The person at the helm shrugged. This is Crimson Flame Country? Asked Yao Moen confidently. Yes, Island Master told me to send you here. We've already reached Crimson Flame Country. You can leave now, urged the person at the helm. No, just send us back to Eastern Continent, even to Penglai Island. Women were creatures that couldn't be offended. Yao Moen had overestimated Shui Qianma's tolerance. When the person at the helm saw that Yao Moen wouldn't let go, he flung Yao Moen's hand away in disgust. The island lord said that you can either be thrown into the Red Flame Country or thrown into the sea. You can choose. The person at the helm narrated what Shui Qianma had told them. We choose to steal the ship, said Yao Moen seriously. Offend Penglai Island? Unless you don't want to live anymore. Hurry and get off the ship, we're leaving. The person at the helm didn't waste any more words. He pushed Yao Moen away and steered the ship away. When Yao Moen saw that the ship was getting further and further away, she walked in front of Qi Kanglin. You saw through it all along, didn't you? Yao Moen glared at him. Those who betray the cult master all die very unsightly deaths. Sheng Wanner, watch your words. From now on, you'll be surrounded by people from Crimson Flame Country. There's no lack of Imperial cult members among them. If you're smart enough, you should know what to do. Qi Kanglin had seen through this long ago, but he didn't say anything. When Yao Moen saw Qi Kanglin leave indifferently, she stomped her feet in anger. Since we're here, We also want to meet Crimson Flame Emperor and that cult master. We want to see what other abilities they have aside from those sea monsters to dare threaten to swallow Eastern Continent. There's also Moen. Even if we have to leave, we have to take Moen with us, said Yi Junqing sternly. Then he followed Qikanglan towards the mainland. I never expected to be able to see such a large piece of land on the ocean. It's extremely rare. Han Jinny sighed with emotion as she followed after Yi Junqing. There wasn't the slightest hint of fear on her face. When the three men walked far away, Yao Moen finally let out a long sigh. What do we do now? Asked Meiji worriedly as she slowly walked to Yao Moen's side. What else can we do? Let's go. Yao Moen shook her head. The journey from the shore to the capital of Crimson Flames country took about 2 days and 2 nights. So that night, Yao Moen and the others found an inn to rest at. That night, a cool breeze blew gently. Yao Moen didn't feel sleepy at all. She originally wanted to come out to get some fresh air, but when she opened the door, she saw that the light in Meiji's room was also on, so she tried to open the door. Can't sleep? The door wasn't bolted, so when Yao Moen walked in, Meiji was using a silver pick to pick up the candle flame in a daze. Isn't Master also not sleeping? Meiji subconsciously put down the silver pick and slowly got up. In the end, this isn't the territory of Eastern Continent, so even if I sleep, I won't be able to rest well. What about you? Are you thinking about Yin Nanxing? Don't worry, Shui Qianma is only using him to vent her anger. Once she's done venting, their family of 3 should be happy and harmonious. When Yi Hongyi saw that Huan Luo wanted to kill him to silence him, he abruptly attacked Huan Luo and released her restraints. If Lord Holy Maiden doesn't care about the fact that you lost your virginity after Hongyi dies, then Lord Holy Maiden can kill Hongyi. Hongyi definitely won't retaliate. Yi Hongyi looked at Huan Luo with a strange expression in his eyes as his thin lips curled into a smile. What do you mean? Huan Luo's gaze turned cold as she looked towards Yi Hongyi. Although Hong Yi wasn't the one who did that amorous affair last night, Hong Yi saw it from start to finish. Not only that, Hong Yi also recognized that person, said Yi Hongyi indifferently. His cold eyes were filled with unbridled provocation. You deserve to die. I knew it was you. Huan Luo immediately understood and killing intent surged in her eyes. Chapter 616. Hongyi advises the Saintess to think thrice before acting. If you kill Hongyi, everyone in the Red Flame Nation will know how seductive and tender the Saintess is in bed, and how slutty and shy she is. Yi Hongyi revealed a sinister expression as he looked at Huan Luo with a cold snort. His words were like knives stabbing into Huan Luo's heart. Yi Hongyi, what do you want? Huan Luo never imagined that she would fall into Yi Hongyi's hands. Her heart ached. Nothing. Actually, Hongyi and Lady Holy Maiden have the same thoughts. Yao Moen deserves to die. Yi Junqing deserves to die. Yi Hongyi smiled coldly at Huan Luo. Just who is that person? In Huan Luo's heart, the ones who deserved to die the most were Yi Hongyi and that brute who sullied her innocence. That's not important. As long as Hongyi is safe, that person will never appear. Yi Hongyi naturally understood what Huan Luo was thinking. Yi Hongyi, how dare you? You actually dare to scheme against this Saintess. One day, this holy maiden will make you regret this. Huan Luo shouted through clenched teeth. Veins popped out on her fists. According to the spy, Qikanglan, Yao Moen, and Yi Junqing have already entered Crimson Flame country. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll arrive at the capital tomorrow. Hongyi doesn't have any other requests. I just want Sect Master to punish Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Hongyi isn't like them, thinking of so many tricks just to get revenge. I just want those 2 to die. Yi Hongyi looked towards Huan Luo coldly. You want this holy maiden to speak in front of Sect Master? Yi Hongyi, you want to use this holy maiden as a tool? Huan Luo pursed her lips, her eyes cold. If Lady Holy Maiden insists on thinking that way, then Hongyi can't do anything about it. However, Hongyi hopes that Lady Holy Maiden can help Hongyi this time. Otherwise, Yi Hongyi hesitated, his lips curling into a playful smile. Yi Hongyi, Huan Luo abruptly waved her sleeves and the jade table beside her instantly broke into two. There's no need for Lady Saintess to vent your anger on an inanimate object. If you hit me, Hong Yi definitely won't move a single step. Yi Hongyi pointed at his chest, his eyes as dark as ink. After struggling for a long time, Huan Luo finally flicked her sleeves and left. As Yi Hongyi watched Huan Luo leave, a sinister light shone in his eyes. Now that he controlled Huan Luo, he was one step closer to his revenge. The night fog was boundless, and the stars in the vast blue dome of heaven flickered with a hazy brilliance. It was so blurry and dreamy that it felt unreal. It was like Qi Kanglin in the forest, his silver hair fluttering in a beautiful arc, so beautiful that it made people sigh. "What's up?" Yao Mo Wan stood silently at the back, feeling rather hesitant. Towards some people, she could be black-bellied and have no boundaries, but towards Qi Tsonglan, she really didn't want to hurt him in the slightest. "I'm fine." Yao Moen forced a smile. She had originally wanted to ask him to plead on Yi Juanqing's behalf, but when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't bring herself to say them. "Are you worried about Yi Juanqing's safety?" Yao Moen's face turned slightly red when she heard Qi Tsonglan's words. She could only walk over. "Wana just doesn't want Yi Juanqing to die," said Yao Moen bluntly. If she continued to beat around the bush, it would seem like she was being unreasonable. Sect Master might not let Yi Juanqing go. If you talk too much, Sect Master might not be able to tolerate you. Qi Tsonglan's words were extremely blunt. The meaning behind his words was that Yao Moen's silence was golden. Is there no other way? Yao Moen turned to look towards Qi Tsonglan. The gentle moonlight seemed to coat Qi Tsonglan's cheeks with a layer of silver radiance. Just his side profile was enough to topple all living things. "No," replied Qi Tsonglan resolutely. "Then Waner can only accompany Yi Juanqing in death." Yao Moen smiled bitterly, a trace of loneliness flashing through her eyes. "Then what about me?" A clear voice floated over. Qi Tsonglan turned and walked in front of Yao Moen. His deep eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples, but there was a strong heat in them. Yao Moen's heart instantly lost its rhythm. Yao Moen looked at the man in front of her blankly. Anyone would be moved by a person as handsome as a god. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest." Before Yao Moen could respond, Qi Tsonglan had already tapped his foot and floated away like he was riding the wind. In the night sky, a beautiful silhouette that was comparable to moonlight suddenly appeared. Even after Qi Tsonglan had walked far away, Yao Moen still stood there in a daze. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. At that time, Qi Tsonglan's gaze was too deep, too blurred, causing her heart to ache faintly. She didn't want to hurt this kind of a mortal-like man, but in the end, she didn't get what she wanted. "Why are you like this for us?" A deep voice rang out from behind her as Yi Juanqing walked over step by step. Yao Moen took a deep breath. When she turned around, her smile was like a flower. "Because I like you." Yao Moen's tone was clearly teasing. "But Jin only has Moen in my heart. Jin will not be moved by any other woman besides Yao Moen. Even if they look exactly the same, it's still impossible." On the way here, Yi Juanqing could feel the sincerity of this woman in front of him. Especially on the warship, her determination to share life and death with him had shaken Yi Juanqing. But what could this change? These words are truly hurtful. Fortunately, Waner's skin isn't that thin. Otherwise, I'd have to find a crooked tree to hang myself. The more Yi Juanqing acted like this, the more at ease Yao Moen felt. Being unswervingly loved by this kind of man, what more could she ask for? Yao Moen smiled faintly as she walked around Yi Juanqing and returned to the inn. Yi Juanqing was left standing there, unsure of what to do. Just as Yi Hongyi expected, the next day at noon, Qi Tsonglan and the others had just entered the capital when a group of people from the imperial sect greeted them. Rather than saying they greeted them, it was more accurate to say that they were there to capture Han Jini and Yi Juanqing. Sect Master has ordered Great Priest and Holy Maiden Wan to immediately head to the main altar. Han Jini and Yi Juanqing are to be detained in the dungeon. The person in the lead was one of the 4 great protectors of the imperial sect, Luo Shag. "Why don't we first settle the 2 of them in this holy maiden's residence?" Wan will naturally explain this to Sect Master. How could Yao Moen let them take Yi Junqing away like this? Sect Master's orders, forgive me for not being able to comply. Luo Sha knew Yao Moen's identity, so his tone wasn't respectful at all. Just as Luo Sha was about to make a move, a cold light flashed. Immediately after, Luo Sha covered his shoulder with his left hand and retreated a few steps in pain. Did you not hear Lady Holy Maiden's words clearly? Lady Holy Maiden will naturally report this matter to Sect Master. All of you withdraw. A clear voice came from above them. As Yao Moen expected, Diao Jiao appeared in front of everyone. Her delicate little face was as beautiful as a spring flower. Master, don't worry. Diao Jiao will first take Han Jini and Yi Junqing back to the Holy Maiden's residence. Let's see who dares to stop us. Luo Shan naturally knew Diao Jiao's identity, so he could only swallow his anger and withdraw. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing and Han Jini follow Diao Jiao back to the residence, her tightly clenched heart calmed down slightly. However, now that she saw Sikong Mu, how was she supposed to protect Yi Junqing's life? Let's go. We shouldn't make Sect Master wait too long. While Yao Moen was deep in thought, Qi Kanglin had already walked over. His voice was as gentle as jade and didn't contain the slightest hint of emotion. When Qi Kanglin and Yao Moen walked into the main altar, Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi were already on the left and right. On top of the huge python, Sikong Mu was still dressed in black robes and his golden mask was as cold as ice. Kanglin greets Sect Master. Wan greets Sect Master. When they entered the main altar again, Yao Moen was much calmer. The night pearls and the pair of yellow eyes on the python's head no longer gave her any visual impact. Chapter 617. Has Yi Junqing been escorted back to the dungeon by Rakshasa? Sikong Mu's cold voice floated over. Yao Moen's heart trembled slightly. She knew that Sikong Mu already knew everything. Just as Yao Moen was about to speak, Qi Kanglin stepped forward. Reporting to Sect Master, Yi Junqing has already been escorted to the Holy Maiden Manor. This is Kanglin's intention. Yao Moen was shocked that Qi Kanglin was willing to help her out. In the forest, he hadn't made any promises to her. Reason? Sikong Mu's voice contained a hint of anger. Yao Moen couldn't help but sweat for Qi Kanglin. Reason is, as Qi Kanglin spoke, Yao Moen suddenly felt a gust of wind blow past her, and then her vision fell into darkness. The moment Yao Moen's body was about to fall, Qi Kanglin flashed and pulled her into his arms. When Huan Luo saw how gently Qi Kanglin held Yao Moen in his arms, the flames of jealousy in Huan Luo's heart burrowed into her limbs like a viper. Reason is that Kanglin suspects that the effects of the phoenix tears are still present. Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi were both shocked by Qi Kanglin's words. Sect Master, since High Priest suspects that Yao Moen has recovered her memories, this woman can't be left alive, said Yi Hongyi impatiently. Yao Moen's contributions cannot go unnoticed. Kanglin believes that Yao Moen has value in existence. Qi Kanglin's voice was cold and his expression was calm. Sect Master, Hongyi understands this woman very well. She's crafty and sinister. If she finds out that she's Yao Moen, she'll definitely do something harmful to Crimson Flame Country. Just like how she destroyed Great Chu back then, it's very likely that she'll become a stumbling block to Crimson Flame Country's unification of Eastern Continent. How dare you compare your stupidity to Sect Master's wisdom? Qi Kanglin looked towards Yi Hongyi with a warning in his eyes. Hongyi doesn't dare. Yi Hongyi saw the killing intent in Qi Kanglin's eyes and immediately retreated to the side. Before he was fully fledged, he shouldn't make too many enemies. Cult Master Huan Luo also believes that Yao Moen's existence isn't worth much. Of course, if Great Priest feels that there's a need for her to live, he could have used Yi Hongyi to test the effects of the phoenix tears. Why would there be a need for Yi Junqing? Her eyes swept over Qi Kanglin's hand that was holding Yao Moen's hand, and a chill flashed through her heart. When she just entered the main altar, Yao Moen didn't even look at Yi Hongyi once. Regardless of whether the phoenix tears have lost their effect or not, Yao Moen wouldn't lose her sense of propriety in front of Yi Hongyi. Otherwise, when Yao Moen was made a consort in Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi wouldn't have doted on her so much. Cheat Song Lan spoke the truth that no one could refute. It's just as Great Shaman said, Yao Moen is so shrewd. Leaving her alive will only be a disaster. Furthermore, in front of her hatred, she didn't give the slightest clue. In front of her love, she can also pretend to be a fool. Isn't that her forte? Huan Luo said aggressively. Kanglin feels that. Just as Cheat Song Lan was about to retort, Sikong Mu finally spoke up. Yao Moen can stay, but Yi Junqing is to be placed under house arrest in the Holy Maiden Manor. If there's anything strange, kill him on the spot. Sikong Mu's voice stopped Cheat Song Lan and Huan Luo from arguing. After leaving the main altar, Huan Luo hurriedly chased after Cheat Song Lan. Kanglin, I want to talk to you. Huan Luo looked towards Cheat Song Lan with eyes filled with hope as she pleaded. Let's change the time. This shaman wants to send Waner back, said Cheat Song Lan indifferently, then left without any hesitation. As Huan Luo looked at Cheat Song Lan's figure that was as cold as ice, her knuckles cracked. The current Cheat Song Lan has already been bewitched by Yao Moen. Even if the Holy Maiden still has a pure body, he still wouldn't give her a second glance. Yi Hongyi's words had a double meaning, causing Huan Luo to look at him coldly. All right, Hongyi won't talk too much. However, Holy Maiden Huan Luo's performance today wasn't bad. Keep up the good work. Yi Hongyi smiled sinisterly, then turned to leave. When Cheat Song Lan carried Yao Moen back to the Holy Maiden Manor, Jiao Jiao was telling Han Jini and Yi Junqing not to leave the Holy Maiden Manor no matter what. Jiao Jiao was aware of how xenophobic Crimson Flame Country was. Even if the two of them weren't weak, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. This was especially true during these critical times, so drawing too much attention wasn't a good thing. Master, what's wrong? Asked Jiao Jiao worriedly when she saw the unconscious Yao Moen. Bring me a cup of water. As Cheat Song Lan spoke, he carefully helped Yao Moen onto a chair, then took the cup of water Jiao Jiao handed over. He dipped his hand in the water and tapped Yao Moen's acupuncture point. A short while later, she slowly opened her eyes. What happened? Where's Yi Junqing? Yao Moen called out anxiously. Jun is fine. Yao Moen's gaze moved past Qi Kanglin, who was standing in front of her, and landed on Yi Junqing. Seeing that Yi Junqing was fine, Yao Moen let out a long sigh of relief. When Yao Moen's gaze returned, she saw the deep, indelible sorrow in Qi Kanglin's eyes. It's a good thing you're here, said Yao Moen hesitantly. Even if no one had told her, she knew that Cheat Song Lan's contributions couldn't go unnoticed for Yi Junqing to be safe. I'll be staying at the Holy Maiden Manor for this period of time. Cheat Song Lan placed the teacup on the table, then turned to look at Yi Junqing meaningfully before leaving with large strides. Jenny, you said that Xiao Di found her biological mother and father. Is that true? Jiao Jiao deliberately pulled Han Jini out after Cheat Song Lan left. Only Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were left in the main hall. You saw Sikong Mu? What did he say? Even though Yi Junqing hadn't shown the slightest bit of fear on the way here, he knew that now that he was in Crimson Flame Nation's territory, he was like fish on a chopping block. His life and death weren't in his hands. The reason he was calm was because he wanted to see Yao Moen. It had been half a year, so he couldn't be sure if Yao Moen was still alive or not. If the results weren't satisfactory, why would he be afraid of death? Waner didn't say anything. It was the high priest who pleaded for you guys to stay at Waner's Holy Maiden Manor for now. When Yao Moen saw the determination in Yi Junqing's eyes, she suddenly had a thought. Should she tell Yi Junqing about her past? She hadn't said it at the time because Yi Junqing's life wasn't in danger and she didn't want to alert him. But now, if she continued to hide it, she would be harming Yi Junqing. But how should she say it? How should she prove it? In the Ghost Manor, the moment Gue Pestle saw Yi Junyi, he rushed over. How is Huan Luo? Is she unhappy? Gue Pestle didn't ask. There was no woman in this world who would be happy after being defiled. Why are you in such a hurry? Where's the surprise you promised me? Yi Hongyi wasn't in a good mood. He couldn't help but feel uneasy about not being able to kill Yi Junqing and Yao Moen. I'll naturally give you what I promised you. A few days ago, Master left Crimson Flame Country. It's very likely that he went to find Sister Ghost. Follow me. As Gue Pestle spoke, He brought Yi Hongyi into Gue Daozi's secret room. What's that? When Gue Pestle lit the candle, Yi Hongyi furrowed his brows. He could clearly see a mask hanging on the wall, but it was too dark, so he couldn't see it very clearly. Go up and take a closer look. Gue Pestle passed the candle to Yi Hongyi and gave him a symbolic push. The atmosphere was strange, and Yi Hongyi's footsteps slowed slightly. Ah! When he saw the mask on the wall, Yi Hongyi's eyes widened. His legs trembled, and he tossed the candle to the ground. Yao Machine? Why is she here? Why? Yi Hongyi was practically kneeling in front of Gue Pestle as he gripped Gue Pestle's clothes tightly. His voice was filled with terror, and his eyes were flickering. It's just a mask. Why are you so scared? Gue Pestle was confused when he saw Yi Hongyi's pale face, and his pupils constricted. Chapter 6:18. Let me ask you, why is this face here? Yi Hongyi stood up abruptly and grabbed Ghost Pestle's collar. His eyes were cold. This isn't the real person. I've checked. This is Master's unique secret technique, skin nurturing. Ghost Pestle got to the point. Skin nurturing? What do you mean? Yi Hongyi looked at Ghost Pestle suspiciously. He couldn't help but glance at Yao Maxine's face on the wall. His heart was trembling. It's to make this look on a real person's face, then nourish it with a secret liquid for half a month. Once the skin is removed, it's flawless, explained Ghost Pestle concisely. Skin nurturing. Why do you have this kind of face here? Yi Hongyi sighed heavily as he asked suspiciously. Who knows? I found it in Master's secret room. I saw the words Empress of Great Chu, Yao Machine, so I wanted to give you a surprise. Ghost Pestle didn't know much about East Continent. In his opinion, it was good that Yi Hongyi was able to see his Empress's face in a foreign land. I'm surprised but not happy. Yi Hongyi walked out of the secret room hurriedly. If I knew you wouldn't like it, I wouldn't have let you see it, said Ghost Pestle and closed the door tightly. I like it. Huh. I don't like it, but someone else does. Hongyi appreciates your kindness. Yi Juanqing's figure suddenly appeared in Yi Hongyi's mind. When can you arrange for me and Huan Luo to? Ghost Pestle rubbed his palms together eagerly. Again what? Yi Hongyi restrained the coldness in his eyes and looked at Ghost Pestle teasingly. I really like Huan Luo. As long as she accepts me, I'm willing to do anything. The Ghost Pestle begged with sincerity. You know Huan Luo's thoughts better than I do. Who else can she hold in her heart other than Qi Kanglin? If Yi Hongyi looked at Ghost Pestle meaningfully. If what? If you can kill Qi Kanglin, that'll be the best. Yi Hongyi didn't want to make enemies for Qi Kanglin. Are you kidding me? Not to mention killing Qi Kanglin, I wouldn't even dare to get close to him. Everyone knew what kind of existence Qi Kanglin was in the Crimson Flame country. There's nothing in this world that's difficult for those who put their minds to it. Don't worry, Yi Hongyi, will naturally accomplish what I promised you. It's just a matter of time. Yi Hongyi pursed his lips tightly, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Imperial study of Crimson Flame Nation Qi Chuan sat upright on the dragon throne, looking towards Yi Hongyi meaningfully. The suggestion isn't bad, but we don't understand. Right now, you're already considered Sikong Mu's favorite. You could very well directly advise him. Why borrow our mouth? Qi Chuan lifted his brows as he looked towards Yi Hongyi. Flame Sovereign, think about it. The Imperial sect and the Ghost faction have always minded their own business. As a member of the Imperial sect, how would Hongyi know that there's a face that looks exactly like Yao Maxine's in Gue Daozi's secret chamber? If this matter came out of Hongyi's mouth, it would definitely arouse Sikong Mu's wariness towards Hongyi. At that time, the success or failure of the plan is a small matter, but if Sikong Mu discovers any clues, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, Flame Sovereign is different. You're the esteemed monarch of a country, so you've definitely gone to Gue Daozi's secret chamber. Yi Hongyi calmly analyzed the pros and cons before speaking solemnly. What you say makes some sense. Fine. We'll lend you a hand. I hope that the result will be as you predicted. As long as Qi Kanglin, Huan Luo, and that Diao Diao die, the Imperial sect will no longer have a pillar of support. Sikong Mu will be unable to do anything alone. At that time, Crimson Flame Country will truly become my Chi Chuan's world. Chi Chuan had truly waited a long time for this moment. Under the dragon throne, Yi Hong Yi bowed humbly, his eyes filled with coldness. Inside the Holy Maiden residence, Yao Moen had invited Yi Junqing to a pavilion in the rear garden. She had hung wind chimes all around the pavilion. Qi Kanglin and Diao Diao's martial arts weren't weak, so this was to prevent them from eavesdropping. Is there something you need from us? After finding out that the person in front of him wasn't Yao Moen, it was very difficult for Yi Junqing to smile at her. Sit. Yao Moen's expression was solemn as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing hesitated for a moment, then finally sat down. What is it? The wind chimes would occasionally let out a melodious tinkle in the breeze, stirring up the pool of stagnant water in his heart. I am Yao Moen. Without any preamble, Yao Moen spoke directly. Playing the same old trick? Yao Moen's words didn't shock Yi Hong Yi in the slightest. On the contrary, a trace of disdain flashed through Yi Junqing's eyes. How can you believe this? Yao Moen did her best not to repeat what she had just said in case the walls had ears. It's impossible no matter what. Yi Junqing's resolute attitude made Yao Moen feel slightly disappointed. I've lost my memories. I don't remember anything. After I left Xinjiang, I accidentally overheard Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo talking about my past. Although I don't have any proof right now that I'm Yao Moen, this is the truth. Yao Moen couldn't justify herself, but the truth was the truth. She hoped that Yi Junqing could think about this in a different way, but unfortunately, Yi Junqing was a normal person. How could Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo's martial arts allow you to eavesdrop on their conversation? Yi Junqing's words caused Yao Moen to choke for a long while. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Yao Moen didn't die and she's sitting right in front of you. So you have to live as well. You definitely can't act blindly without thinking. Crimson Flame Country can't compare to Eastern Continent, and you're not some emperor right now. Especially since Yi Hong Yi is still alive and thriving. Yi Junqing, if we can get through this, we'll both be safe. If we can't, we'll both have to ascend to heaven. Remember my words, you have to endure no matter what. Moen doesn't want to wait for everything to settle only to not have you by my side. The cold voice was filled with deep affection. Yao Moen couldn't remember the Yi Junqing of the past, but right now, the man standing in front of her was using his life to prove his unwavering love. I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Junqing flicked his sleeves and left. The moment he turned around, his eyes flickered slightly. Whether it was her tone or her expression, or even that frown, it was all so similar. If he said she wasn't Yao Moen, who would believe him? But if he said she was, Yi Junqing couldn't convince himself to believe it. As she watched Yi Junqing's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Yao Moen's lips curved in a bitter smile. What could she do to let Yi Junqing know that she was Yao Moen? When did you find out? An icy voice rang out from behind Yao Moen. Yao Moen froze when she heard this. When she turned around, she saw that Diao Diao was standing right behind her. Ahem. When did you get here? Yao Moen forced herself to calm down and looked towards Diao Diao with an awkward smile. Ever since you told Yi Junqing that you were Yao Moen, Diao Diao's face was now filled with a rare solemnity. This saintess was just joking with him. You didn't really believe it, right? Yao Moen spoke in a roundabout manner. I believe it. You should be glad that the person standing in front of you right now isn't Huan Luo or Qi Kanglin. If you still think of Diao Diao as a friend, then tell me. When did you find out that you were Yao Moen? Diao Diao usually looked like she was laughing and joking around, but she wasn't muddle-headed when it came to matters. After leaving Xinjiang, in front of Shiwu town, Yao Moen hesitated for a moment, then told her everything in the end. There were two reasons why she hadn't stubbornly persisted. One, she had Han Genie as a protective talisman, so Diao Diao wouldn't be too aggressive. Two, if she wanted to reverse the situation, it would be impossible to accomplish with just her own strength. Chapter 619. So you already knew, but we were still fooled by you like idiots. Diao Diao looked at Yao Moen coldly. From the moment Moen woke up, I was also fooled by you guys like an idiot, wasn't I? Yao Moen's eyes were clear as she walked in front of Diao Diao. How is that the same? Diao Jiao pouted and rebuked angrily. What's the difference? Could it be that in your eyes, Moen and Han Jini are also lowly commoners? So the Diao Jiao I know isn't any different from Huan Luo. Moen won't stop you and can't stop you. If you want to go tell on us, then go. Yao Moen looked at Diao Jiao with clear eyes, her expression as cold as ice. Yao Moen might as well turn around and ignore Diao Jiao. Hey, I haven't even finished getting angry, and you're already throwing a tantrum. Diao Jiao saw Yao Moen turn around and immediately chased after her. What else? You want Moen to kneel down and beg you? To let you insult and bully me? To live in humiliation like all the other races? Yao Moen raised her brows. Her voice was indiscernible, and her expression was emotionless. That's them. Diao Jiao has never hated other races. Diao Jiao argued. So the Diao Jiao I know is different, right? Yao Moen's expression softened. Of course. Diao Jiao nodded fiercely. So you won't tell on us? Yao Moen looked at Diao Jiao probingly. Of course. Diao Jiao raised her brows. Everything you're doing is actually for Han Jini? Yao Moen's cherry lips curved into a playful smile as she let out a long sigh from the bottom of her heart. Of course, you're bullying people. I'm also doing this for you. Diao Jiao knew she was tricked and immediately panicked. Diao Jiao, Moen doesn't want to cause trouble. Moen just wants to take them away from Crimson Flame Country safely. If possible, Moen wants to stop Crimson Flame Country from swallowing Eastern Continent. No matter how strong Crimson Flame Country is, it's 1 against 7. Even if they win this battle, the result will be the entire Eastern Continent and even Crimson Flame Country being dyed in blood. Can you understand Moen's good intentions? I understand. It's just that Diao Jiao is powerless in this matter. Once Master has decided on something, it's very difficult to change it, Diao Jiao said truthfully. How do you know there's no hope if you don't work hard? Diao Jiao, let's work hard together. If we can stop him, that would be for the best. If we can't, then we've already tried our best and our conscience is clear. Being able to convince Diao Jiao was definitely an unexpected gain for Yao Moen. All right, but you absolutely can't tell anyone that you're Yao Moen, said Diao Jiao cautiously. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. But Yao Moen hesitated. I know, you want to recover your memories, but what you've been poisoned with is a phoenix tear. How about this? I'll go to Master and let him know. Perhaps there's hope. Diao Jiao looked towards Yao Moen seriously. Many thanks. Yao Moen hadn't expected Diao Jiao to be so understanding. Her impression of Diao Jiao grew even more favorable. But this time, it was Diao Jiao's turn to hesitate. Moen has only loved one person in this life, and that's Yi Junqing. Moen can only disappoint his good intentions. Yao Moen's words were to get Diao Jiao to chase after Han Jini. Yao Moen, can you really stop the war between Crimson Flame Country and Eastern Continent? They all say that you're very powerful. After hearing Yao Moen's words, Diao Jiao's worry deepened. I'll do my best. Yao Moen didn't dare make any promises. After all, from the looks of it, she didn't have any advantage. Diao Jiao just doesn't want Master and Han Jini to get into conflict. Diao Jiao's words surprised Yao Moen. Diao Jiao was truly attentive towards Han Jini. She had reason to believe that the reason Diao Jiao was willing to hide everything for her and even stand on her side was because of Han Jini. Don't worry, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Moen guarantees that the things you're worried about will never happen. Yao Moen's cherry lips pressed together lightly, her gaze as firm as a blade. For some reason, when Diao Jiao saw the light in Yao Moen's eyes, she actually felt at ease. The moment he saw Yao Maxin, Yi Hongyi couldn't describe what he was feeling. He was excited. Si Kongmu really did listen to Qi Chuan's suggestion. He was timid, so he couldn't feel at ease facing a woman who looked exactly like Yao Maxin. Crimson Flame Emperor suggested to this sect master to use Yao Maxin to provoke Yi Junqing and then test whether the phoenix tears in Yao Moen's body have lost their effectiveness. This sect master feels that this matter is feasible. From now on, bring Shueishiu back and tell her everything that happened between you, Yao Maxin, and Yi Junqing in detail, including how to train her every move. This sect master wants Yao Maxin to be reborn. A deep voice fell from the top of his head. Yi Hongyi bowed and accepted the order. When he glanced at Shueishiu, he couldn't help but choke. Inside the paradise, Diao Jiao caressed the zither on the stone bench. She casually plucked the strings and felt a numbness on her finger, followed by a faint pain. Diao Jiao turned her hand over and saw that the finger she had plucked the strings had actually split open. Does it hurt? Didn't Master say that you can't touch this zither? The strings on this zither are polished from thousand-year profound iron. Without a strong inner strength, it's impossible to control it. Before Diao Jiao could deal with it, Sikong Mu shot forward and put Diao Jiao's injured finger in his mouth. The two of them felt that this ambiguous action was perfectly justified. They remembered that ever since they were very young, Master had always cared for her like this. Even if it was just a scratch, Master's heart would ache for a long time. Master, Diao Jiao doesn't hurt. When Diao Jiao saw Sikong Mu like this, her eyes became misty. You're not allowed to do it next time, understand? Only when Diao Jiao's finger stopped bleeding did Sikong Mu let go of her. Diao Jiao nodded fiercely, then intimately pulled Sikong Mu to sit down. Diao Jiao, Master is asking you, do you really like Han Genie? Sikong Mu's sudden question made Diao Jiao feel a bit at a loss. When Sikong Mu saw Diao Jiao's hesitation, he continued, if you really like her, Master won't stop you. But the prerequisite is that you have to make Han Genie drink this bottle of phoenix tears. As Sikong Mu spoke, he took out a purple porcelain bottle. Phoenix tears? Master wants Han Genie to forget everything in the past? Diao Jiao looked towards Sikong Mu in surprise. Only then will Master be at ease letting you be with him. Sikong Mu's meaning was very clear. This was the bottom line of his tolerance. But if he doesn't even remember himself, then would he still be Han Genie? Master, Diao Jiao doesn't want him to drink this. Is that all right? Diao Jiao doesn't want him to end up like Yao Moen. Diao Jiao looked towards Sikong Mu pleadingly as she spoke hesitantly. Diao Jiao, Master is only doing this because he doesn't want to make things difficult for you. In the future, the war between Crimson Flame Country and Eastern Continent is unavoidable. As the target that all the bandits in Eastern Continent look up to, Master must obtain Myriad Imperial City. Sikong Mu earnestly pulled Diao Jiao's hand. His voice was gentle but resolute. But Diao Jiao looked towards the purple porcelain bottle on the stone table hesitantly. Don't worry, as long as Crimson Flame Country is united, Master will naturally give you the antidote. At that time, the situation is already over, so Han Genie naturally won't struggle pointlessly, continued Sikong Mu when he saw Diao Jiao's hesitation. Chapter 620. Antidote? Didn't Master say that there's no antidote for phoenix tears? Diao Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Sikong Mu in disbelief. Everything in this world has its own counter. If there's a poison, there's a cure. However, the antidote for phoenix tears is a little special. In front of Diao Jiao, Sikong Mu rarely put up his guard. In Sikong Mu's opinion, although his disciple was mischievous, he knew what was important. How is it special? Diao Jiao asked casually. Sikong Mu did not speak and only looked at Diao Jiao silently. Master, Diao Jiao only wants to know. Can you tell Diao Jiao? When she saw Sikong Mu hesitate, Diao Jiao instantly stuck her little face into Sikong Mu's embrace and begged like a spoiled child. Fine. The antidote to the phoenix's tear is a bead called Fate Ascension. This bead is an ancient divine item, and there were originally two of them. One is with Master, and the other is in the East Continent. This pearl can cure thousands of poisons and has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. As Sikong Mu spoke, he took out Fate Ascension from his bosom. So beautiful. Diao Jiao reached out to take it, but Sikong Mu took it back. Master, don't worry, I will definitely keep this bead for Han Genie. Diao Jiao, now is the time for you to make a choice. You can either get rid of Han Genie now to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, you can make him drink the Phoenix Tear and forget his past. Sikong Mu withdrew Fate Ascension and looked at Diao Jiao solemnly. Does Diao Jiao have a choice? Diao Jiao reluctantly took the purple bottle and shrugged. Don't worry, when has Master ever failed to do what he promised you? Seeing Diao Jiao's desolate expression, Sikong Mu gently stroked Diao Jiao's head. But who can swallow such a big bead? Diao Jiao seemed to have no intention of probing. You don't have to swallow it. You can even feed it to horses or cows. It's the same as long as you drink its blood, Sikong Mu explained. Oh. Diao Jiao nodded and left the Shangri-La helplessly with the phoenix tears. Back at the Saint Maiden Mansion, Diao Jiao dismissed the idlers and casually placed the purple porcelain bottle on the table. What is this? Yao Moen glanced at Diao Jiao, then her gaze landed on the porcelain bottle. Phoenix tear. Master asked Diao Jiao to feed this to Han Genie. What should I do? Diao Jiao put her hands on the table, her face full of worry. Phoenix tears. Yao Moen trembled slightly when she heard this. Her slender fingers gripped the porcelain bottle as her eyes sparkled. Also, Master said that the antidote for this phoenix tear is a bead called Fate Ascension. It's as big as a cow's eyeball, and it's a dark purple color. I can't tell how valuable it is, but Master said that this thing can cure 1,000 poisons and bring the dead back to life. There were originally 2 beads. One is in Master's hands, and the other is in the eastern continent. Diao Jiao repeated Sikong Mu's words to Yao Moen. Fate Ascension? The bead that could bring the dead back to life. Diao Jiao, do you still remember when Yi Junqing poisoned Qi Kanglin and Xinxiang? At the time, you said that there was no cure for that poison, right? Yao Moen suddenly understood and hastily pulled Diao Jiao over. Yes, it's strange. That poison is extremely cold, and there's no antidote at all. It's a miracle that he survived, Diao Jiao recalled. It's not a miracle. At the time, Moen had wanted to find Yi Junqing to find the antidote, but a bead just so happened to fall off my body. In order to console me, Qi Kanglin ate the bead and in the end, he recovered. Moen had been wearing that bead ever since she woke up from the scarlet flame fruit. Although she took it off later, she's still wearing it. From your description, that bead is also as big as a cow's eyeball and it's a dark purple color. This priest will circulate energy to force the poison out of her body. Seeing the determination in Qi Kanglin's eyes, Yao Moen's heart felt as if it was entangled by a thin thread. Lightly tugging at it made her feel uncomfortable. Qi Kanglin treated her sincerely, but towards this man, her methods were not kind. It's useless. The poison has already seeped into her lungs. How much can Great Priest force out? Diao Jiao had always felt that Qi Kanglin had feelings for Yao Moen, but she didn't know it was this serious. How much is forced out? No matter what, this priest won't allow her to die. Qi Kanglin's clothes were whiter than snow. As he walked, he seemed like a god descending with the wind. Yao Moen was shocked by Qi Kanglin's determination and couldn't help but tear up. At the side, Yi Junqing saw all of this. He struggled internally several times, but in the end, he took a step forward. Junqing is willing to lend Great Priest a hand. The righteousness in Yi Junqing's bones wouldn't allow him to just stand by and watch. Chapter 621. Try your best. Genie is also willing to make a modest contribution. Just as Qi Kanglin was about to help Yao Moen up, Diao Jiao finally couldn't help but speak. If Great Priest really wants to try, why don't you donate some of your blood? The poison that Great Priest was poisoned with was incurable. It seemed that after swallowing some bead, he was fine. Thus, Diao Jiao feels that Great Priest's blood might be able to help Saint Iswaner get through this. Diao Jiao said solemnly, Are you sure? Qi Kanglin's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at Yao Moen, who was lying on the bed with a dark expression. It's better than forcing out the poison. Diao Jiao nodded. As soon as Diao Jiao's voice fell, Qi Kanglin turned around and raised his hand. A wound instantly appeared on his wrist. Seeing the blood on Qi Kanglin's wrist gurgling into the teacup, Yao Moen's heart ached endlessly. Tears silently fell. She was destined to let down such a good man. It was truly a sin. Cough, cough. That's enough. Great Priest, leave some. You might need to drink it a few times before you can completely cure it. Seeing that Qi Kanglin had no intention of sealing his acupuncture points to stop the bleeding, Diao Jiao reminded him out of goodwill. The teacup full of blood that was still warm entered Yao Moen's lungs just like that. Her throat was filled with a fishy and salty smell. Yao Mo Wan wanted to vomit several times, but in order to recover her memories and because she didn't want to disappoint Qi Kanglin's good intentions, Yao Mo Wan could only forcefully endure and drink without leaving a single drop. How do you feel? With a pale face and silver hair, Qi Kanglin's expression didn't look good. However, he didn't have any intention of leaving. He just stood by the bed and watched Yao Mo Wan's reaction. Behind him, Yi Junqing and Han Jianyi also had worried expressions, but they clearly didn't care as much as Qi Kanglin. Much better. Yao Mo Wan nodded reluctantly. Her misty eyes didn't dare look straight at Qi Kanglin. Great Priest's blood is truly a miracle medicine. Saintess Wanna's pulse is starting to stabilize. It seems that her life isn't in danger. How about this? I'll stand guard here. You guys go back first. If there's a need, Diao Jiao will go find Lord Priest to get some blood. In reality, Yao Mo Wan's symptoms of poisoning were just Diao Jiao's little trick. If these people stayed long enough, they would naturally see some clues. That's fine too. If there's anything you need, let us know immediately. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moan was safe, he didn't stay any longer and left the room with Han Jianyi. Qi Kanglin, on the other hand, originally wanted to stay in the room, but Diao Jiao persuaded Qi Kanglin to leave after much persuasion. After the door was shut, Diao Jiao Hin let out a sigh of relief and walked back to his bed. What do you think? Do you remember anything? Diao Jiao looked towards Yao Moan with hope in her eyes. If Yao Moan could recover her memories, then she wouldn't mind feeding the phoenix tears to Han Jianyi. How could it be that fast? Yao Moan leaned against the side of the bed, looking pensive. That's true. Back then, Qi Kanglin had also been unconscious for an entire day before waking up. However, there's something that Diao Jiao doesn't know if she should say. Diao Jiao looked towards Yao Moan meaningfully. What words? Yao Moan lifted her eyes and looked towards Diao Jiao suspiciously. Just now, Qi Kanglin's attitude towards you couldn't be any clearer. He's fallen in love with you. For you, he's even willing to give up his cultivation. In any case, in Diao Jiao's eyes, he's not inferior to Yi Junqing. If he finds out that you're lying to him, the consequences can be imagined, said Diao Jiao solemnly as a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Diao Jiao's words coincided with what Yao Moan was thinking. She really owed Qi Kanglin a huge favor, so you absolutely can't let him find out. I'm so tired. Yao Moan propped her forehead with her hand and lowered her eyes. She was already drowsy. Then I'll leave first. Diao Jiao got up and helped Yao Moan to the bed. She covered her with a brocade blanket before leaving. When Qi Kanglin appeared in front of Huan Luo, all the grievances she'd felt these past few days instantly turned into tears that filled her eyes. Ever since the day Qi Kanglin had carried Yao Moan away, Huan Luo had locked herself in the Holy Maiden residence. She was waiting for Qi Kanglin to come find her. She firmly believed that she wasn't insignificant in Qi Kanglin's heart. To Huan Luo, these past few days felt like a year. Kanglin, you're finally willing to come see me. Do you know how Huan Luo has been these past few days? Do you know what Huan Luo experienced while you were by Yao Moan's side? Huan Luo's tears fell to the ground like pearls with a broken string and shattered into countless pieces. In the next second, Huan Luo rushed over without a care and wrapped her arms tightly around Qi Kanglin's waist. Her beautiful face was covered in tears as she pressed against Qi Kanglin's chest. Huan Luo, was it you who poisoned Yao Moan? A cold voice floated over from above. Huan Luo's hand that was holding Qi Kanglin suddenly stiffened, and she slowly looked up with tears in her eyes. In this moment, she could clearly see the alienation and even coldness in Qi Kanglin's eyes. What? Huan Luo choked with sobs. The light in her eyes gradually faded, and only coldness remained. Yao Moan was poisoned and almost lost her life. Was it you who did this? Qi Kanglin repeated his question. Heh. So you appeared here because of Yao Moan. Then what about me? What am I in your heart? Don't you care about me at all? Even if I... Huan Luo's tears fell like a dam. The chastity she had guarded for more than 20 years had been destroyed. She could only bear this kind of humiliation herself. Huan Luo, stop being unreasonable and don't hurt Yao Moan. Qi Kanglin's voice was like an ancient well without any ripples, but it contained a warning that couldn't be underestimated. As if he didn't want to continue arguing with Huan Luo, Qi Kanglin turned around after saying this. Qi Kanglin, do you really care about Yao Moen that much? So much that you'd give up on me for her? Countless cracks appeared in Huan Luo's heart the moment Qi Kanglin turned around. Qi Kanglin heard Huan Luo's question, but he didn't stop. How could Huan Luo be satisfied without getting an answer? Thus, a plain white silk shot out and tightly wrapped around Qi Kanglin's waist. Huan Luo flipped in the air and landed in front of Qi Kanglin. Her slender hands tightly gripped the white silk and her beautiful eyes were covered in frost. Huan Luo, what are you doing? Qi Kanglin roared solemnly as he looked coldly at Huan Luo. I just want to know, have you fallen in love with Yao Moen? Huan Luo's voice was as cold as ice. Every word was incomparably clear. Yes, this was the first time Qi Kanglin admitted his feelings for Yao Moen in front of others. For a moment, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This question had lingered in his heart for thousands of times. At first, he found excuses to refute, saying that everything he did wasn't for Yao Moen, but for the great cause of Crimson Flame Country. Yao Moen was the key person to the great cause, so he should spare no effort to protect her. But on the warship, when he saw the pirate ship charging over, his first thought wasn't to jump into the water to survive, but to stand in front of Yao Moen and bear everything for her. The feelings between life and death were pure. He finally realized that even if he had to sacrifice his life, he didn't want to see Yao Moen get hurt in the slightest. If this wasn't love, then what was? Qi Kanglin, how can you face me? 20 years. I've waited for you for 20 years, and this is the answer I get? How can I accept this? Ah, Qi Kanglin's answer shattered Huan Luo's already cracked heart into ice crystals. Those countless fragments of memory were all the bits and pieces of her love for Qi Kanglin. The white silk tightened, and Huan Luo screamed as she charged at Qi Kanglin. The exchange of bone-piercing love was definitely extreme hatred. At this moment, Huan Luo wanted nothing more than to crush Qi Kanglin into powder, rather than let him return to Yao Moen's side. Huan Luo, don't mess around. Sensing Huan Luo's murderous aura, Qi Kanglin abruptly reached out and grabbed the white silk. His palm was like a blade as he forcefully cut the white silk into two. Chapter 622. Nonsense? Huan Luo's love and sacrifice for more than 20 years was all in exchange for a single sentence from you. Qi Kanglin, you're too ruthless. Huan Luo attacked with all her might. It seemed like she wanted to take Qi Kanglin down with her every move. All these years, I've only treated you as my younger sister. Qi Kanglin's words sounded a bit guilty. Back then, Yao Moen hadn't been around, so he had allowed himself to have that ambiguous relationship with Huan Luo without doing anything about it. That was why Huan Luo was so stubborn. Sister? Ha ha ha. Qi Kanglin, I hate you. I hate you. When all of her efforts were not acknowledged, when all of her good intentions turned into bubbles, Huan Luo suddenly realized that her persistence was nothing more than a farce in the eyes of others. To someone as elegant and aloof as Fantasy Flower, this kind of knowledge caused her to break down and even go crazy. She would rather die with Qi Kanglin than live in this world with sorrow and despair. She definitely didn't want to watch Qi Kanglin throw himself into Yao Moen's embrace. However, no matter how powerful Huan Luo was, she was no match for Qi Kanglin. After a dozen rounds, Huan Luo's acupoints were sealed by Qi Kanglin. Qi Kanglin, let me go. I won't let you go find Yao Moen. No! Huan Luo screamed hysterically as tears gushed out of her eyes. Huan Luo, you need to calm down. Also, don't hurt Yao Moen anymore. If the cult master blames you, even this priest won't be able to protect you. Qi Kanglin panted lightly as he looked towards Huan Luo angrily. Let me go. Qi Kanglin, how could you do this to me? I love you so much. How could Huan Luo listen to Qi Kanglin? She roared in a hoarse voice. Take care. Qi Kanglin knew that Huan Luo would not listen to anything he said, so he left. Huan Luo's eyes gradually turned cold as she watched the figure mercilessly disappear from her sight. A strong killing intent filled the air around her. Yao Moen, Qi Kanglin. Since you've caused me to end up like this, I'll make you pay with your blood. Great Shaman is truly heartless. You've found a new love, and you've forgotten your old one. TSK, TSK. In the corner, Yi Hongyi walked to Huan Luo's side and unsealed her acupoints. There was a hint of mischief in his eyes. Arg! The hatred that Huan Luo had accumulated in her heart transformed into formless sword chi. Wherever her jade-like palm passed, sand and stones flew everywhere. The fake mountain in the back garden was instantly flattened. Rather than making life difficult for these stones, why don't we think of a way to deal with that adulterous couple? After Huan Luo finished venting, Yi Hongyi leisurely walked over. Even his voice was filled with malice. This saintess wants to kill them. Do you have a way? Huan Luo abruptly stood up and grabbed Yi Hongyi by the collar. The anger in her eyes was like a volcano erupting, burning him and making him uncomfortable. There is a way, but I don't know if Lady Saintess dares to do it. Yi Hongyi hesitated. As long as I can dismember Yaomo Wan into 10,000 pieces and make Qi Kanglin feel so much pain that he'd rather die. This holy maiden dares to do anything. Huan Luo gnashed her teeth. You really dare to do anything? Even if I betrayed the cult master? Yi Hongyi's eyes were cold and his voice was as cold as an awl. Yes, even if I betrayed the cult master. Huan Luo's mind was already muddled by anger. All right, then Saintess, please come with Hongyi. Yi Hongyi borrowed Huan Luo's impulsiveness to lead her down a path of no return. In a pavilion in the back garden of the Saintess Manor, Diao Jiao placed the phoenix tear on the stone table and looked towards Han Jini with her long and slender eyes. What is this? After a few days of interaction, Han Jini's impression of Diao Jiao had improved. She was straightforward, honest, not pretentious, and not pretentious. Her sincerity was especially to Han Jini's liking. Phoenix tear, something that can make a person lose their memories after drinking it. Diao Jiao had never intended to hide it from Han Jini. You don't tell me you want me to drink this? Han Jini abruptly straightened and looked towards Diao Jiao suspiciously. You can't not drink it. Master said that if you don't drink it, only death awaits you. Diao Jiao shrugged with a slightly helpless expression. When Han Jini heard this, he couldn't help but look left and right. Seeing that there was no one around, he got up and moved closer to Diao Jiao. Let's talk about it. Can we pretend to drink it? Actually, this Supreme Lord's acting skills are pretty good. Han Jini deliberately lowered his voice and tried to talk nicely. That's a good idea, Great Shaman. Diao Jiao looked at Han Jini with joy. Suddenly, her expression changed and she looked behind Han Jini in surprise. Han Jini heard the sound and turned around. When she saw that there was no one around, she suddenly heard two whooshing sounds beside her ears. Then, her body was petrified and could not move. My lord's acting skills are good, but I'm not an idiot. For safety's sake, my lord, please drink it. Diao Jiao did not say anything else. She picked up the bottle and poured it into Han Jini's mouth. After drinking Qi Kanglin's blood, she slept for an entire day and night. She only woke up at noon the next day. Water. When she woke up, she felt that her throat was dry and hot, as if there was a fire burning inside. She called out lightly, and a short while later, a bowl of water was handed to her. Many thanks, Great Shaman. Yaomo Wan originally thought it was Jiao Jiao, but when she saw the white clothes on the bedside, she raised her eyes in shock. Qi Kanglin's appearance always made people feel as if they were in the presence of a god. That immortal aura that emanated from his bones was unrivaled. Diao Jiao went out to do something. How do you feel? Qi Songlan's voice was as gentle as water, and his clear eyes emitted a faint halo. Yaomo Wan could see deep emotion in those eyes. It was different from before. This deep emotion was so direct and undisguised. This made Yaomo Wan feel somewhat at a loss. Not bad. Yaomo Wan hurriedly took the teacup. She held it tightly and only cared about drinking the water. Diao Jiao said that your poison hasn't been cleared and it's not easy for you to get out of bed. This priest has already ordered the servants to prepare lunch. Once you drink the blood, this priest will have them send it over. Yaomo Wan was shocked when she heard this. She raised her eyes and shockingly saw that Qi Kanglin had already rolled up his wide sleeves. When he raised his hand, his inner chi turned into a blade. A bloody wound immediately appeared on his white wrist. Why did you? Hurry and stop. Didn't I drink it just now? You don't need to drink it again so quickly. Seeing Chi Kanglin like this, Yaomo Wan got up in a panic and got off the bed. She hurriedly went to Chi Kanglin's side and pulled his wrist with both hands. What? Drink it directly? Chi Kanglin's thin lips curled into a faint smile. The deep emotion in his eyes instantly turned into doting. No. It's just that Wanner is ashamed to make great priests spend so much money. Chi Kanglin's expression today was very different. Yaomo Wan didn't even dare to look him in the eye. If you're really ashamed, then remember Kanglin's kindness in your heart. You mustn't forget it too quickly. Chi Kanglin's words that were close to ridicule caused goosebumps to rise all over Yaomo Wan's body. In her impression, Chi Kanglin was always high up and unreachable. He wasn't a god that you could touch just by stretching out your hand. But right now, the smile on Chi Kanglin's face was so real and warm. This blood is enough. If it was in the past, Yaomo Wan would definitely have replied with, Wanner has never been such a fickle person. But right now, it was a critical period and she couldn't continue being ambiguous. Only when the teacup was full did Chi Kanglin seal his own acupuncture point. Drink it while it's hot. Chi Kanglin brought the teacup in front of Yaomo Wan and said something as gentle as water, but it made the back of Yaomo Wan's head drip with cold sweat. This scene was too strange. Due to the fact that she still hadn't thought of anything yet, plus the fact that she couldn't neglect Kanglin's good intentions, Yaomo Wan finally took the teacup and drank the warm blood in the teacup into her stomach. The smell was fishy and choking her nose. Yaomo Wan forcefully resisted the urge to vomit as tears flew out. Chapter 623. So touched, Chi Kanglin's thin lips lightly pursed. His light and breezy smile seemed to have a bewitching power, causing Yaomoan to tremble. I owe priestess such a big favor. I don't know how to repay you, said Yaomoan modestly, her tone deliberately distant. If you think that you owe Kanglin a big enough favor, then devote yourself to him. The moment he admitted his feelings in front of Huan Luo, Chi Kanglin made up his mind. He wouldn't give up just like that. When Yaomo Wan heard this, she choked. The Chi Tsang Lan in front of her had truly changed. He was clearly as handsome as an immortal, but he seemed to have a bit more of a ruffian aura. If it was in the past, Chi Tsang Lan would never have said these words. Seeing Yaomoan standing there awkwardly, Chi Kanglin pursed his lips and continued, I'm just kidding. Bandage my wound. This request isn't too much, right? Chi Kanglin's eyes that were as bright as stars overflowed with a doting light, making Yaomo Wan feel flustered. Chi Kanglin didn't let Yaomo Wan get off the bed. Instead, he brought over the medicine and white gauze himself. Yaomo Wan took the medicine without any choice and lightly applied it to Chi Kanglin, then carefully wrapped it with the white gauze. The atmosphere in the room inexplicably became ambiguous. Yaomoan did her best to move faster, but her hands just wouldn't listen to her. In the end, she couldn't fasten the button no matter how hard she tried. Wanner, give Kanglin a chance? After hearing these words, Yaomoan really couldn't fasten the buttons in her hands anymore. Cough cough. I'm so tired. Lord Priest, what did you just say? Yaomo Wan simply tucked 2 pieces of cloth onto Chi Tsanglan's white wrists. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. With this priest here, no one will dare to harm you. Chi Tsanglan didn't want to force Yaomo Wan to express her opinion. He was willing to wait until Yaomo Wan realized how good he was. And Yaomo Wan impatiently lay down on the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed and her heart was beating crazily. Chi Kanglin's current attitude was so obvious that it wasn't a good thing for her. Furthermore, it wasn't that she didn't have any feelings towards Chi Kanglin, but she knew that her choice would never change. Inside the sinister cave, Huan Luo's hands tightened around the white silk in her sleeves. She stared at Yihangi, who was walking in front of her warily. Saintess, please come inside. After passing through a long tunnel, Yihangi finally stopped in front of a stone door. Where is this? Huan Luo stopped and looked at Yihangi suspiciously. The moment she entered the cave, Huan Luo felt slightly regretful. She more or less understood Yi Hongyi's personality. Someone who could smash his own son into minced meat was definitely not a good person. Making a deal with him was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Saintess, have you forgotten how Qi Kanglin treated you? For Yao Mowen's sake, he actually disregarded his many years of friendship and hurt you. If Lord Holy Maiden is magnanimous enough to help the two of them, then there's no need for Lord Holy Maiden to enter this door. Yi Hongyi saw through Huan Luo's thoughts and intentionally provoked her. Her impulsiveness overwhelmed her rationality once more. She snorted coldly and strode through the stone door. The moment Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi walked through the stone door, it automatically closed. Huan Luo looked around the stone room. There was nothing special about the simple decorations. Just as Huan Luo was about to question Yi Hongyi, she suddenly heard a rumble and the stone wall in front of her slowly moved up. Crimson Flame Emperor? Huan Luo never expected that the person who appeared behind the stone door would be Qi Chuan. We are very gratified to be able to meet Saintess Huan Luo here. Qi Chuan stroked his goatee as he leisurely walked into the stone room and gestured for Huan Luo to sit down. What kind of game are you playing? Huan Luo was shocked, but her gaze instantly turned icy cold. Everyone in Crimson Flame Country knew that Qi Chuan was only the emperor in name. In reality, he was nothing more than Sikong Mu's puppet. Saintess, please calm down. Since you're here, why don't we sit down and talk? As Yi Hongyi spoke, he slowly walked behind Qi Chuan. His intentions were clear. Yi Hongyi had already become Qi Chuan's subordinate. Yi Hongyi said that the person who can get justice for Huan Luo is you? Huan Luo had always looked down on Qi Chuan, so her tone was naturally a bit harsh. If it's not us, then are you saying it's that old bastard Sikong Mu? Qi Chuan didn't care about Huan Luo's attitude. He casually picked up a teacup from the table and took a sip. Qi Chuan, watch your tone. Do you think you can blaspheme the cult master? When Huan Luo heard this, her gaze turned icy cold. Just as she was about to throw the white silk in her hand, four figures suddenly appeared behind Qi Chuan. All of them wore black clothes and black hats. Their faces couldn't be seen, but the killing intent they exuded shocked Huan Luo. When did Qi Chuan have such experts by his side? Saintess, don't be anxious. Let us analyze it for you. Right now, although you're the noble saintess of the imperial sect, your status can't compare to Diao Diao's. She's Sikong Mu's inner disciple. Even if she doesn't do anything, she can still strut around in the imperial sect and even in Crimson Flame Country. Saintess can't compare to Qi Kanglin. In Sikong Mu's eyes, Qi Kanglin's value is more than 10 times that of Saintess. Right now, these two people are on Yao Mowen's side, so if they speak up, Sikong Mu will definitely give them some face. As for you, you will become worthless under Qi Kanglin, Diao Diao, and Yao Mowen's suppression, said Qi Chuan logically. This saintess has made great contributions to the imperial sect. How could the cult master abandon this saintess for a lowly commoner? Qi Chuan, don't think that this saintess can't do anything to you just because you have people backing you. If you dare to insult the cult master again, Huan Luo definitely won't be polite, warned Huan Luo darkly. However, she was calculating the strength of the four people behind Qi Chuan. If they really fought, she might not be able to gain the upper hand. It's a pity that you're so loyal to Sikong Mu, but Sikong Mu only treats you as a chess piece. Right now, in Sikong Mu's eyes, you're already useless. That's why he's ignoring your suggestion and insisting on keeping Yao Mowen alive. Right now, Yao Mowen is more useful than you. Do you know why? Because the person in Qi Kanglin's heart is no longer you, but Yao Mowen. If he controls Yao Mowen, Sikong Mu will be able to make Qi Kanglin unswervingly loyal. Qi Chuan ignored Huan Luo's warning and spoke the truth. Shut up. Huan Luo's heart burned with jealousy. She raised her hand, and the wooden table in front of her broke into two. Huan Luo, how long are you going to keep deceiving yourself? Qi Kanglin hit you for Yao Mowen, and Sikong Mu indulged Yao Mowen for Qi Kanglin. Just what are you in their hearts? If you're willing to submit to us, we guarantee that you'll be the future leader of Imperial Sect, said Qi Chuan loudly in an attempt to convince Huan Luo. However, He didn't expect Huan Luo to suddenly attack. Before the spirits, demons, and monsters could react, Yi Hongyi moved in front of Qichuan. Qichuan was stunned by his determination to die. At practically the same time, Huan Luo's palm wind stopped in front of Yi Hongyi's forehead. "You're confident you can kill Sikongmu?" Huan Luo's ice-cold voice slowly came out of her mouth. At this moment, Huan Luo's expression was horrifying. The light in her eyes was like a wild beast that had walked out of the Azura battlefield. It possessed the power to destroy everything. It was so cold that it caused one's heart to tremble. "Of course. Do you really think that we're an incompetent emperor? Sikongmu has the geographical advantage, but it doesn't matter. We still have the people." Qichuan smiled when he saw the waver in Huan Luo's eyes. "Tell me about your plan." Huan Luo withdrew her palm and looked coldly at Qichuan. At this moment, Yi Hongyi had already retreated to the side. His eyes flashed. After this, Qichuan probably didn't have any misgivings about him anymore. Sikongmu's martial arts are unfathomable, so we can only use some extreme methods. The atmosphere in the stone room had calmed down. As Qichuan spoke, he placed a bottle of poison in front of Huan Luo. "You want to poison Sikongmu?" Huan Luo snorted disdainfully. What does Sovereign think? When it comes to acting, Diao Jiao is an expert. The instant Master gave her the Phoenix tear, Diao Jiao knew that Master must have secretly sent people to monitor her. Thus, she deliberately acted out that scene in the pavilion to also remove Master's guard against Han Genie. I'm sorry, Ginny was a bit too much just now. Han Genie knew that she was in the wrong, so her voice instantly softened. "It's nothing, this young lady is used to it. Although the spy that Master sent has already left, you still have to be careful. When outsiders come in, you can't give yourself away. Otherwise, you'll bring disaster upon me," said Diao Jiao solemnly. "Genie understands. Many thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, Genie and King Chu probably wouldn't have been able to live until now." Han Genie wasn't an unreasonable person. He engraved Diao Jiao's kindness in his heart. "I don't need you to thank me." Diao Jiao pouted and turned to leave. However, when she reached the door, she stopped. "If Yaomo Wan was still alive, would you still persist?" Diao Jiao looked towards Han Genie meaningfully, her heart skipping a beat. "I would give her and Yi Junqing my blessings." Han Genie's reply surprised Diao Jiao. "Why? Don't you love Yaomo Wan very much?" Diao Jiao turned around excitedly, her eyes overflowing with splendor. "In the end, my love is still shallow. Ginny asks myself honestly, I can't be as thorough as King Chu." Ever since Yaomo Wan went missing, Han Genie had personally seen Yi Junqing's persistence. For Yaomo Wan, he was willing to give up power and status, give up glory, splendor, and wealth. He was even willing to give up his life. This kind of persistence was something that Han Genie couldn't compare to. In Rein the Horse in the Nick of Time, there's still hope for you. Diao Jiao's cherry lips couldn't help but curve, her face filled with unconcealable joy. At this time, in the main courtyard of the Holy Maiden Manor, two figures were standing face to face, both of them exuding a frightening, baleful aura. "Yi Junqing, long time no see." The hollow voice carried a faint coldness. The moment he saw Yi Junqing, memories of the past flooded Yi Hongyi's heart. Those unbearable memories made Yi Hongyi want to tear Yi Junqing to shreds, but he knew that the time wasn't right yet, so he could only endure. "I didn't think that you'd really still be alive." Yi Junqing looked towards Yi Hongyi sternly. His handsome face was covered in frost, and the coldness in his eyes was like a bottomless abyss. When their eyes met, it was as if a volcano was about to erupt and a snowy mountain was about to collapse. "I'm alive. Of course I'm alive. You haven't even died, so how could we bear to leave first?" said Yi Hongyi ruthlessly, his thin lips hooking up in an evil smile. "It's still not clear who will die," shouted Yi Junqing coldly. As he spoke, he circulated qi in his palm. "You want to kill us?" Yi Junqing, we'd like to see if you can bear to do it. Just as Yi Junqing was about to attack, Yi Hongyi suddenly pulled Shui Xiao out from behind him. Machine? He hadn't thought of this name in a long time, but he had never forgotten it. Yi Junqing looked at the woman in front of him in shock. Even his heart was trembling. That gaze, that expression, it was exactly the same as Yao Machine's from back then. Junqing. You're Junqing. Junqing. Machine. You've suffered. Tears rolled down the corners of Shui Xiao's eyes like pearls from a broken necklace. Her sorrowful voice bore into Yi Junqing's ears and caused his heart to tremble. You're not Yao Machine. Yi Junqing shook his head fiercely, his gaze turning sharp again. I don't know, but in these past 2 years, this is the only name I remember. If you're not Junqing, then I'm sorry. Shui Xiao's acting skills made even Yi Hongyi admit defeat. Just as Shui Xiao was about to turn around, Yi Hongyi sealed her acupoints with 2 slaps. Yi Junqing, you didn't think that Yao Machine would still be alive, right? Heh, this really is a huge joke the heavens are playing on us. The instigator of everything isn't you, Yi Junqing, nor am I, Yi Hongyi, it's her. It's that damned Yao Machine. Yi Hongyi roared fiercely, the smile on his face as sinister as a devil's. Shut up, Yi Hongyi. Although I don't know what game you're playing, this person definitely isn't Machine. Even if she looks the same, has the same voice, and has the same demeanor, after experiencing 3 Yao Moans and 1 Lu Xing, we will no longer be toyed with by you, said Yi Junqing coldly. Chapter 625. That's right, Sheng Wanner, Shui Wanner, and Yu Wanner, they're all fake. Even the Lu Xing we're impersonating is fake. The Ghost Manor's skin-changing technique is truly an eye-opener. But Yi Junqing, you have to believe that this person is Yao Machine. We never would have imagined that a woman we despise and loathe would actually become the darling of Crimson Flame Nation sorcerers. That day in the Cold Palace, we only threw that vile spawn to death. We didn't touch a single hair on Yao Machine's head. As for what Yao Sulwan said afterwards, it's all nonsense. When we burned down the Cold Palace, there were indeed 2 corpses, but the weather was so hot that the 2 corpses were already unrecognizable. No one knew that Yao Machine had actually been switched. Yi Hongyi spouted nonsense in a vain attempt to disturb Yi Junqing's mind. Nonsense. Yi Junqing clearly didn't believe him, but he didn't leave. He wanted to see what Yi Hongyi's goal was in bringing this so-called Yao Machine along. Nonsense? Fine. If you feel that this woman isn't Yao Machine, then kill her. Do it. Yi Hongyi unsealed Shui Xiao's acupuncture point with a slap, his eyes bloodshot. We only have one enemy, and that's you. If we want to kill someone, it's you. Yi Junqing clenched his hands into fists, hatred surging in his heart. Just as he was about to attack, he saw that Yi Hongyi had already swung his sleeves and his palm was aimed at the top of Shui Xiao's head. Stop! In a moment of desperation, Yi Junqing suddenly rushed forward and pulled Shui Xiao away from Yi Hongyi's demonic palm. Almost at the same time, a huge hole appeared in the ground. Smoke filled the air, and people coughed violently. Yi Junqing was shocked by Yi Hongyi's martial arts. This kind of internal energy wasn't something he could compare to. Huh? Didn't you not believe that she was Yao Machine? If that was the case, why would you save a passerby from Crimson Flame Nation? Yi Hongyi clapped his hands, very satisfied with Yi Junqing's reaction. Yi Hongyi, you're completely deranged. Yi Junqing deliberately pushed Shui Xiao away as he roared angrily. This palm would turn a person into dregs. Deranged? The only reason I ended up like this was all because of you. Yi Junqing, Yao Machine. You too deserve to die. As if he could hear footsteps nearby, the corners of Yi Hongyi's lips curled up. His hands abruptly began to circulate energy, but just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by a cold shout. Yi Hongyi, who gave you the guts to actually dare to be impudent in my holy maiden palace? A clear and cold voice drifted over from the arched door. Yi Hongyi withdrew his palm as expected, the killing intent on his face instantly disappearing. Holy maiden, you're being too serious. Hongyi was only here to pass on the sect master's orders and bring this woman over. I didn't expect to have a quarrel with King Chu. King Chu is magnanimous and shouldn't stoop to Hongyi's level. At this moment, Yi Hongyi was acting like a beggar on the streets. The way he was groveling and groveling shocked Yi Junqing. Not so long ago, he had also been the high and mighty king of Chu. Oh! Yao Moen followed Yi Hongyi's gaze and saw that next to Yi Junqing, there was a woman covering her face and sobbing softly. Her simple flying cloud hairstyle had several dark pearl hairpins inserted into it. Her plain white robe seemed a bit old, but even so, the woman's graceful figure was still delicately outlined. You are. Yao Moen walked over, her clear eyes flashing slightly. They say I'm called Yao Ma Xin. I don't know either. The woman choked out her words. When she looked up, her tear-stained face shocked every single one of Yao Moen's nerves. Yao Ma Xin. Yao Ma Xin. Yao Moen's brows were tightly furrowed and her steps were disorderly. You can't be Yao Ma Xin, said Yi Junqing resolutely from beside Shueishiu. I don't know. Don't ask me anymore. Wawa. Zhong Junqing. Where are you guys? Shueishiu crouched on the ground in terror as she repeated these two names resentfully. Zhong Yao Moen felt like her forehead was being pricked by needles. It was as if someone was smashing her skull with a heavy hammer. The pain was unbearable. A cold light flashed through Yi Hongyi's eyes when he saw Yao Moen's change. As long as Yao Moen gave herself away, he could report this to Sikongmu. At that time, let's see who would be able to protect her. What are you arguing about? Both of you shut up. Yi Hongyi, you've already sent the person over. What are you still wasting time for? Hurry and scram. Just as Yao Moen was about to fall over from the headache, Diao Jiao suddenly appeared and helped Yao Moen up with one hand as she shouted at Yi Hongyi sternly, Forget it. Since the two holy maidens have seen it, then Hongyi can be considered to have completed the mission sect master gave him. Farewell. Yi Hongyi glanced at Yao Moen with an embarrassed smile before brushing past Yi Junqing. Follow me back to the room. When Diao Jiao saw that Yao Moen's condition was extremely bad, she immediately pulled Yao Moen back to the room. In the entire front courtyard, only the ice-cold Yi Junqing and the sobbing Shueishiu were left. Yi Junqing originally wanted to leave by himself, but when he saw Shueishiu crouching there and crying, he finally turned around and walked over. At the very least, there was one thing he could be sure of. The woman in front of him definitely wasn't on Yi Hongyi's side. Otherwise, Yi Hongyi wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. Let's return to the room, said Yi Junqing lightly. When his gaze landed on the woman's exquisite side profile, his chest felt incredibly stifled. Even though he clearly knew that the woman in front of him wasn't Yao Ma Xin, when he thought of those three words, Yi Junqing couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Can you tell me who exactly I am? Yao Ma Xin? Zhong Junqing? What do these three people have to do with me? I'm about to go crazy. What should I do? Who can save me? The moment Yi Junqing turned around, Shueishiu knew that her first step had been very successful. However, she also remembered Yi Hongyi's merciless palm strike. You're not the only crazy person in this courtyard. The side room is in the rear courtyard. If you're tired from crying, you can go over yourself. Yi Junqing took a deep breath, then turned around and left the main courtyard. Yi Hongyi's martial arts were very high, so if he saw him again, he definitely couldn't fight him head-on. These past few days, Yi Junqing had familiarized himself with the layout of the Holy Maiden Manor. Occasionally, he would climb over the walls to investigate the surroundings. Even if he had to fight alone, he definitely had to turn Crimson Flame Country upside down. After returning to her room, Yao Moen's headache had somewhat subsided, but her head was still dizzy and uncomfortable. That was so close. If Yi Hongyi had noticed something and reported it to Master, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yao Moen, did you remember something? Asked Diao Jiao suspiciously as she poured a cup of tea for Yao Moen. It was a very blurry image. I seemed to have seen a man throw a newborn boy onto the ground. It was so real, as if it had happened right in front of my eyes. And that woman just now, as soon as I saw her, I felt like I was looking at myself, like I was looking at a mirror. Can you understand that feeling? Yao Moen rubbed her forehead, her heart still flustered. I don't understand. Diao Jiao shook her head. I've already drunk 2 large cups of Qi Kanglin's blood. Why isn't it working? Other than a few blurry images, I practically can't remember anything else. Yao Moen hammered her head in frustration. Take it slowly. Perhaps you haven't drunk enough blood, or perhaps you need an opportunity. Diao Diao's attitude was clearly better than Yao Moen's. I'm afraid we don't have that much time. That woman just now called herself Yao Ma Xin. But I heard Lung Bingxin say that eldest sister died very miserably. It's impossible for her to still be alive. Why did Yi Hongyi send her over? Or perhaps, sect master is starting to suspect me? Yao Moen frowned as she looked towards Diao Diao. I know. Tomorrow, I'll go to master to get some information. Yao Moen, getting to know you is the most unfortunate thing that has happened in my life. If master finds out that I'm colluding with you, I wonder if he'll kill me. Complained Diao Diao. It's a blessing in disguise. Don't take it too hard. Yao Moen teasingly looked towards Diao Diao. Her cherry lips smiled faintly, but a trace of worry appeared in the depths of her eyes. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that a storm was about to come, as if a plot was about to come crashing down like a huge wave. Chapter 626. That night, the wind was cold and the moonlight was bright. A silhouette landed on the ground, startling the birds in the forest. Nameless, why did you ask me out? Under the moonlight, Nameless' brown robe seemed a little weathered. The once high-spirited senior captain of the Iron-Blooded Corps had now become an old man with one foot in the grave. I found out that Yi Hongyi actually colluded with Gue Wu and secretly changed all the spies of the imperial sect in the court. Nameless told Meiji the results of his investigation. That means Yi Hongyi betrayed Sikongmu? How dare he? Meiji was shocked by the news Nameless brought and asked in disbelief. I don't understand either. Since the sect leader thinks so highly of Yi Hongyi, he should be loyal to the sect. I didn't expect him to collude with Qi Chuan. That Qi Chuan isn't easy to deal with either. The sect leader doesn't know about this yet. Fortunately, we found out in time. As long as we report this to the sect leader, Yi Hongyi will definitely die, said Nameless solemnly. If that's the case, you should go find Sikongmu directly. Why did you ask me out? Meiji's voice was calm, but there was a hint of alienation in it. If it wasn't for Nameless' impure motive, they wouldn't have provoked Yi Hongyi. Thousand-Faced, Bai Zhan, and Imo Chong wouldn't have died either. Although he didn't kill them, he couldn't shirk the responsibility. I asked Saintess Huan Luo, you've been poisoned for 3 months. If you don't take the antidote, your life will be in danger. Now that I've done a great service, I want to ask Saintess to give you the antidote. Nameless knew that Meiji hated him, but that was all he could do. Thank you. Saintess has already given the antidote to Meiji in Stone Dock Town. Since there's nothing else, Meiji will go back first. Meiji was grateful that Nameless was thinking for her, but now that she had joined Yao Moen, she should try to keep her distance from Meiji. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Thinking of this, Meiji didn't wait for Nameless to speak and left. When they were about to leave the forest, Meiji suddenly thought of Yao Ma Xin, who was brought to the Holy Maiden Mansion by Yi Hongyi during the day. Since Wu Ming knew about Yi Hongyi and Ghost Pestil's secret dealings, he might also know about Yao Ma Xin's background. Thus, Meiji turned around and walked back, wanting to ask Wu Ming about it. Reporting to the Saintess, Wu Ming found out that Yi Hongyi had secretly colluded with Ghost Pestil and Crimson Flame Emperor to secretly replace the Imperial cult spies in the Imperial court. What Yi Hongyi did was clearly against the Imperial cult. I beg Saintess, Before Wu Ming could finish his sentence, he saw a piece of white silk shoot over like a silver snake and wrap around his neck. The white silk became tighter and tighter. Wu Ming struggled with all his might, but he couldn't get rid of the white silk's restraint. Saintess, why? Nameless Wu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fantasy Vine, who was on the top of the tree. There was too much doubt in his eyes. Because I don't want the sect leader to hear such news. For safety's sake, you have to die. Wu Ming, don't blame me for being ruthless. There's a saying that goes, every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. This Saintess is too soft-hearted. That's why I let Qi Kanglin bully me to this extent. From now on, everyone who has wronged this Saintess must die. The cold moonlight fell on Fantasy Vine's face, making her look like the king of hell. It was eerie and terrifying. You betrayed the sect leader. His breathing gradually thinned. Wu Ming could feel his life slipping away quickly. The difference in their martial arts made him lose all reason to continue struggling. Who is it? A gust of wind rose. Fantasy Vine's sharp eyes were like awls as she looked at the darkness on her left. Almost at the same time, Wu Ming suddenly threw out 3 hidden weapons from his sleeve. Fantasy Vine didn't have time to investigate. She raised her hand and pulled back the white silk. The white silk was like a spiraling dragon as it forcibly blocked Wu Ming's 3 hidden weapons. The 3 hidden weapons all hit Wu Ming's heart. You overestimate yourself? Fantasy Vine looked at Wu Ming in disgust. Then, she leaped into the air and left. When the forest was silent, Meiji ran out and knelt next to Wu Ming. Her tears fell like rain. Wu Ming, how did this happen? You mustn't die. Meiji pulled Wu Ming into her arms from the ground as tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry. I harmed you guys. I brought you guys to Crimson Flame Country. It's all my fault. Meiji, hurry and leave. Leave this place. Wu Ming's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was filled with despair. It's none of your business. Meiji doesn't have them anymore. You have to live. You have to live. Meiji wailed like a little beast as tears streamed down her face. I'm going to find them to atone for my crimes. Meiji, you have to live well and leave this place alive. Wu Ming's hand fell weightlessly. The moment he closed his eyes, tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes. No, if you guys die, what's the point of leaving me? Now, Meiji had nothing. You guys are so cruel. Wu Ming. Meiji wailed in despair as tears streamed down her face. After crying for who knew how long, Meiji finally suppressed her sorrow and dragged Wu Ming to a bush to lay him down. Wu Ming, I'll have to trouble you to endure here for now. Once I tell Yao Moen this news, I'll personally bury you. Meiji wiped away her tears and turned around resolutely. The night was as dark as ink. Meiji did her best to rush to Holy Maiden Manor. The news that Yihong Yi and Huan Luo had betrayed the imperial sect would undoubtedly cause Yihong Yi to die without a burial. Now that Wu Ming was dead, with her status in Crimson Flame Country, she had no chance to speak to Sikong Mu. The only one left was Yao Moen. The wind whistled past her ears. Meiji seemed to see hope. All of her forbearance had finally paid off. Once everything was over, she would return to Great Zhou and live with her mother. What are you going to do in such a hurry? A cold voice rang in Meiji's ears like thunder. Meiji abruptly stopped and saw Huan Luo standing in the wind in a white robe. Lord, Holy Maiden? Meiji did her best to suppress the fear in her heart and lowered her eyes respectfully. She was only 500 meters away from Holy Maiden Manor. As long as she entered Holy Maiden Manor, Yihong Yi would be done for. This Holy Maiden is curious. Wu Ming had already given up struggling. So why did he suddenly shoot out a hidden weapon? So he was trying to cover for you. Fortunately, this Holy Maiden is meticulous, otherwise I really would have messed things up. When Huan Luo said this, Meiji's heart instantly turned cold. Only 500 meters away? Could it be that the heavens couldn't even fulfill this 500-meter requirement? Meiji doesn't know what Lord Holy Maiden is talking about. Meiji forced herself to calm down. Her clear eyes were already looking for a dead end. She had to tell Yao Moen this news. She had to. It's fine if you don't know. When we get underground, Wu Ming will naturally tell you. In Huan Luo's eyes, killing Meiji was as easy as killing an ant. Lord Holy Maiden shouldn't have betrayed Sect Master. Great Shaman? Meiji's heart jumped. When she looked behind Huan Luo in shock, she suddenly charged towards a dead end in the northwest direction. When she heard Meiji say Great Shaman, Huan Luo abruptly turned around and saw nothing. Huan Luo's eyes suddenly turned cold. She turned around and shot her white silk in the direction Meiji was running. Even Wu Ming couldn't escape from this Holy Maiden's grasp. What right do you have? Meiji, die. Huan Luo's entire body radiated a powerful killing intent. She looked like an Azura demon that had crawled out of hell. At this moment, The white silk shot towards Meiji's heart like a silver dragon. Meiji felt a chill run down her back. No matter how hard she tried to dodge, the white silk still hit her left arm. With a crack, Meiji's left arm instantly split open. The pain made her break out in a cold sweat. Meiji, who had lost her balance, fell to the ground. By the time she turned around, Huan Luo was already in front of her. "You overestimate yourself." Huan Luo's eyes were cold as she suddenly reached out and grabbed Meiji's snow-white neck. Meiji looked at Huan Luo in despair. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. "You're different from Wu Ming. You're not a member of the Imperial faction, so why get involved in this mess? You'll end up losing your life." Humph. Huan Luo's cold and emotionless eyes looked at the plaything in her hands disdainfully as her fingers gradually tightened. Chapter 627. Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi. Meiji roared this name furiously. Her voice was filled with grief and indignation. "Die!" Huan Luo glared at Meiji in disgust and abruptly withdrew her strength. Seeing that Meiji was on the verge of death, a cold glint suddenly flashed by. Huan Luo had no choice but to let go of Meiji. She turned around and saw Diao Diao looking at her playfully. "Huan Luo, you've killed your way into the Holy Maiden's residence? Aren't you being too brazen?" Diao Diao crossed her arms. Her spirited eyes were like twinkling stars. It was a different kind of beauty. "Save me." Meiji fell to the ground powerlessly. The pain in her left arm was bone-piercing. Her chest was still so stuffy that it felt like seawater had poured into it. It was hard to breathe. Damn it. Huan Luo didn't care about Diao Diao. She immediately used her hand as a sword and a white light slashed towards Meiji. Meiji finally closed her eyes in despair when she felt the bone-piercing cold. "Huan Luo, you really don't care about Diao Diao. How dare you kill someone in front of me?" Diao Diao practically moved in front of Meiji and drew a semicircle in the air, blocking Huan Luo's sword energy. "Move." Huan Luo knew that Meiji knew her secret. She couldn't let her live. "Are you master? What right do you have to make me listen to you? I won't move. Bite me." Diao Diao looked at Huan Luo mockingly. She loved to see Huan Luo's uncontrollable anger. "Diao Diao, you're the one who provoked this holy maiden." Huan Luo's eyes turned cold. The white silk in her hand danced wildly in the air as she charged at Diao Diao. Diao Diao wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. She immediately shot out a thin thread from her sleeve and tangled it with the white silk. On the ground, Meiji just wanted to find Yao Moen as soon as possible, so she forced herself up and ran towards the Holy Maiden's residence. Huan Luo, who was fighting with Diao Diao, saw Meiji out of the corner of her eye. Her heart trembled and she immediately shook off Diao Diao. A torrent of pear blossom needles shot towards Meiji. "Huan Luo, you're too ruthless." Diao Diao hadn't expected that Huan Luo would throw such a vicious hidden weapon at Meiji. She immediately formed a protective net with her thin threads in front of Meiji. Even so, Meiji was still struck by the hidden weapon, and her body fell to the ground with a thud. "I want to see Yao Moen." On her deathbed, Meiji stretched her hand towards Diao Diao and said Yao Moen's name. Diao Diao was shocked when she heard this. When she looked back, she saw that Huan Luo's lips had curled up. The torrential pear blossom needles had been dipped in poison, so Meiji definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Diao Diao came to her senses in a moment of desperation. She sealed Meiji's acupoints by accident and turned to look at Huan Luo. "Are you happy that he's dead?" Diao Diao rebuked Fantasy Vine. "They are lowly commoners to begin with. Their deaths are not to be regretted." Huan Luo knew that the poison on the torrential pear blossom needles was fatal. Meiji had no chance of survival at this moment, so she raised her eyebrows and sneered, then left leisurely. Only when Huan Luo was far away did Diao Diao pick up Meiji and return to the Holy Maiden's residence. "Meiji, how could this be?" The moment Yao Moen saw that Meiji was covered in blood, her heart ached. She lifted Meiji off Diao Diao's body and onto the bed. "Huan Luo did this. She seems to have something very important to tell you." Diao Diao unsealed Meiji's acupoint. PFFF, Blood gushed out of Meiji's mouth and splashed onto the ground. Meiji, what exactly happened? How did you provoke Huan Luo? Yao Moen tightly gripped Meiji's fingers as if she wanted to transfer all the warmth in her body to Meiji. Yi Hongyi, Huan Luo. They cough, took revenge. Meiji's consciousness gradually faded. Her mind was completely blank. Meiji, you have to hold on. Diao, do you have any way? Yao Moen's eyes reddened as she looked towards Meiji reluctantly. Her head suddenly hurt so much that it felt like it was going to split open. Yin Nansheng, tell him that I really loved him. Meiji's weak breathing suddenly stopped. Her hands fell powerlessly to her sides, and her teary eyes finally closed unwillingly. Meiji, wake up. Yao Moen's heart ached as she looked at Meiji, who had already passed away. She hugged her tightly as tears silently fell. What exactly is Meiji trying to tell us? Yi Hongyi? Huan Luo? What's the relationship between them? Diao frowned as she looked at Meiji's corpse. A trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Meiji, don't worry. Moen promised you that she would grind Yi Hongyi's bones to dust, so she definitely won't go back on her word. Yao Moen clenched her teeth. Her gaze was as cold as a blade. How did Meiji know that you're Yao Moen? Diao suddenly recalled what Meiji had blurted out and looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Huan Luo was the one who told her. At that time, in order to escape from Yi Hongyi's evil clutches, Meiji had once helped Huan Luo with some matters. That day in Xinxiang, it was Huan Luo who instructed Meiji to poison my food. Yao Moen laid Meiji down on the bed and gently tucked her in. I really don't know what kind of medicine Huan Luo is trying to sell. Diao looked at Meiji suspiciously. Huan Luo tried to kill me several times. Originally, I didn't mind it out of respect for Qi Kanglin, but she's really becoming more and more unbridled. If she ends up in my hands one day, I'll definitely take her life. Yao Moen's hands clenched into fists as she looked at Meiji. Life was truly precious. No one's life was more worthless than another. In Huan Luo's eyes, Meiji's life was worthless. One day, Yao Moen would make Huan Luo pay the price in blood for this worthless life. You look so scary right now. Diao never knew that Yao Moen's eyes would emit such a terrifying light. The cold light that shot out of her eyes seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. No one dared to look directly at her. Even Diao couldn't stand up straight under that kind of gaze. That kind of innate pressure was even more domineering than Master's. If Meiji hadn't died, do you think Huan Luo would have done something desperate? The coldness in Yao Moen's eyes abruptly lessened, but what replaced it was an incomparable radiance. Diao felt that Yao Moen seemed to have changed into a different person. Compared to her previous indifferent attitude, the current Yao Moen would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. But Meiji's already dead. Yao Moen, did you remember something? I keep feeling like you're different now. Diao looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. You're Moen's benefactor. Chapter 628. Since Yi Hongyi was still alive, then that was good. She would let Yi Hongyi experience the feeling of losing everything once more. This time, she wouldn't give Yi Hongyi any chance of survival. If he died, then she would make sure he died thoroughly. As for Yi Junqing, she would find a chance to explain. If we really fought, Diao would only be able to fight Huan Luo to a draw. Diao was rarely this modest. This matter can't alarm Qi Kanglin, so Moen won't give Huan Luo a chance to make a move. You just need to leak the information to Huan Luo. Moen naturally has a way to deal with her. Yao Moen's voice was as cold as a mountain spring, clear and crisp. The current Yao Moen's every word and action seemed to carry an incomparable charm, causing Diao to unconsciously willingly submit to her. I'll listen to you. Diao nodded firmly, then left the room. In the quiet room, Yao Moen returned to the side of the bed. She held Meiji's already cold fingers with a distressed expression. Moen will definitely pass on your words to Yin Nansheng. The night was very quiet. Occasionally, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard, breaking the silence of the night. The moonlight shone through the window and onto the ground, seeming to be plated with a layer of silver. "How much did you steal?" A low voice rang out. After Yi Junqing took the sulfur and saltpeter that Han Jini handed over, he reached out and pulled Han Jini out of the hole. This hole was undoubtedly Yi Junqing's masterpiece. From the moment he entered the Holy Maiden Manor, he had started this plan. "I didn't think that I, the dignified Supreme Lord of 10,000 Imperial City, would also have such a day. It's best if you don't mention the word steal in front of this Supreme Lord." Han Jini swept the dust off his body with a helpless expression. "These are extraordinary times. Supreme Lord, just endure it. If you want to go steal now, you'll need to have the ability to do so first." Yi Junqing used the moonlight to separate the sulfur and saltpeter. "Are you being sarcastic?" Han Jini understood the meaning behind Yi Junqing's words, and her eyes widened. "Honorable Lord, don't be impatient. After 2 or 3 more times, the number of arrow-explosive rats will be enough to blow up the entire Holy Maiden Manor. At that time, we'll take advantage of the chaos to leave. I've already asked around. Crimson Flame Country's dungeon is in the southwest. Our clothes have already been prepared. After we leave the Holy Maiden Manor, we'll sneak into the dungeon and hopefully find Moen and the others. After that, we'll first hide and wait for an opportunity to leave." "What if you can't find Yao Moen?" Han Jini lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. "Then we'll return to Eastern Continent and attack Crimson Flame Country. If they don't hand over Moen, we'll beat them until they do." Yi Junqing's voice was icy cold, as expected of a legend on the battlefield. "Jini has underestimated King Chu." Han Jini's eyes shone with admiration. Dawn broke, and the rising sun dispelled the darkness. The entire Holy Maiden Manor welcomed a new day. From the first day they arrived at the Holy Maiden Manor, Shueisho's existence didn't attract any attention. Aside from providing her with normal meals, neither Yao Moen nor Yi Junqing had come to find her. This made Shueisho feel very passive. In the rear garden, Shueisho sat on a stone platform next to the fake mountain as usual. Her misty eyes stared at the koi fish in the pond as she muttered to herself. She couldn't take the initiative to find Yi Junqing or Yao Moen. That would make her motives seem a bit impure. In reality, no matter how you pretend, no one will believe that you're Yao Maxin. A clear voice came from behind her. Shueisho's eyes trembled slightly. When she looked up, the light in her eyes turned into faint sorrow. "They say you're Yi Junqing." "I'm very surprised. It turns out that the man I yearn for with my life doesn't recognize me." Shueisho indifferently turned around, her eyes still fixed on the pond. "Do you really understand the words yearn for with your life? Every day, you mumble to yourself, calling Zhong'er, calling Junqing. But do you know what Zhong'er and Junqing mean in Maxin's heart?" For the first time, Yi Junqing sat down next to Shueisho. His expression was a bit haggard. "I don't know." It was rare for Yi Junqing to take the initiative to strike up a conversation, so Shueisho naturally wouldn't let this chance slip by. "Zhong'er, Maxin's life. Junqing." Yi Junqing's eyes overflowed with faint sorrow. "How is Junqing?" Shueisho couldn't help but ask. Yi Hongyi had said that Yi Junqing was the man Yao Maxin loved the most, and that Zhong'er was her son. Even if she lost her memories, she would still remember these two people. Junqing is nothing more than a shooting star in her long life, one that flashes by and disappears. Yi Hongyi was probably the one who taught you to say that, but he was wrong. He was wrong from the very start. In Maxin's heart, Zhong'er is irreplaceable, and the other irreplaceable man isn't me, Yi Junqing. It's him, Yi Hongyi. That beast, he would never believe that there would be someone in this world who loved him as much as their own life. He was narrow-minded, jealous to the point of madness, cold-blooded and heartless, vicious and merciless. Maxin had sacrificed so much for him, but in the end, he actually threw Zhong'er to his death right in front of Maxin and locked Maxin up in the cold palace to fend for herself. Even though it had been so long, Yi Junqing's heart still ached when he brought this up. "So this is my life." At the time, when Yi Hongyi had recounted this, he had said it in an ordinary tone. "This is Maxin's life, not yours. If you're willing to continue acting, no one will stop you." I just want to tell you that no matter how good your acting is, I won't believe you. This is also the last thing I'll say to you. Yi Junqing sighed lightly, then turned to get up. When he turned around, he saw that Yao Moen had somehow appeared behind him. Yao Maxin truly has eyes but can't see. His heart hurt, as if it had been stabbed by a knife and couldn't be pulled out. Just touching it would feel like it was cutting his heart. The person who has eyes but can't see is Yi Hongyi. Yi Junqing paused for a moment, then walked around Yao Moen and slowly left. Once Yi Junqing left, Yao Moen sighed heavily, then sat down next to Shui Xiu. Yi Hongyi still doesn't understand Yao Maxin. Even if she lost her memories, she wouldn't act like an idiot and wallow in self-pity, much less talk about Zhong'er all the time. Hatred needs to be kept in the heart, and then slowly seeped into the bone marrow. Yao Moen looked meaningfully at Shui Xiu, then her cherry lips curved in a mischievous smile. She knew very well what Yi Hongyi was trying to prove. Fine, as he wished. You understand, Yao Maxin? Shui Xiu looked towards Yao Moen with raised brows. Yao Moen pursed her lips, then left with a faint smile. Ever since Yi Junqing went to battle against Crimson Flame Country, Sikong Mu had started to make preparations. Inside the headquarters, Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo stood to the left and right while Diao Diao and Yi Hongyi waited on the side. How have the sea monsters been these past few days? Sikong Mu looked at Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo with a solemn voice. His voice was like an ancient, rippleless pool, carrying a dreadful coldness. Replying, Sect Master, all the sea monsters are under the control of the sound flute. The Navy is well trained and can set out at any time. Huan Luo was the first to reply. Then she glanced towards Qi Kanglin. Very good. If there are no accidents, in a month, Crimson Flame Country will send out all their troops to conquer Eastern Continent. Sikong Mu believed that Yi Junqing's disappearance would definitely attract the attention of all the countries in Eastern Continent. Rather than giving them time to prepare, it would be better to seize the initiative and catch them off guard. After leaving the headquarters, Huan Luo tried to stop Qi Kanglin, but Diao Jiao ruined her plans. Great Priest is in a hurry to go see Yao Moen. Can you be a bit more tactful? Diao Jiao lifted her chin and stood arrogantly in front of Huan Luo. Move aside. Huan Luo reached out to push Diao Jiao, but Diao Jiao nimbly avoided her. What? You want to fight? All right. In any case, you didn't have enough fun last night. Speaking of which, Diao Jiao really wants to know, why did you want to kill Mei Ji? You were so heavy-handed. Thankfully, the poison on the torrential pear blossom needles wasn't that strong. Diao Jiao pursed her lips, then stopped talking and turned to leave. What do you mean? Huan Luo understood the meaning behind Diao Jiao's words and immediately blocked her path. Chapter 629. Although Meiji hasn't woken up yet, she definitely won't die. In Crimson Flame Country, it's not up to you to make someone die. Yao Moen is the same. Meiji is the same. Huan Luo, be lenient when possible. A cornered fish crashes into a net, and a cornered dog jumps over a wall. If you really force someone into a corner, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Diao Diao actually had good intentions. Her intuition told her that she couldn't afford to offend someone like Yao Moen. The moment Diao Diao turned around, Huan Luo suddenly attacked. The liquid in her sleeve shot right at Diao Diao's head. What is it? Diao Jiao touched her hair as if she sensed something, but the liquid had already seeped into her hair and entered her body. Yao Moen purposely had Diao Jiao lure Qi Kanglin out and hide him in the room alone. At this time, Mei Ji was lying on the bed, her face as pale as paper. Just after 5 o'clock, Yao Moen heard the window creak open, followed by a low roar. It hurts. When Huan Luo saw Mei Ji on the bed, she pulled out her dagger and lifted the blanket with one hand. Almost at the same time, a small snake shot out like an arrow and bit Huan Luo's wrist. Then, the sound of the dagger falling to the ground could be heard. I didn't think that the Grand Holy Maiden of Crimson Flame Country's imperial sect would do such a despicable thing. Yao Moen walked out of the darkness when she saw that the plan had succeeded. Her cherry lips curved into a brilliant smile. Sheng Wanner, why are you here? Meiji is already dead. Damn Diao Diao. Seeing that Meiji's chest wasn't moving and that Yao Moen was here, Huan Luo immediately reacted. Damned? Wan'er was really curious. In the eyes of the holy maiden, who didn't deserve to die, Qi Kanglan? Yao Moen leisurely walked to the table and sat down. She crossed her legs and looked at Huan Luo disapprovingly. He also deserves to die. All of you deserve to die. Sheng Wan'er, you've ruined this holy maiden's plans time and time again. You even stole the man this holy maiden cares about the most. Now that you've delivered yourself to me, how can this holy maiden not fulfill your wish? Huan Luo's eyes suddenly turned cold. You want to kill Wan'er? Lord Holy Maiden, please use your brain and think about it. Since Wanna had Diao Diao trick you into coming here, she naturally has made thorough preparations. If she really was killed by you, then wouldn't Wan'er have lived all these years in vain? Yao Moen snorted disdainfully, her words filled with ridicule. You. Ugh. Just as Huan Luo was about to make a move, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist. She lifted her sleeve and saw that her left arm, which had been bitten by the snake, had turned purple. How could this be? This isn't snake poison. Huan Luo glared at Yao Moen in shock. Of course it's not snake venom. With martial arts like yours, snake venom is nothing more than a piece of cake for you. Wan'er naturally wouldn't prepare anything too shabby for the grand holy maiden to grace us with her presence. Yao Mo Wan's voice gradually grew cold. When she raised her eyes, the coldness in them was even colder than the moonlight. What poison did you use? For a moment, Huan Luo felt like the Yao Moen in front of her had become a completely different person. The domineering aura that was radiating from her caused her to focus for a moment. Wan'er can tell you, and can even give you the antidote. However, there's one thing you must tell Wan'er. Why did Meiji die? What secret did she know about you for you to chase after her so relentlessly? Yao Moen's expression was cold and her voice was piercingly cold. She naturally had a reason for her death. Huan Luo snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Wan'er wants to know this reason. Or perhaps you and Yi Hong have some shady business that you don't want others to know about. Yao Moen pursed her lips tightly as she looked at Huan Luo with a cold gaze. A bunch of nonsense. How could this holy maiden have anything to do with that lowly commoner? Yao Moen, if you don't give this holy maiden the antidote, this holy maiden will kill you right now. Huan Luo secretly circulated her qi to suppress the poison, but discovered that it had no effect. All right. To be able to accompany Holy Maiden in death, Wan'er is extremely honored. Yao Moen suddenly opened her mouth with a waning smile. You. Huan Luo never expected that the poison in her body would be so strong that it had already entered her lungs so quickly. Huan Luo, if you're willing to speak, Wan'er will naturally spare your life. If you're not willing, then today will be the anniversary of your death. Yao Moen wasn't used to sickness. In reality, Yao Moen was certain that Huan Luo wouldn't speak from the start. This plan was to kill Huan Luo. No matter what scheme she and Yi Hongyi had, once she died, all the schemes would be for naught. You. How dare you? Lowly commoner. See if this holy maiden doesn't kill you. Huan Luo's eyes were bloodshot. She knew that Yao Moen wouldn't let her go, so she used all the strength in her body to lift the white cloth. However, she couldn't do anything about the pain. No matter how powerful Huan Luo's martial arts were, she couldn't gather any internal energy. Huan Luo, you deserve to die. Yao Moen sat upright and still, her deep eyes emitting extreme coldness. She still remembered who had injured Han Jini in Great Shu's throne room and nearly killed him. Yao Moen watched as Huan Luo's body twitched, and she coughed up blood before collapsing powerlessly on the ground. Yao Moen's red lips curved slightly and her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Right at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Qi Kanglan walked in wearing a white robe and saw the scene in front of him. Huan Luo. Qi Kanglan's eyes widened, and he immediately went forward to support Huan Luo. Heh, you got what you wanted. Qi Kanglan, this is the result you wanted? You couldn't allow Huan Luo to live in this world, so you made her do it. The moment Huan Luo saw Qi Kanglan, she knew that this was her last hope. You've been poisoned? Where's the antidote? Chi Kanglin extended his hand towards Yao Moen without any hesitation. At the side, Diao Jiao shrugged helplessly. He was worried about your safety, so he insisted on coming back. Diao Jiao's explanation caused Huan Luo's heart to turn cold. So Chi Kanglin had come back for Yao Moen's safety. I have the antidote, but I can't give it to you. Meiji died in her hands, and she still wants to kill Wanner. Wanner won't even be able to sleep soundly if someone like her lives. Yao Moen deliberately ignored the pleading look in Chi Kanglin's eyes and said coldly, Kanglin guarantees with his life that she definitely won't harm you. Chi Kanglin's outstretched hand froze in the air, and his eyes dimmed. If the person who collapsed on the ground today was Wanner, ask Huan Luo if she would hand over the antidote. Yao Moen once again chose to remain indifferent in the face of Chi Kanglin's silent pleading. Heh, Chi Kanglin, why are you pretending? Don't you hate Huan Luo? If Huan Luo died, you wouldn't have any more misgivings and would be together with Shang Wanner forever. Now you got what you wanted. Pfft. The poison in Huan Luo's body had already reached her heart. What do you want before you're willing to hand over the antidote? A trace of hurt flashed through Chi Kanglin's eyes. Yao Moen saw it, but she still couldn't compromise. If Huan Luo didn't die, the hidden dangers left behind might be fatal. Seeing that Yao Moen didn't speak, a resolute look flashed through Huan Luo's eyes. Thus, she bent down next to Chi Kanglin's ear and whispered something. Kanglin is willing to use his life in exchange for Huan Luo's life. After hearing Huan Luo's words, Chi Kanglin's eyes instantly became bloodshot and the veins on his forehead bulged as if he had suffered a huge blow. Wanner, Diao Jiao called out hesitantly when she saw Chi Kanglin's expression change. Yao Moen hesitated until Chi Kanglin raised his hand to slap the top of his head. Yao Moen finally tossed the antidote to Chi Kanglin. Remember, you owe me a life. Yao Moen gritted her teeth and growled. Then, she turned around and no longer looked at Chi Kanglin. After receiving the antidote, Chi Kanglin quickly poured it out and stuffed it into Huan Luo's mouth. Then, he carried Huan Luo and left through the window. Diao Jiao only walked to Yao Moen's side after Chi Kanglin had walked far away. Chapter 630. You wanted to take Huan Luo's life just now? Didn't you say you only wanted to force her to tell you the plot? Diao Diao's voice was clearly doubtful. Huan Luo cares so much about Meiji's life and death. It's clear how important this secret is to Huan Luo. Do you think she would tell you? Yao Moen sighed. She was still bothered by Chi Kanglin's decision. So you lied to me? Diao Diao felt a bit upset. Diao Diao, you know better than me what kind of person Huan Luo is, and I know better than you what kind of person Yi Hongyi is. These two people are definitely planning something big that can change the world. Your momentary benevolence might make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yao Moen earnestly advised Diao Diao. I don't care about Huan Luo's life or death. I just care that you don't believe me. Diao Diao's voice sounded a bit depressed. It's precisely because I care about your feelings that I don't dare to tell you the truth. Who knows if you and Huan Luo are as close as sisters? Yao Moen pursed her lips and smiled. Pa, who would be as close as sisters with her? Diao Diao spat. Yao Moen sighed inwardly when she saw that Diao Diao was no longer conflicted. There weren't many people she could use right now. Yao Moen didn't want to create estrangement with Diao Diao. Then what do we do now? Huan Luo has the antidote, so she'll definitely be fine. Diao Jiao looked towards Yao Moen in frustration. Who told you that? Yao Moen's smile deepened. Her smile was like a flower. When Diao Jiao heard this, she was incomparably shocked. She couldn't help but sigh. The woman in front of her was truly black-bellied. In the middle of the night, two figures sat facing each other. The man was as handsome as an immortal while the woman was as graceful as the moon. At first glance, they looked like an immortal couple that had descended from the heavens. At this moment, smoke was billowing above Huan Luo's head, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Chi Kanglin wasn't much better. His already pale face was even whiter than the winter snow. Puffed. Huan Luo spat out a mouthful of black blood. She slowly inhaled and exhaled. Done. Chi Kanglan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath as he retracted his palm. Why did you save me? Huan Luo abruptly opened her eyes, her voice as cold as ice. Who did it? Chi Kanglan asked. Heh, does it matter who did it? Even if Huan Luo's body is as pure as ice and as pure as jade, do you think you can return to Huan Luo's side? Huan Luo smiled bitterly. Indeed, these words had saved her. I'm sorry. Chi Tsonglan's answer was extremely obvious. Sorry again. Ever since Yao Moen came to Crimson Flame's country, how many times have you apologized to Huan Luo? Kanglan, why do you still insist on doing things your own way even though you know that you have wronged me? Why is it that even though you know I like you, you won't even spare me a glance? If you hadn't protected Yao Moen with your life on the ship that day, Huan Luo wouldn't have gotten so drunk when she came back, and she wouldn't have been. When this was brought up, Huan Luo still clenched her teeth, her heart aching. Kanglan promises you that I will not let that person go, Chi Kanglan said faintly, but his voice was filled with determination. Is it important? What would killing him change? Will you return to Huan Luo's side? Huan Luo struggled to her feet and left indifferently. After returning to the Holy Maiden residence, Chi Tsonglan felt that it was necessary to meet with Yao Moen. However, the candle in Yao Moen's room had already been extinguished, so Chi Tsonglan stood guard at the door for the entire night. The next day, when Yao Moen opened the door, she was shocked to see that Chi Tsonglan's back was facing her. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes fluttered in the wind. Lord Priest didn't sleep for the entire night? Seeing this posture, Yao Moen knew that her guess was correct. I wonder if Kanglan can come in? Chi Tsonglan turned around when he heard this, his handsome face showing some exhaustion. Yao Moen originally wanted to refuse, but when she saw the pleading look in Chi Tsonglan's eyes, she finally let Chi Tsonglan enter the room. Huan Luo harmed you several times, so it's not wrong for you to pay back a tooth for a tooth. However, Kanglan and Huan Luo grew up together, so he couldn't just watch her die in front of him. Do you understand Kanglan's difficulties? Chi Tsonglan explained gently. High Priest's actions yesterday were indeed outside of Wan Er's expectations. To be able to exchange a life for a life, it shouldn't be as simple as being childhood sweethearts, right? Actually, Yao Moen felt that Chi Tsonglan's actions were understandable. In any case, he was closer to Huan Luo than she was. However, yesterday, Yao Moen was truly angry. How could he commit suicide like this, and for someone like Huan Luo? That's all. Also, Kanglan guarantees that as long as Kanglan lives for another day, he will definitely protect you and not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm. Chi Tsonglan's words gradually changed. Yao Moen couldn't help but choke. She felt that if they continued talking, it was very likely that the topic would go even further. Forget it. Wan Er will let Huan Luo go this time for High Priest's sake. However, next time, no one's life will be able to save her. Yao Moen snorted as she walked around Chi Tsonglan. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt someone grab her wrist. In the next second, she was already in Chi Tsonglan's embrace. You? What do you want to do? At such a close distance, Yao Moen could even count how many eyelashes Chi Tsonglan had. Wan Er. Chi Tsonglan choked. Just as he was about to say the words he wanted to say, his eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. When Yao Moen saw that Chi Tsonglan's expression was abnormal, she couldn't help but tremble. Then she followed Chi Tsonglan's gaze and saw that Yi Junqing was standing at the door with a cold expression. Yi Junqing felt that his anger was unreasonable. The woman in front of him wasn't Yao Moen at all. Who she was intimate with had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't bear to see that face so close to another man. Is there something? Yao Moen felt inexplicably guilty, and her voice sounded a bit rushed. Jiao Jiao can't get out of bed. With that, Yi Junqing turned around and stormed away. When they entered Diao Jiao's room, Han Jini was standing guard at the head of the bed. What happened? Yao Moen stepped into the room before Chi Tsonglan did. When she saw that Diao Jiao's face was deathly pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, Yao Moen hastily sat down and looked towards Diao Jiao worriedly. Who knows? When I thought about it this morning, I found that my entire body was weak. Diao Jiao's voice was filled with helplessness. Someone come. Hurry and call for a doctor. Yao Moen shouted anxiously but was stopped by Qi Lan. With Diao Jiao's martial arts, it's impossible for ordinary illnesses to bother her. Even a doctor wouldn't be able to help. As Qi Lan spoke, he walked over and stretched out a hand to take Diao Jiao's pulse. After a short while, Qi Lan's sharp brows furrowed, and he looked towards Diao Jiao suspiciously. Have you been in contact with anyone recently? Qi Lan's expression was solemn as he asked coldly. I have. I've been in contact with you guys every day. What's wrong? Have I been poisoned? Diao Jiao saw the answer in Qi Lan's eyes. It's very strange. Aside from your pulse being weak, there's nothing abnormal about it. However, your body has clearly been overdrawn, said Qi Lan seriously, his expression cold. Diao Jiao, your hair. How did your hair become like this? Yao Moen looked towards Diao Jiao in shock. She saw that Diao Jiao's long hair was no longer as smooth as satin. Instead, it was like withered grass in autumn, dry and yellowed as it scattered on the pillow. When Yao Moen said this, everyone looked towards Diao Jiao's hair in shock. That's right. What happened to my hair? Waner, I can't see it anymore. How could this be? I can't see anything? Just as Diao Jiao was marveling at the change in her hair, her vision suddenly went black and her entire person sank into darkness. Diao Jiao? Don't be afraid. We're all here. We're all here. What do we do now? Seeing Diao Jiao helplessly stretch out her hand, Yao Moen immediately stepped forward and pulled Diao Jiao into her embrace, her eyes shining. Chapter 631. As expected, she was poisoned. Moreover, the poison was placed in her hair and seeped into her brain. What a vicious trick. Let's try Kanglin's blood first. Qi Kanglin suddenly understood. His brows furrowed, and he turned around to let out his blood. Beside the bed, Han Jini saw all of this. Seeing Diao Jiao helplessly leaning in Yao Mo Wan's embrace, Han Jini suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his heart. He always thought that in his heart, Diao Jiao was at most a friend. But now, Han Jini knew that the worry and pain in his heart wasn't just for a friend. Qi Lan moved quickly and handed his blood over to Yao Mo Wan in a short while. Diao Jiao, it's all right. Qi Kanglin's blood is the most effective. You know that? Yao Mo Wan hurriedly took the teacup and placed the rim of the cup next to Diao Jiao's lips. Only when Diao Jiao finished drinking did Yao Mo Wan feel at ease. She believed that Qi Kanglin's blood was omnipotent. But when Yao Mo Wan returned the teacup to Qi Kanglin's hand, Diao Jiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted in her embrace. How is this possible? Qi Kanglin, this blood doesn't work? What do we do now? Diao Jiao can't die. Seeing Diao Jiao lying in her embrace with a deathly pale face, Yao Mo Wan's tears fell like rain. Now it seems that only one person can save Diao Jiao. Qi Kanglin carried Diao Jiao and leaped towards the imperial sect's main altar. Even when Qi Kanglin's figure faded out of his sight, Han Jini still hadn't woken up from his shock. Diao Jiao's martial arts are so powerful. Who has the ability to poison her? Who? Han Jini's hands clenched into fists, veins popping out on his forehead, and a frightening cold light appeared in his eyes. Supreme Lord Han is concerned about Diao Jiao? Yao Mo Wan forcefully suppressed the grief in her heart and turned to look at Han Jini. This Supreme Lord will not allow her to die. At the moment of life and death, Han Jini finally understood Diao Jiao's position in his heart. Diao Jiao has a true temperament. If she loves someone, she will be dead set. That day, when Diao Jiao knew that Supreme Lord had Yao Mo Wan in his heart, even though she liked him so much, she still tried to matchmake Waner and Supreme Lord together. Waner has always felt that liking is selfish and love is selfless. Yao Moen weakly got up and slowly got off the bed. She looked towards Han Jini meaningfully before turning to leave. Just as Yao Moen reached the door, a low and firm voice came from behind her. If Diao Jiao can escape this calamity, Jingyi will definitely not let her down. When Yao Mo Wan heard this, her cherry lips curved into a faint smile. Diao Jiao, for Han Jini, you have to hold on. Yao Moen left the room and strolled through the long hallway in the back garden. Her gaze gradually darkened. In all of Crimson Flame Country, who else would dare to poison Diao other than Huan Luo? Huan Luo, Yi Hongyi, what are you planning to do? Sikong Mu is so powerful. Diao Diao should be fine. Yao Moen looked up to see Yi Junqing standing in front of her. Heh, how does King Chu know how powerful Sikong Mu is? Yao Moen had already recovered her memories. She had originally wanted to tell Yi Junqing her identity, but the situation was so chaotic right now. She didn't want Yi Junqing to give himself away in a moment of excitement. It wasn't time for her identity to be made public yet. Someone who can make Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo submit definitely isn't simple. Yi Junqing said this to comfort Yao Moen. Perhaps. King Chu didn't come to find me just to comfort Wanner, right? Yao Moen forced out a smile. Diao Diao's fate was currently unknown, so she really wasn't in the mood to deal with Yi Junqing. Is Yao Moen still alive? Where is she being held? Yi Junqing got straight to the point. When Yao Moen heard this, she shook and laughed helplessly. King Chu thinks that Wanner knows? Even if she knows, why would Wanner tell King Chu? Yao Moen lifted her brows in disapproval. That hashtag said that you're Yao Moen, but Junqing knows that you're not. Junqing still remembers that you said that Yao Moen was still alive, and that Junqing had to keep her alive no matter what. Shang Wanner, Junqing just wants to know if Yao Moen is really still alive. Junqing only asks you to tell the truth. Yi Junqing suddenly walked in front of Yao Moen and blocked her path. There was an unconcealable pleading in his eyes. Her heart ached a little. Yi Junqing, it's the same every time. Moen is standing right in front of you, but you can't recognize who Moen is. Is it because you care too much? Or is it because we haven't spent enough time together? It seems that once everything calms down, Moen really should tie you to her waist and bring you with her wherever she goes. Let's properly nurture our relationship. She's alive. Not only is she alive, she's living very well. Yao Moen's eyes sparkled brightly, and her voice was pleasant to the ear. Yi Junqing was speechless. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, then he said many thanks to Yao Moen before turning to leave. As she watched Yi Junqing leave, Yao Moen kept feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Adding on the fact that Diao Diao's life was in danger, Yao Moen didn't have the mind to think too much about it. Outside the imperial sect's main altar, Huan Luo's cold eyes shone with a piercing light. Her cherry lips were tightly pursed, and the smile on her face was twisted. As expected, Lady Holy Maiden is formidable. Diao Diao's poison will probably exhaust all of Sikong Mu's cultivation. Behind Huan Luo, Yi Hongyi looked in the direction that Qi Kanglin had disappeared in and laughed coldly. This Holy Maiden would like to see just how far Sikong Mu can go for Diao Diao. Huan Luo clenched her teeth as her eyes turned cold. Right now, the Imperial Court and the Imperial Sect are evenly matched. Once Sikong Mu's martial arts are destroyed, Qi Chuan will have a chance to fight against the Imperial Sect. At that time, both Qi Kanglin and Yao Moen can be dealt with by Lady Holy Maiden. Now that I think about it, you really are a generous person. Yi Hongyi turned to look at Huan Luo. Huan Luo had always looked down on Yi Hongyi. When she saw that Qi Kanglin had entered the main altar, she flicked her sleeves and left. Only when Huan Luo was far away did the humility in Yi Hongyi's eyes disappear. All that was left was absolute coldness. Inside the ghost manor, Gue Pestle came out of the dark room and saw Yi Hongyi standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Is there something you need from me? Is it Huan Luo? Gue Pestle walked forward eagerly with eyes full of hope. Huan Luo is fine. I only came to ask you about that matter. Have you done it? Yi Hongyi turned around and looked at Gue Pestle with a dark gaze. Yi Hongyi, that's a disgraceful and heinous thing. If someone finds out, they'll definitely be punished. Once someone finds out, we'll both die without a burial place. Gue Pestle naturally understood what Yi Hongyi was referring to. If someone finds out what you did to Huan Luo, you'll also die without a burial place. Yi Hongyi warned coldly. Yi Hongyi, you. Gue Pestle looked at Yi Hongyi in alarm. Don't worry. Since I dared to do it, I'm naturally well prepared. Also, We don't have a way out. Chi Chuan would never let Huan Luo live. If I didn't plead for her that day, Chi Chuan would have wanted to kill her. Ghost Pestle, what I'm doing right now is for my own grand ambitions, but I'm also thinking for you. If the entire Crimson Flame Nation is mine, then what else isn't yours? Yi Hongyi realized that his tone was too harsh, so he immediately explained himself in a gentle voice. Did you say that? Gue Pestle looked at Yi Hongyi suspiciously. I did. Yi Hongyi nodded firmly as if he was making a promise. However, the current Yi Hongyi didn't even care about his face anymore. Promises were nothing in his eyes. There's one more thing. Shui Xiu came to me and asked me to change her face back, said Gue Pestle casually. Chapter 632. What? Change back? No way. Yi Hongyi's reaction was clearly stronger than Gue Wu had expected. She said it was the sect master's idea. It seems like neither Yao Moen nor Yi Junqing believed that she was Yao Maxin. She felt that there was no point in staying, so Gue Wu said truthfully, Idiot, idiot. I left her at the Holy Maiden residence to observe Yao Moen and Yi Junqing's movements. It doesn't matter whether they believe her or not. This woman can't be left alive. Yi Hongyi shouted coldly. You're crazy. She's one of the 4 great protectors of the imperial sect. Gue Wu never expected Yi Hongyi to say something like that. Why are you so nervous? You've killed more than 1 or 2 people from the imperial sect, except for her. I'll deal with the sect master and blame her death on Yao Moen. Yi Hongyi's gaze was cold and his voice sounded like it came from the lowest level of hell. Shui Xiu's life or death wasn't important. What was important was that he couldn't tolerate the existence of that face, even if he had to change her skin. Because Shui Xiu knew too much, Yao Moen was sitting in the pavilion in the dead of the night in the Holy Maiden residence. She was thinking about what had happened in the past few days. Nameless corpse was found in the back mountain, Mei Ji died tragically, and Diao Jiao was poisoned. What did all of these lead to? What was Yi Hongyi's scheme? Just at this time, a burst of rumbling sound broke the silence of the night. Yao Mo Wan looked towards the source of the sound and saw that the entire Holy Maiden Manor was suddenly lit up as if it was filled with fireworks. Huge mushroom clouds soared into the sky and blossomed in the night sky, creating a kind of aesthetic feeling. The rumbling sounds rose and fell as the Holy Maiden Manor turned into a pile of rubble. Cough, cough. Damn it. Yao Moen covered her mouth as she looked at the mess in front of her. She knew that it was Yi Junqing's work. She knew that he wouldn't just sit and wait for death, but she didn't expect it to be this big. The huge explosion affected the shops and residences around the Holy Maiden residence. The entire east side of the capital was in an uproar. Now that Qi Kanglin and Diao Jiao weren't here, Yao Moen wanted to look for Yi Junqing, but she couldn't. She could only watch as thick smoke rose from the Holy Maiden residence. Crap. Junqing. Now that you're here, how is Moen supposed to find you? Yao Moen slapped her thigh in annoyance. She really hated herself for not revealing her identity earlier. Now that Yi Junqing had escaped, she was the one who had lost the initiative. Amidst the chaos, Yi Junqing and Han Jini disguised themselves. Even if they swaggered down the streets, no one would be able to recognize them. Are you sure that they will lock Yao Mowan in the dungeon? Asked Han Jini suspiciously as she looked at the panic-stricken passers-by. The current Yi Junqing was dressed in the uniform of Crimson Flame Nation. His hair had been dyed dark yellow, and his eyebrows and eyeliner were heavily drawn. Even if it was broad daylight, it would be very difficult to recognize him, much less the smoke. Even if there isn't, releasing everyone in the dungeon will throw the Crimson Flame Nation into chaos. Stirring up this pool of stagnant water, the conspiracy will surface on its own. What Junqing needs to do now is to throw Crimson Flame Country into chaos. That way, it'll be easier for us to take advantage of the situation. As Yi Junqing spoke, he suddenly took out an exploding rat arrow and threw it. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously behind them. Yi Junqing and Han Jini leaped into the air and headed straight for the dungeon. The dungeon wasn't far from the Holy Maiden Manor. When they saw the smoke billowing in the direction of the Holy Maiden Manor, the guards turned pale with fright. At this moment, a general was about to transfer the soldiers guarding the dungeon to the Holy Maiden Manor when they suddenly heard the sounds of explosions getting closer and closer. A cloud of thick smoke rolled over like a huge black dragon. As the guards turned pale with fright, Yijunqing and Han Jini had already rushed into the dungeon. They tore down the door as soon as they saw it. Although the prisoners inside were also in a panic, when they saw the door was wide open, they immediately rushed out with all their might. Most of the prisoners here were foreigners. They knew that they would undoubtedly die if they entered here. The hope of survival made them abandon all fear and rush to the entrance of the dungeon. The guards gradually couldn't hold on any longer, and some prisoners had already escaped. Even after searching all the cells, Yijunqing and Han Jini didn't find Yao Mo Wan's figure. This was an unexpected harvest. King Qi? King Xia? In the last cell, Yijunqing unexpectedly saw Feng Yihan and Di Feng, who had been locked up here for half a year. It really is a small world. To think that I would actually see you guys here. While Di Feng was pleasantly surprised, Yijunqing and Han Jini respectively cut off the iron chains on Feng Yihan and Di Feng's hands. Why are you guys here? Feng Yihan looked towards Yijunqing suspiciously. It's hard to explain in a few words. Let's leave this place first, then take our time to think about it. Now wasn't the time to reminisce. After Yijunqing rescued Feng Yihan and Di Feng, the four of them blended in with the prisoners and quickly rushed out of the dungeon. They headed towards the place Yijunqing had already prepared. After a night of clamor, the Holy Maiden Manor, the dungeon, and the surrounding streets had already changed beyond recognition. This matter very quickly reached Sikong Mu's ears. At this time, Sikong Mu, who had just finished forcing the poison out of Diao Diao, was sitting on a stone bench in the peach garden. The golden mask blocked all the emotions on his face. Who reported this matter? The first thing Sikong Mu asked wasn't the life and death of Yao Mo Wan and Yijunqing. He also didn't care whether Feng Yihan and Di Feng had escaped or not. This caused Qi Kanglin to be a bit surprised. It's a routine matter of the Ministry of Justice. They sent in a report this morning, replied Qi Kanglin truthfully. It's actually not Dingjiu. Why isn't it Dingjiu? Kanglin, hurry to the dungeon and find Dingjiu for this sect master. It's fine if he's dead, but if he's alive, you must bring him to the main altar, ordered Sikong Mu sternly. Qi Kanglin didn't hesitate and turned to leave the peach garden. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. If we guessed correctly, Sikong Mu is definitely looking for Dingjiu's whereabouts. Yi Hongyi, you must kill him before Sikong Mu finds Dingjiu. In front of the dragon desk, Qi Chuan looked towards Yi Hongyi angrily. Your Majesty, Dingjiu is no longer Dingjiu. Is he one of us now? Yi Hongyi pretended to be confused as he looked towards Qi Chuan. You still have the face to mention this matter. Yesterday, when something happened in the dungeon, I told you to remind Dingjiu to report this matter to Sikong Mu. Now that this matter has been reported by the Ministry of Justice, Sikong Mu will definitely be suspicious. If Dingjiu is captured by him, this matter will be troublesome. Qi Chuan looked towards Yi Hongyi angrily. It's Hongyi's negligence. Yi Hongyi hadn't been negligent. He had done it on purpose. Now that Sikong Mu was circulating his power to expel the poison from Diao Diao, his power was greatly damaged. He definitely had a chance of winning this battle. Unfortunately, Qi Chuan was a bit too cowardly, actually waiting for Sikong Mu to enter seclusion before he was willing to make a move. Since Qi Chuan didn't dare, he gave Qi Chuan a push. Remember, you must create the scene of Dingjiu dying from the explosion. Qi Chuan still couldn't bear to part with Yi Hongyi, his right-hand man. Otherwise, if Yi Hongyi made such a mistake, he definitely wouldn't let him live. In order to not let Qi Chuan suspect him, Yi Hongyi did as Qi Chuan said and found Dingjiu first in the dungeon. However, he deliberately stabbed him to death with a dagger. After about 2 hours, Qi Kanglin also found Dingjiu. When Qi Kanglin brought the already dead Dingjiu in front of Sikong Mu immediately saw through the clues. Sect Master, Kanglin has investigated. Dingjiu died under a dagger, and it was only 2 hours ago. Could it be that Qi Chuan discovered his identity and made the first move to gain the upper hand? Qi Kanglin threw Dingjiu's corpse on the ground and voiced his thoughts. With Qi Chuan's guts, he wouldn't dare to so brazenly provoke us. The one who killed Dingjiao is someone else, and this person's intention is to force Qi Chuan to overthrow the imperial sect. This sect master has never feared Qi Chuan's little tricks, but who could be the person encouraging Qi Chuan from behind? Sikong Mu questioned coldly. Chapter 633. During the 20 years of peaceful coexistence with Qi Chuan, how could Sikong Mu not know that Qi Chuan was always thinking of rebelling against him? But every time, as long as Qi Chuan had the slightest bit of momentum, Sikong Mu would use thunderous methods to suppress that momentum. Over the past 20 years, Sikong Mu had never failed. Just like this time, he clearly knew that Qi Chuan had secretly replaced his spy in the imperial court. He even knew Dingjia's true colors like the back of his hand. He even believed that with Qi Chuan's personality, he would definitely not let Dingjia expose himself at this time. That was why he was suspicious of Dingjia's abnormality. Kanglin will go investigate right now. Sikong Mu's words enlightened Qi Kanglin. No need, your mission is to find Yi Junqing, Han Jini, Di Feng, and Feng Yihan. As a last resort, you can expose Yao Mowen's true identity. As for that fellow hiding behind Qi Chuan and trying to cause conflict between the imperial sect and the court, this sect master will personally investigate. Also, Diao is already fine. Her eyes will recover in half a month at most. Bring Diao back. These past few days, she's been clamoring to see Yao Mowen. When Diao was mentioned, Sikong Mu's voice gradually softened. Kanglin obeys. Qi Kanglin knew that Sikong Mu valued Diao, but he didn't know that Sikong Mu was willing to use up most of his strength for her. Now that Sikong Mu's internal energy was severely depleted, even he could easily subdue him. Because of Yi Junqing's ruckus, Holy Maiden Manor had been completely razed to the ground. Yao Mowen could only follow Qi Kanglin to the newly built sacrificial manor. Diao was also brought back by Qi Kanglin. After settling Diao down, Qi Kanglin gave Yao Mowen a few instructions before leaving. Although Yi Junqing had rescued Feng Yihan and Di Feng from the dungeon, it had happened around 5 in the evening. The next day, in order to prevent Yi Junqing and the others from leaving the capital, Qi Chuan ordered the city gates to be closed and the entire city searched. In Qi Kanglin's opinion, Yi Junqing and the others were definitely still in the capital. After Qi Kanglin left, Yao Mowen stayed by Diao's side. Although Diao was fine and her internal energy was recovering, she still couldn't see. Who poisoned her? If Mowen finds out, she'll definitely be torn to shreds. When she saw Diao's hands fumbling in the air, she hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Diao's jade fingers. You're right. Being merciful to one's enemy is being cruel to oneself. That damned fantasy vine. She actually poisoned me while I was off guard. Don't let her fall into my hands. Kill her. Diao cursed. Are you sure it's illusionary vine? Asked Yao Mowen with a frown. Other than her, who would dare? Diao growled through gritted teeth. If Huan Luo wants to kill you, then that means she doesn't have any respect for your master. As the holy maiden of the imperial sect, if she doesn't have any respect for the sect master, what does that mean? Yao Mowen thought about it several times, but she still felt that there were too many suspicious things about Huan Luo. Betray the imperial sect? It can't be, right? How could she dare? Diao heard the meaning behind Yao Mowen's words, and her voice was filled with disbelief. After all, in the Red Flame Nation, becoming the imperial sect's saintess was everyone's dream. She even dared to poison you. So why wouldn't she dare? Let's think about the worst. If that's the case, then we'll be mentally prepared. If that's not the case, then there's no harm in being prepared, said Yao Mowen solemnly. But what right does she have to betray the imperial sect? In the Red Flame Nation, without the protection of the imperial sect, she has no place to stand. Diao believed Yao Mowen, but there were some details she didn't understand. Don't forget, other than Sikong Mu, there's also Qi Chuan in the Red Flame Nation. As the ruler, who would be willing to submit to someone else? Qi Chuan is no exception. When Yao Mowen recalled how timid Qi Chuan had been, she sighed inwardly. She'd been in the imperial family for more than a decade, So why hadn't she understood at the time? It can't be. Chi Chuan has always worshipped Master like a god. Yao Moen thought that Diao Diao was still too naive under Sikong Mu's protection. Let's not talk about this for now. Let your eyes recover first. Also, even if this was done by Huan Luo, we don't have any proof. Yao Moen didn't want to argue with Diao Diao. Yao Moen, Diao Diao heard that Yi Junqing escaped? That genie. Diao Diao wanted to say something but stopped. Her jade-like cheeks instantly flushed red. They ran together. Yao Moen's voice was a bit helpless. Yao Moen could clearly see Diao Diao's lips curl into a pout. I hope they can escape, otherwise it would be terrible if they were caught. Diao Diao's words moved Yao Moen inexplicably. She clearly couldn't bear to part with Han Genie, yet she didn't want him to return. The city gates are sealed, so they can't escape. Also, even if they could leave, Han Genie wouldn't be willing. That hashtag is unconscious. Han Genie personally told Moen that in this life, he definitely won't betray you. Yao Moen's every word was incomparably clear. When Diao Diao heard this, her lifeless eyes flickered and tears rolled down without any warning. You're lying. He wouldn't say something like that. The one he likes has always been you. Diao Diao cried very sadly. She thought that Yao Moen was saying this to make her happy, but she didn't realize that these words were the most hurtful. Moen thought that you were crying tears of joy, but it turns out that you didn't believe me. Forget it. If you see Han Genie again in the future, just listen to him personally. Yao Moen slowly sat down next to Diao Diao and lightly tucked a strand of hair that was stuck to her cheek behind her ear. There was a trace of affection in her eyes. As she looked at Diao Diao, the image of Ting Yu's petite and cute appearance suddenly appeared in Yao Moen's mind. Because of her momentary carelessness, Yi Hongyi had escaped from death and caused Ting Yu to lose her life. Yao Moen could even imagine how much pain Ting Yu must have felt at the moment of her death. Yi Hongyi, Moen will prove to you that your rebirth was just to die a more miserable death. When he saw that everyone was in a state of panic, Yi Junqing took out the long mirror and sealed the mechanism. It seems that we won't be able to escape for a while, said Feng Yihan solemnly as an extremely cold light flashed through his eyes. The rations here can last the four of us for a month. Yi Junqing turned and sat down at the table. At this time, they were sitting in a secret room under an abandoned residence. The secret room was made of stone and was extremely soundproof. There was a curved copper mirror on the wall of the secret room that allowed them to see the situation outside at any time. Earlier, Yi Junqing had used this to observe the movements of Crimson Flame Nation's capital. I didn't think that you would suffer so much just to find Yao Moen. If Moen knew of King Chu's sacrifice, she would definitely be extremely grateful. Yi Junqing gave a rough account of his search for Yao Moen, including everything that had happened in Xinxiang and Shiwu Town. For a moment, Feng Yihan asked himself if he could do this for Yao Moen. Junqing doesn't have any other requests. I just hope that Moen is safe. Let's first settle down here and secretly gather some information on Crimson Flame Nation. The battle between Eastern Continent and Crimson Flame Nation is unavoidable. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Yi Junqing restrained the worry in his eyes and spoke calmly. Everyone felt that Yi Junqing's words were reasonable. Thus, in the next 10 days, the four of them changed into all sorts of strange clothes that Yi Junqing had prepared beforehand and wandered around Crimson Flame Nation's capital without anyone noticing. The night was deep and serene. The crescent moon was like a bow, and the stars twined around it. The night sky was beautiful and illusory. It was like the first appearance of a heavenly palace. Diao Jiao lay on the windowsill with her head pressed against her arm as she quietly enjoyed the night wind. When she got tired, she turned to return to the bed, but she accidentally tripped over a stool and fell over. Careful! Han Genie couldn't hold himself back in the end and rushed forward to steady Diao Diao. Han Genie, is that you? The familiar voice struck Diao Diao's heart, and she was overjoyed. Han Genie didn't want to say anything, but Diao Diao grabbed his arm tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what. Chapter 634. Say something. Is it you? Warner is the worst. She said that you like me, and that if I can come back alive, you definitely won't betray me. How could that be something you said? Diao Jiao knows best who you like. Han Genie. Diao Jiao really doesn't care about anything in return. She just wants you to be safe. There were tears in Diao Jiao's eyes. The sparkling and translucent teardrops were like dewdrops after rain. Under the illumination of the candlelight, they emitted a rainbow glow. The faint light stung Han Genie's eyes. You should stay. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. At worst, Diao Jiao won't let anyone in from now on. Right now, there are people trying to capture you all everywhere. If you leave just like this, Diao Jiao's afraid. Diao Jiao kept talking. She was afraid that if she stopped, Han Genie would leave. Genie definitely won't betray you in this life. Han Genie didn't wait for Diao Jiao to finish speaking before pulling her into his embrace. His lips curved into a smile of relief. He had put his heart and soul into Yao Moen, but when he saw Yi Juanqing's persistent and resolute gaze, he knew that in this life, he was destined to have no fate with Yao Moen. As for his past obsession, he didn't regret it. That was enough. What did you say? Diao Jiao covered her mouth in shock as her tears fell to the ground. Genie wishes to obtain one person's heart in this life. No matter who Genie has loved in the past, from now on, Genie wishes to seal everything away and only keep you in my heart. Han Genie had always felt that compared to Yin Nansheng and the others, he was a boorish person who couldn't say mushy sweet words. But now, Han Genie was really provoked by his own words and had goosebumps all over. Really? You like Diao Jiao? Diao Jiao's tears formed a string and gushed out like a fountain. She had never expected Han Genie's love because she knew that she would not be disappointed if there was no hope. But at this moment, happiness fell from the sky, like a big piece of pie smashing into her, making her dizzy. It's not like, it's love. Genie really is a womanizer. Originally, you were still solemnly swearing that you loved Yao Moen, but now you've changed your affections. Diao Jiao, will you dislike Genie? Han Genie suddenly realized that saying sweet nothings wasn't that hard to learn. I won't, because from now on, Diao Jiao will dig out your heart and place it with me. If you want to spend it, you have to have the heart. Diao Jiao smiled through her tears and threw herself into Han Genie's embrace. Don't worry, Genie is not that kind of person. From now on, there will only be one woman by Genie's side. There will only be one madam of the city lord in Wanhuang City, and that person is called Diao Jiao. Han Genie emotionally stroked the tears at the corner of Diao Jiao's eyes. His voice was incomparably firm. Ever since Yi Juanqing disappeared, Yi Hongyi felt like he was being followed wherever he went. When he returned to the Yi residence in particular, he couldn't even sleep well. It was true that he didn't fear Yi Juanqing at all with his current martial arts, but that feeling made him very uncomfortable. Who is it? Yi Hongyi was just about to fall asleep when he suddenly heard footsteps on the roof. Yi Hongyi's drowsiness was instantly gone. He grabbed the sword by Genie's pillow and broke through the window. Yi Hongyi chased after the person until he reached the forest in the back of the mountain. You're an imperial disciple? Using the moonlight, Yi Hongyi could clearly see the lotus mark on the left shoulder of the black-clothed person. That person didn't say anything and turned around to escape. However, Yi Hongyi's sword chi had already arrived, so the black-clothed person had no choice but to block it. After a few exchanges, the black-clothed person was clearly at a disadvantage. Why are you in my residence? Who sent you? Yi Hongyi roared fiercely. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed into the right side of the black-clothed person's chest. The black-clothed person retreated several steps in pain. His eyes were filled with fear. Not talking. Yi Hongyi leaped onto the black-clothed person and pressed his knee against the black-clothed person's throat. His voice was filled with ruthlessness. The black-clothed person knew that the situation was bad. He immediately bit the poison in his mouth and stopped breathing. Damn it! Seeing the black-clothed person breathe his last, Yi Hongyi flew into a rage. His palm spat fire as he grabbed the black-clothed person's skull. A moment later, the black-clothed person turned into a ball of fire. After the smoke dissipated, only a pile of ash was left. In the dark night, Yi Hongyi held his sword and stood there motionlessly like a ghost. His heart was beating wildly. It had been 4 days since Dingju had been brought back to the headquarters by Qi Kanglin. Logically, Sikong Mu should have guessed that Qi Chuan was up to no good. Even if he didn't act, he should have taken action. However, in these 4 days, Sikong Mu's side had been unusually calm. Qi Chuan hadn't discovered anything strange. Instead, an imperial disciple had appeared in his residence. What did this mean? The more Yi Hongyi thought about it, the more afraid he became. Could it be that Sikong Mu was suspecting him? How was that possible? Everything he did was flawless, so he shouldn't have suspected him. Yet, the black-clothed person in front of him had no explanation. Passing by? Only a ghost would believe that. Perhaps it was time for him to take action. At the very least, he should find out whether or not Sikong Mu was suspecting him. When Yi Hongyi returned to his residence, Huan Luo was already sitting in his room at some point. Huan Luo is truly curious. What does a man with no roots do when he goes out late at night? Huan Luo's mockery didn't anger Yi Hongyi. On the contrary, Yi Hongyi laughed lightly. Lord Holy Maiden must have an important matter for you to visit so late at night? It wasn't that Yi Hongyi didn't care about Huan Luo's disdain. It was just that there was no need for him to get angry at a woman who was about to die. Since Diaojiao didn't die, it means that Sikong Mu forced the poison out of her body. Right now, Sikong Mu's body is weak. Why is Qi Chuan not moving at all like a sissy? Huan Luo put away the disdain in her eyes and questioned coldly. Isn't Lord Holy Maiden asking the wrong person this question? Yi Hongyi calmly sat down at the table and spoke lazily. You're Qi Chuan's most popular dog right now. Would he not tell you what he's doing? Yi Hongyi, if you and Qi Chuan want to do anything to this holy maiden can guarantee that you'll die a horrible death, warned Huan Luo. Lord Holy Maiden is being too serious. Even if Hongyi had all the guts in the world, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Holy Maiden. It's true that Diaojiao didn't die, but who can guarantee that it was because Sikong Mu forced the poison out of her body? If it wasn't for that, Qi Chuan's actions would result in unthinkable consequences. So, Crimson Flame Sovereign wants to test the waters first. If it's really like that, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move, said Yi Hongyi. Test? Who dares? You? Huan Luo raised her brows and looked at Yi Hongyi with disdain. About that, I believe that Crimson Flame Sovereign has his own plans. In reality, Lord Holy Maiden is worrying too much. In the entire Crimson Flame country, the person who wants Sikong Mu to fall the most is Qi Chuan, said Yi Hongyi. Forget it. This Holy Maiden doesn't want to listen to your nonsense. Tell Qi Chuan that he can't miss this opportunity. If he can't grasp it this time, then he can forget about making a comeback for the rest of his life. He should know what kind of person Sikong Mu is. Huan Luo glanced at Yi Hongyi, then turned to leave. Only when Huan Luo's figure disappeared from his line of sight did Yi Hongyi retract the humble respect in his eyes and become frighteningly sinister. Yi Hongyi couldn't fall asleep for the entire night. Whenever he thought of that imperial faction boy, his heart would feel stifled. When the sun rose, Yi Hongyi dressed himself and left Yi Manor, heading straight for the main altar. However, just as Yi Hongyi was about to enter the main altar, he suddenly saw a familiar figure enter the main altar before him. Shueishiu? Why isn't she dead? The person Yi Hongyi saw was none other than Shueishiu, who was wearing Yao Maxin's mask. At this moment, Shueishiu's figure had already faded from Yi Hongyi's line of sight. Crap. Yi Hongyi knew the situation was bad. He immediately turned around and headed straight for the ghost manor. Why is Shueishiu still alive? Didn't I tell you to kill her? Yi Hongyi rushed into the ghost manor and grabbed the ghost pestle that had just walked out of the secret room. Chapter 635. You saw Shueishiu? Where is she? I was supposed to change my skin with Shueishiu today, but she didn't come. Ghost Pestle looked at Yi Hongyi blankly. His gaze didn't seem to be fake. She didn't come. Shueishiu entered the headquarters. Logically speaking, even if she had something to say, she would look for me first. Why would she enter the headquarters directly? Did she hear what we said that day? Yi Hongyi was panicking because of the Imperial cult's boy. No way. Ghost Pestle looked at Yi Hongyi in shock. Right at this moment, Yi Hongyi's gaze turned cold. Oh no, someone's here. Ghost Pestle, remember this? If you dare betray me, the matter between you and Huan Luo will be announced to the world. At that time, whether you can live or not isn't important. What's important is that Huan Luo won't have the face to continue living in this world. You understand. After Yi Hongyi warned the Ghost Pestle coldly, he flashed into the Ghost Pestle's secret room. Almost at the same time, Rakshasa appeared in front of Ghost Pestle with over 10 Imperial cult's boys. What are you doing? Ghost Pestle looked at them in panic. He had mixed feelings. Cult Master invites you in, shouted Rakshasa. Before Ghost Pestle could react, one of the boys pulled Ghost Pestle out of the Ghost Manor. The headquarters was as cold and gloomy as usual. Ghost Pestle knelt in front of the giant python. His body was shaking uncontrollably. Even his teeth were chattering. Gue Pestle, how dare you? A cold voice came from above. The Gue Pestle immediately kowtowed when it heard the voice. Cult Master, Ghost Pestle has always been well-behaved. May I know why you said that? Ghost Pestle buried his head on his knees. His voice was filled with unconcealable fear. Well-behaved? You colluded with Yi Hongyi to sabotage the Imperial cult. You call that well-behaved? Said Sikong Mu in a sinister voice. Sikong Mu suspected a total of 10 people for Ding Jia's death, so he sent out boys to secretly monitor these 10 people. If these people didn't have ulterior motives, even if they discovered the boys, they wouldn't kill them. However, yesterday, only 9 of the 10 boys returned. Only the boy who was monitoring Yi Hongyi didn't return. This meant that the person who betrayed the Imperial cult and caused trouble behind Chi Chuan was Yi Hongyi. Sikong Mu had never expected that Yi Hongyi would be so daring. It seemed like he was tired of living. Yi Hongyi? Why did you say that? Gue Wu looked at Sikong Mu in panic, his eyes full of doubts. What? You want to quibble? The Imperial sect spies in the Imperial court have all been replaced. Now that Gue Daozi isn't in the mansion, everyone in the Ghost Manor listens to your orders. In addition, the changing technique is exquisite. If you didn't do it yourself, who else could it be? Sikong Mu roared in a low voice. Cult Master is wise. The Ghost Pestle did change his appearance under Yi Hongyi's instructions, but Yi Hongyi told him that it was all your instructions. The reason why Ghost Pestle listens to Yi Hongyi is because he wants to show his loyalty to the Imperial sect, said Ghost Pestle with widened eyes. In reality, the reason Yi Hongyi tried to rope in Ghost Pestle back then was to use the fantasy vine as bait and promise to put in a good word for him in front of Sikong Mu. In the future, if Ghost Daozi wanted to pass his legacy to Sister Ghost, he would at least have a backer. Are you sure? Sikong Mu questioned coldly. In Sikong Mu's eyes, no one in the Crimson Flame Nation would be stupid enough to join Chi Chuan and offend the Imperial sect. Therefore, Sikong Mu believed that Ghost Pestle was bewitched. That was why he didn't kill him right away. No matter how bold Ghost Pestle is, he wouldn't dare to go against the Imperial sect and cult master. At that moment, Ghost Pestle finally realized that Yi Hongyi had joined Chi Chuan's side. All right, I'll believe you this once. If I find out that you're lying, you should know how the Imperial sect punishes traitors. The other reason Sikong Mu kept Ghost Pestle was to control Ghost Pestle to control the Ghost Manor. After all, Gue Daozi was a cunning person who wasn't easy to control. Ghost Pestle doesn't dare. Ghost Pestle swears loyalty to Cult Master. Ghost Pestle suddenly felt like he had just walked through the gates of hell. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and his legs were numb when he stood up. Ghost Pestle rushed into the dark room as soon as he returned to the Ghost Manor and grabbed Yi Hongyi, who was sitting on the chair. You betrayed the Imperial sect? Why didn't you tell me? Ghost Pestle roared fiercely. He finally realized that he had been fooled by Yi Hongyi like a monkey. What did Sikong Mu say? Yi Hongyi finally confirmed his guess when he saw Ghost Pestle's bloodshot eyes. What else could he have said? You betrayed the Imperial sect. You deserve to die. Ghost Pestle tried to drag Yi Hongyi out. Almost at the same time, Yi Hongyi sealed Ghost Pestle's acupoints. What? You want to hand Hongyi over to claim credit? Ghost Pestle, now that you've come back alive, you must have pushed all the blame to me, right? Sure. You've forgotten all about Hongyi's words. What? You don't care about Huan Luo's life anymore? Yi Hongyi smirked coldly. His eyes were as cold as a blade. What are you trying to do? Ghost Pestle snapped back to reality when he heard Huan Luo's name. He glared at Yi Hongyi angrily. What am I trying to do? Ghost Pestle, the woman you love the most, the Imperial Sect's high and mighty holy lady, is now Qi Chuan's woman. When you handed Hongyi over, you handed Huan Luo over as well. Also, if Huan Luo finds out that you were the one who sullied her chastity that day, do you think she'll hate you for the rest of her life? It won't be enough even if she cuts you into 1,000,000 pieces. Yi Hongyi's words made Ghost Pestle feel like a frosted eggplant. I was foolish. I harmed Huan Luo. Ghost Pestle's eyes were filled with endless remorse. Now is not the time to repent. Ghost Pestle, if you truly love Huan Luo, you should help me and Huan Luo achieve great things. Yi Hongyi continued when he saw Ghost Pestle's expression softening. Huan Luo would never betray Sikong Mu. Are you still trying to lie to me? Ghost Pestle looked at Yi Hongyi coldly and growled through clenched teeth. You're wrong. Huan Luo's loyalty to Sikong Mu is completely dependent on Qi Kanglin's attitude towards her. Right now, Qi Kanglin's mind is filled with Yao Moan, and Sikong Mu has allowed Yao Moan to live. How could Huan Luo stand seeing her beloved by another woman's side? Qi Chuan promised Huan Luo that as long as Huan Luo helped him overthrow the Imperial Sect, he would hand Qi Kanglin and Yao Moan over to her. There's no reason for Huan Luo to refuse such tempting conditions, said Yi Hongyi indifferently. How do you want me to help you? Ghost Pestle finally compromised. He understood Qi Kanglin's position in Huan Luo's heart. That day, Huan Luo kept muttering Qi Kanglin's name. I want you to exchange my face with Qi Chuan's. Yi Hongyi's words were shocking. What? Yi Hongyi, you're dreaming. How could His Majesty possibly exchange his face with you? Ghost Pestle thought that Yi Hongyi was a lunatic. You don't have to worry about that. Hongyi has his own ways. Now that his betrayal of the Imperial Sect had been exposed, it meant that as soon as he left this secret room, he would be caught and brought to Sikong Mu. By then, he would definitely die a horrible death. Yi Hongyi, you want to betray Qi Chuan? Ghost Pestle wasn't stupid. Yi Hongyi was already a public enemy. As soon as he showed himself, he would definitely die. However, Yi Hongyi actually wanted to exchange his face with Qi Chuan. He clearly wanted Qi Chuan's life. No, it's not really betrayal. We've always been using each other. Now that there's no turning back, Hongyi has no choice but to think for himself. As for you, you don't have a choice. Yi Hongyi looked at Ghost Pestle with a sinister smile. Huan Luo belongs to Qi Chuan now. I won't do anything to betray her, said Ghost Pestle angrily. Chapter 636. You're wrong again. Huan Luo and Qi Chuan are using each other. Huan Luo wants to use Qi Chuan to obtain the position of Imperial Sect's leader so that she can personally punish Yao Moan and Qi Kanglin. Qi Chuan wants to use Huan Luo to overthrow Sikong Mu. Gui Wu, why don't you think about it? Qi Chuan did everything he could to get rid of Sikong Mu. Do you think he would allow another Sikong Mu to appear in Crimson Flame Country? In reality, Huan Luo has already been poisoned by Qi Chuan. She's poisoned? What's going on? At this moment, the Ghost Pestle's heart had gone back and forth between the clouds and the bottom of the valley. To put it simply, the antidote to Huan Luo's poison is in my hands. As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Huan Luo will live a long life. This is a guarantee that Qi Chuan and Sikong Mu can't give you. As Yi Hongyi spoke, he unsealed the Ghost Pestle's acupoints. At that moment, the Ghost Pestle no longer had the courage to rush out. He used silence to express his feelings. In these 5 days, Qi Kanglin used all sorts of methods, but still couldn't find where Yi Junqing and the others were hiding. Thus, Sikong Mu finally decided to make Yao Moan's identity public and use Yao Moan as bait to lure Yi Junqing out. Sect Master, Kanglin guarantees that he will bring Yi Junqing back within 10 days. Please take back your order. The scene that Qi Kanglin didn't want to see the most appeared. If Yao Mo knew his true identity, what would she think? Back then, he had personally poured the phoenix tear into her mouth and erased her memories. Once she found out about this, all of his hopes would go up in flames. Kanglin, this is the first time you've disobeyed my order. Sikong Mu's voice suddenly turned cold, and the air in the entire headquarters dropped to the freezing point. If Yao Mo knew everything, she wouldn't be able to continue working for the imperial sect. Then Sect Master would lose a powerful chess piece. Qi Tsonglan tried to defend his own selfishness. In the current situation, we no longer need this chess piece. Once we capture Yi Junqing and the others, all of them, including Yao Mo, will die, said Sikong Mu decisively. Sect Master, Kanglin begs you to let Yao Mo go. Hearing this, Qi Kanglin knelt down on one knee and begged, Kanglin, you've fallen in love with Yao Mo? Sikong Mu's voice was low, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Yes. Qi Kanglin didn't deny it, nor did he want to deny it. He definitely wouldn't let go of Yao Mo. Suddenly, a cold light landed on Qi Kanglin's chest. Sikong Mu's palm strike mercilessly knocked Qi Kanglin to the ground. Puff! Qi Kanglin could have used his internal force to dissolve it. Even if he was injured, it wouldn't be so serious. Kanglin, you are so silly. Yao Mo isn't a woman you should love. She's just a chess piece to unify the Eastern continent. Sikong Mu roared furiously. Kanglin, please grant my wish, Sect Master. Qi Tsonglan knew. He knew from the beginning. But he lost to the words, unable to control himself. That's fine. Yao Mo's identity still needs to be made public. As long as we capture Yi Junqing and the others, this Sect Master will hand Yao Mo over to you. Life or death, it's all up to you. Sikong Mu took a deep breath and said in a stern voice, Sect Master. Before Qi Kanglin could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Sikong Mu. This is this Sect Master's bottom line. Kanglin, you're on your own. Sikong Mu flicked his sleeve and the figure on top of the python's head disappeared. Under the python, Qi Tsonglan knelt there blankly, his silver hair moving without any wind. Now that the truth was revealed, how was he going to face Yao Mo? That night, the wind was light and the clouds were light. A few strands of clouds passed by the full moon and the world was hazy. Inside the pavilion, Qi Tsonglan sat alone on a stone stool. He held a thin glass wine cup in his hand. As the wind rose, Qi Tsonglan's silver hair swayed in a beautiful arc. Lord Priest is looking for me? Yao Mo walked over gracefully in a light blue robe. The moment Qi Tsonglan heard the voice, he drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. It was spicy in his mouth, and he felt uncomfortable from his throat to his stomach. Sit. Qi Tsonglan knew that if he didn't follow Sikong Mu's orders, Yao Mo wouldn't even live for 3 days. As if she could see that Qi Tsonglan was different from before, Yao Mo's eyes flashed and she slowly sat down. Darren drank quite a bit of wine, said Yao Mo worriedly as she looked at the wine jar on the stone table. Wanner, if this priest and Yi Junqing were on the verge of life and death at the same time, who would you save first? Qi Tsonglan put down the wine cup, his handsome face slightly rosy from drinking. Why would Lord Priest suddenly ask this question? Yao Mo was slightly surprised and forced out a smile. Answer me. Wanner, use your heart to answer me. Qi Tsonglan looked towards Yao Mo with a pleading expression, his voice faintly suffused with desolation. In reality, he knew the answer. At the time, Yao Mo didn't know her identity, but for Yi Junqing, she was still willing to be a hostage. Naturally, I would save Lord Priest, said Yao Mo without hesitation. Really? Is this what you really mean? Qi Tsonglan's dull eyes instantly lit up. He got up and walked in front of Yao Mo to look at her deeply. Yes, no matter who Lord Priest encounters danger at the same time, Wanner will definitely save Lord Priest first, said Yao Mo with certainty. Wanner. Qi Tsonglan suddenly pulled Yao Mo up and pulled her into his embrace. His exquisite and perfect chin rested on Yao Mo's shoulder as he felt the warmth of this moment. The moment Yao Moen recovered her memories, she knew that it was Cheat Song Lan who had fed her the last drop of phoenix tear in Guan Osprey Palace, which was why she was in such a situation. Originally, she hated Cheat Song Lan, but Diao Jiao said that it was good that it was Cheat Song Lan. If it was Huan Luo, she wouldn't have lived until now. In the time they spent together, Yao Moen gradually felt Cheat Song Lan's feelings towards her. He indulged her again and again, saved her again and again. If Cheat Song Lan owed her one life, then she owed Cheat Song Lan far more than just one life. At the moment of life and death, she definitely wouldn't just watch Cheat Song Lan fall into danger. She would save Cheat Song Lan first, but if the other person was Yi Junqing, she would choose to die with him. However, Cheat Song Lan didn't know any of this. Great priest. Yao Moen was clearly a bit surprised by Cheat Song Lan's extreme actions. Call me Song Lan. Not only did Cheat Song Lan not let go, he hugged Yao Moen even tighter. Song Lan, did something happen? Asked Yao Moen worriedly. She suddenly thought of Yi Junqing. No, nothing will happen. As long as Song Lan is alive, you'll be safe. This is Song Lan's promise to you. Want or believe in Song Lan. I will always be by your side. It doesn't matter if Yi Junqing doesn't exist in this world. I will protect you for the rest of your life. Cheat Song Lan silently vowed in his heart. In the shadows, Huan Luo clenched her fists tightly as an extreme coldness shot out of her eyes. She hated Cheat Song Lan, but she hated Yao Moen even more. For Cheat Song Lan, she had sacrificed more than 20 years of her life, but in the end, she had to watch helplessly as he embraced another woman. As for Yao Moen, this was the beginning of her nightmare. She had destroyed all of her hopes, her happiness. In a single night, it had turned into ashes. Even when Cheat Song Lan brought Yao Moen back to her room, Yao Moen still hadn't woken up from her daze. Today, Cheat Song Lan was acting too strangely, causing Yao Moen to feel uneasy. Did Cheat Song Lan hug you, silly? When Diao Jiao pushed open the door and entered, Yao Moen was in the middle of sorting out her thoughts. Diao Jiao, I keep feeling that Cheat Song Lan is very different today. Did something happen with Sikongmu? Yao Moen looked towards Diao Jiao suspiciously. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.